million rand, with a massive 1.2 million rand for first prize. So the runners and riders on the table are Anand Kumar in seat 1, 800,000; Imran Bajani in seat 2, 305,000; seat 3, Ahmed Karim, 1,395,000; seat 4, Mario Fata, 2,675,000; seat 5, Bradley Moore, 1,790,000; seat 6, Danny Dayani, 1,140,000; seat 7, Daniel Habib, 420,000; seat 8, Benji Berman, 525,000; and the chip leader, Marco Nokia, 8,505,000. He had a massive pot near the end of the day with Jaden Cohen, and Jaden Cohen had pocket kings. He had ace king. There was an ace on the river, and that was for the chip lead. So there are the prize pools. As you can see, 1.2 million for first, all the way down to 104,000 for ninth place. So everybody guaranteed a decent payday already. Danny Dayani and Benji Berman in conversation there. Marco Nokia getting mic'd up. Anant's already sitting waiting. Ahmed's taking his seat. So everybody getting ready to get underway. There will be a slight presentation to all of the players. And once they have received their presentation, they will be announced officially, and we will get the final table underway. Everybody just unbagging. Some of the players not there. Mario Fata is not there, so the tournament director is busy unpacking his chips. Nobody else can touch the chips. Tournament director can. So then the viewing lounges either side for the spectators, and those will fill up either side. Nice addition since Cape Town last year. And we're getting ready to go into the interviews and the presentation before the final table starts. And that'll be Mark Joseph and the lovely Caitlin. And they will introduce all the players to the arena, give them a presentation pack from SunBet and Monster Jam, and then we will get the final table underway. As you see, there are the rest of the payouts. So the jumps get incremental from 104,000 up to that 1.2 million. Nice little pay jumps there, and quite a big difference between first and second, and even between third and second. So you can expect, depending on who's there and what the chip counts are, that there may be some negotiations to level the playing field a little bit there. But what a great series we've had. A lot of champions crowned, 12 days, all the guarantees smashed. The high roller had a guarantee of 1.5, went to over 3 million. The Mega Million guarantee was smashed. The Little Slam guarantee was smashed. Even the super high roller guaranteed 2 million went way over that. So been an incredible series from that point of view. And when the final numbers are out, we'll see if it gets past the whopping 9 million prize pool for all the tournaments that was here at GrandWest last year, which was the biggest for all the series. Of course, we have a big series to look forward to next year. There's been an extra stop added in at Times Square. So we will go to Times Square, go to some other venues, and then come back to Times Square, and then onwards to Boardwalk and to Cape Town. The Sabaya leg and the Boardwalk leg will be a little shortened, though. They won't be the full 10 days. Exactly how long they are, Mark will still decide. And once that is done, we'll see which tournaments are going to be held there. The dates have been preliminary put in for those two stops. And there are the cushions that will be presented to the players. I made the final table, SunBet Poker Tour, main event GrandWest 2023. Underneath is the bracelet for the winner of this event, and above it is the trophy. And of course, there's a special cushion for the winner. It says, I won the main event at GrandWest 2023. And there it is, GrandWest 2023, SunBet Poker Tour, main event. And of course, the big winner's check as well. So we're still waiting for them all to get settled, and for the presentations to get underway. Gary's going to brief the players. They should all know. He's wishing them all well. There's Mark Joseph. He's got his papers ready. So it won't be too long, and we will actually get this all underway. Before that, you saw a nice little recap of yesterday. Been some great video clips made at the start of each day, recapping the previous day. If you watch them, they give you a very nice outline of exactly what transpired. And those are the bags and everything for the Super Stack event, which will resume at 12 o'clock. That was a 500k guarantee. That also smashed its guarantee, went over $750,000 for that Super Stack tournament. And then later there is still a turbo event as well. And that'll conclude and round out all the tournaments for this series. So young Marco Nokia, like I said, the overwhelming chip leader there after that massive hand at the end. The players are all leaving now so that they can go to be introduced in the arena and receive their packages. So the dealer getting mic'd up as well. That's so that he can communicate to the GFX operator to make sure all the chip counts, etc., are correct on the table. Josh, the photographer, taking some photos. So there is the first player about to be introduced.
One, two. A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the SunBet Poker Tour in Cape Town at the beautiful GrandWest Casino. We've had a wonderful week of poker, breaking every single prize pool record that we had here last year, and it's just been a fabulous turnout. It all culminates to a final table for the main event with a whopping 5.4 million rand in prize money, smashing the guarantee of 4 million rand. We have a wonderful final table with a bunch of new faces, which is really exciting for the SunBet Poker Tour and, of course, for the South African poker circuit. So without any further ado, I'm going to start calling these finalists up on stage. They're going to receive themselves a lovely gift from the SunBet Poker Tour and from SunBet, and, of course, our representatives to hand them out. So in the first seat, in seat number 1, with 800,000 chips, a world traveler, a fabulous guy who loves his poker, And he's definitely not the first time at a final. He's not a stranger to any final table. Please put your hands together for Anand Kumar. In the 2-seat, this guy's just smashed the South African poker circuit of late, coming 33rd in the World Series of Poker in 2022. It's not often that we see him the short stack at the table, but please put your hands together for your super high roller winner, Imran Bojani. This next gentleman to come into the 3-seat, ladies and gentlemen, is by far South Africa's premium poker player. He just smashes everything that he plays in. He crushes it globally. He's unstoppable. We're going to start dubbing him the Bone Crusher. Please put your hands together for Ahmed Karim. Ladies and gentlemen, the SunBet Poker Tour in Cape Town this year has had a host of international visitors, and it's certainly not his first trip to South Africa, and I think there'll be many more. Please put your hands together for the Frenchman, Mario Fata. Chip leader, not chip leader, second in chips with 2.675 million. And it always gives me great pleasure to introduce a brand new person to our final table. He's an online qualifier. It's the first time he's played in a regulated environment for a live tournament. It is his first live cash. Please put your hands together for Cape Town's Bradley Moore. In the 6th seat with 1,140,000 chips, a very close friend and long-time friend to the SunBet Poker Tour. He's played so many events, and this is his first final table, and we are so happy and pleased for him, and we hope this is the first of many, many more for our very good friend, Danny Dayani. In the 7th seat, we haven't seen him on the South African poker circuit for a long time, but those of you who started out in the early 2000s would have remembered one empanada. He's now at our final table. Please put your hands together for Chad Habib. Right next in the 8th seat, another first-timer at the SunBet Poker Tour, another first-time live cash. Please put your hands together for Benji Berman, 525,000 chips. And it's quite fitting that we leave the stage for our final person who has more than 50% of chips in play. He's South Africa's newest and most upcoming professional player. Please put your hands together for Marco Nokia. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps it up from my side. We'll call our winners a little bit later. I'm going to ask all the players to please stand for your photo for the final table, and we'll get proceedings underway. Dealer, when you are ready, after the photo, your button will be in the 9th seat. Your blinds will be 20 and 40,000. So if you'll all please line up for your photo.
So there were all the presentations of and introductions for all the players, and they'll have their photograph taken now for the final table as a commemorative piece. Always a great achievement making a final table, and especially of the main event, and a huge one like it is here in Cape Town.
Thank you.
So play about to get underway. All the chip counts have been announced. The button by default is on seat 9.
Blinds will be 20,
And you
40,
can see
40 on the big
Imran
blind
with
and
7 bigs and Daniel with 10 bigs. Really needing to make a move. Benji Berman as well, 13 bigs in the danger zone. And then from Anant upwards, starting to need to make moves. And Danny. And the rest of the players all very comfortable. And of course, Marco Nokia, 212 big blinds. Totally comfortable. Over half the chips in play, as Mark Joseph said. Blinds are 20,000, 40,000, with a big blind ante of 40,000. So 100,000 a rotation. Gets very expensive when you've only got 305,000 like Imran or 420 like Daniel.
Button seat number 9. Blinds are 20, 40.
There comes the famous shuffle up and deal.
Good luck, gentlemen.
And we're off and running. So send us a shout out from where you're watching, who you're supporting, who you think can win this, who you want to win this, and we will certainly read out those comments and let everyone know who you're supporting. So Ahmed starts today with King Queen under the gun.
80.
Raise to 80.
He raises to
80,000
80,000.
to call.
Mario Fata right next door with King Jack suited. He lets it go from early position, respecting the under the gun raise. Marco's out the way. Round to a nunt in the small blind, ace-5 suited.
Sorry, I just stole water,
And he
please.
gets out the way. And Imran folds his big blind, 6 deuce off. So Imran really looking for a spot quick and bright and early this morning.
Turn it back on now.
Ahmed is up and running, taking down the first hand. Mario Fata, the international player from France, has been to South Africa a few times before. We've seen him on the circuit, Times Square, etc. So nice to have him back here and for him to make the final table. Action will be on Mario.
$80,000 to call.
Good morning, world. Or good afternoon, is it? I have no idea. Morning.
Morning still, guys. Pocket queens for Daniel Diani.
Mr. Diani, Merry Christmas. Welcome to the table. Pocket Queens. 1.1 million behind, 28 big, so a little bit of breathing space. Just over a min click here. What do you think? No, he's going big.
Raise.
I suppose he's early in the queue, Mark, eh? Under the gun plus
He
2.
is early, but that is particularly big.
Yeah, that's the, I don't want to call it, that's the I've got 10s or jacks bet.
Yeah, 100%. It is that I've got 10s or jacks bet.
Marco with pairs here, with chips to burn, because he could actually have a gamble.
No.
Nope, gives it
Too
up.
big.
Nice discipline fold.
You know, if that was a standard raise, he'd be in there.
And maybe that was Danny's philosophy. Keep the big chip leader out of the pot.
I would have called, I just didn't have enough.
Little backhanded comment from Imran there. I would have called, but I didn't have enough chips.
Didn't have the size of the race.
Indeed, indeed.
Your commentators must have said the man is not here to play games. Business.
So everybody a little quiet, focused, getting ready. It'll take them a little time to just get settled in.
So we have a special surprise for our viewers out there who are logging in this morning to watch the final table. We have, fresh from recovery, a little bird tells me, the lovely Melanie Wisner. How the devil are you, Melanie? You well?
Hi, good. I'm okay.
You didn't look too good yesterday. You're looking a bit green around the gills, as they say in these parts.
Yeah, I had something happened to me. Either like some combination of things have been happening to me over the past couple days. I think it's a side effect of a medication I'm taking. But I was just like hit with these crazy waves of nausea, and I had to abandon my stack in the second event.
Wow.
But I made it actually to day 2 with some chips. So I'm gonna hop out of the booth to go play my tiny stack, and then I'll be back to finish on this. But this looks like a really great final table. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, we've got Marco in the 9 seat who's dominating the chip lead with 8 million, over half the chips in play.
Yeah.
So he's sitting back and picking them off, I'm sure. But Ahmed on screen now, ace 10. And of course, you're very familiar. You've played with Ahmed a few times.
Ahmed is an excellent player. Very good. Great table presence. Very skilled in different range areas of the game. Ability to make hero calls, hero folds, sick bluffs, the whole thing. Great sizing, great table presence.
Whole package, yeah?
Big fan, yeah. And then Marco, we'll see. He should be dominating this final table with the chip lead. Let's see if he can run away with it. It's always the dream to come into a final table like this.
There's a few notable shorties there that should be picked off. They're looking for spots straight off the rank this morning.
Yeah. And Imran is here? Yeah. He played with me on day 2, and I thought he played quite well.
He placed 33rd in the World Series in 2022, so he's no stranger to the big stage.
Yeah.
Comes in with 305,000. I think he's chipped up a little tiny bit, but he will definitely not be hanging around. He's not here to ladder up. He's here to win it. You know?
But he only has 305,000.
That's it. He's going to pick his spot very, very soon.
And then we have some fresh faces. Bradley Moore in the center of the picture there. It's his first big live tournament. He's only played a little bit online and home game. That's it. And he's made his way here as a qualifier, and he's sitting on the final table of the main
exciting.
event.
And both ladies bubbled, huh?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Sad. Just like the WSOP main event.
Race. It's 95.
Nand Kumar in the yellow shirt there, seat 1. He's a seasoned traveler. He's traveled all over. He's won a high roller event on the WPT in Asia. He's won other events elsewhere in the world as well, and a number of titles locally.
And this guy, the guy who busted me, at least he's here.
Which is the one that
Daniel.
was Danny Diani.
Daniel Habib.
Oh, Daniel Habib. Very short stacked as well.
He busted me, yeah.
It was absent from the SA poker scene for quite a while. He's making a comeback recently.
Chad to his friends, that's his name. Daniel, but he's known as Chad in poker.
Why?
I have absolutely no idea. But everybody calls him Chad, and I think you all just fall in line behind. I think Danny's been to see the fashion police this morning.
I wonder if it has something to do with the meme of the Chad and
yeah, perhaps.
That thing. Yeah
perhaps.
And the other newcomer is from KK Poker. Is Benji Bowman, also online qualifier, and his first time on the big stage as well.
I believe it's his dad and his girlfriend on the rail this morning.
Marco must be so thrilled with his seat, having position on 2 good players. Wow, yeah, Marco should really run away with this. And something like you don't really think about when you're in a position like him is that, he's had quite a few deep runs in this tour. He probably has a lot of pressure on himself to win this, especially like the expectations that he's going to win it, right? So the question is, if he ever loses the lead, if people get close, what happens when he loses a big part of his stack? Because, you know, the chip trajectory is not all the way up. How will he perform? Will he lose it, or will he keep the champion mindset?
We got an all-in from Imran here.
Some backup here.
King Queen suited.
Shouldn't make a difference.
He's not really got a lot of fold equity, so
Fuck, I've been opening only good hands. This one's going to look bad when I open.
we're around the Marco and whether or not he's going to call Imran off.
Good luck, Jimmy.
He's
He
definitely
has
calling.
to. He has to.
Probably so light. 250. Okay.
I don't think Marco looked at his cards.
I think Marco looked at his cards.
He said he didn't. Let's see.
It doesn't get any better than this for him. I mean, it gets better if he had something like King Jack, but this is a welcome sight with King Queen.
Well, good luck to both players. King's for 9 straight off the bat.
Obviously. Obviously. Oh, no. I got home to my super high.
Oh, here we go. That'll be that, I suppose.
A 10 and a 10 only now for
Only a
Imran. And no 10 is forthcoming. We will bid Imran farewell.
Imran goes out in 9th place, 104,000 Rand for his trouble. Worthy of note, everybody at the feature table is 6 figures to the good, and the min payout was 104, so we're all now playing for a guaranteed 120. There is your chip count. It's actually an obscene lead, isn't it?
That is an obscene lead. And that's why it's going to be interesting to see if he starts to lose any pots, if anyone else gets close, the comparative thinking mindset, which is actually something I'm going to write an article on at some point soon. This idea of I had this or I could have had that. And he must have tremendous pressure, like I have half the chips in play, I should win this. What happens when circumstances come up where he starts to doubt that or whatever? How can he keep his cool? I'm very interested to see that.
Sure.
And I'm interested to see who's going to be willing to tango with him, you know, because that's a scary thing to go up against the chip leader who's clearly running well, playing well.
Well, I can answer that question straight off the bat. Ahmed will have no fear taking on Marco.
Ahmed
no
won't,
fear
yeah.
whatsoever.
Yeah.
In fact, leading up to this final table, they locked horns several times.
Oh, good. Good
Yeah.
to see.
So there is history in the particular tournament.
Yeah,
and
it
across
was
the piece.
an interesting 5-handed dynamic. It was Ahmed Karim, Imran Birjani, Anand Kumar, Marco, and Jaden Cohen were all on the same table. 5-handed when we were down to 10
Which was
players.
fortuitous for the young players here, first timers, because they were all on the other table, coincidentally. So the pros were all eating each other, and they were having a lacquer time over here, just having a lot of fun.
And Marco got the best of those battles. He took chips from Ahmed, he took a lot from Imran, and then there was a big cooler between him and Jaden. They got it all in pre. Marco had ace king, Jaden had pocket kings, and there was another Barry Greenstein.
Oh yes, the good
That's
old
how
Barry.
it goes sometimes. Yeah.
And that was for a monster pot. Jaden was second in chips at the time.
So Bradley will give those back.
I'll also be interested to see how some of these newcomers, first-timers at the final table, are going to handle themselves. You tend to see people who have their first time on a TV table or whatever make very tough, make very tight folds, not want to do anything that looks too stupid. But the way those players are really going to contend against the better players are going to be by taking risks. So we'll see what their game plan is.
It's all very cagey at the moment.
This is a I don't like this. I don't like this defend. This is a hand you don't really want to defend against the chip leader. There's obviously some post flop plays that Daniel can make, but this isn't the spot you're looking for at this final table.
No, not when you got 7 big.
And oh, he has 7 bigs. Oh, I didn't even see that. I see. Okay.
Out of the big blind.
Yeah, that changes it a little bit because he can simply flop any equity, any pair, and just go with it. But still, big blind defending against +1, I would just let that one go. He still has fold equity with his stack. I would be folding that one.
And the rich get richer, apparently. So what are your plans, Melanie? Obviously, you're going to go play this deep stack that's Or
So I'll,
super stack.
I'll
whatever.
go see what happens with my like 6 big blinds in the deep stack, and then I'll come back in here for the rest of the final table or however it goes, at least a good chunk of it, and then I'm here tomorrow as well, and then I go on safari in KwaZulu-Natal.
Okay, so you're going up to KZN.
Yeah.
That'll be nice.
Yeah.
Beautiful part of the country.
Yeah. Really looking forward to it.
From the big blind. Thank you.
Missing their one. Sorry.
Interesting your comments on Ahmed because he's off to the win tomorrow. He's going across for that.
WPT World
Yeah,
Series.
it's a great event. I didn't want to rush my time here, but it's an amazing event, and he should do well.
Well, he at the last World, not this last World Series, 2022 World Series, he was runner-up in the closer. He got heads up for the bracelet
Nice.
and fell just short, unfortunately,
That's always so sad.
and had a deep run in a number of other events as well.
So we got an open from Ahmed here under the gun +2. 90,000. Blinds currently at 40, 20, 40, 40 on the ante.
All in.
All in.
So Chad puts it across the line here. 285,000.
Now we'll see what the youngster does because there's been an open and an all-in.
He should go with this, to be honest. This is right on the cutoff. He should go with this. He's supposed to go with this, given Daniel's stack. Ahmed still has the stack. Well, he'll be opening enough. 9s would be in here immediately. 7s is probably a fold.
It's worthy of note that he's also the big blind.
Yeah,
So
this
he's got
is
some commitment already.
this is he should isolate here. He has fold equity versus Ahmed. Ahmed's not going to call 2 all-ins. If Ahmed raised something here like King Jack, like some of the worst broadways that Ahmed's going to open, he's going to fold this spot. And I think he may fold. He would fold this hand as well, but it's close. Benji should be going with this.
Doesn't do a baby. And then like a moment, 2 minutes later, they started playing it on the speaker.
This young man, his girlfriend and father are looking down on him at the moment. At first time with a big stage, so it's hard.
Daniel just is
Yep, he's
loose
gonna do
enough.
it.
Good. I like to see that.
Put the 35 in.
The problem with this is that Benji clearly displayed an honest, not sure demeanor,
And he called, he didn't put his stack in.
Yeah.
So now Ahmed's asking what the,
and
what the
Ahmed
price is.
Ahmed is going to pick up on that Benji is not like messing around here with aces or something.
Put it in.
So he may call hoping to be against 2 sets of overs.
Can't take his chips and content.
I think if Benji had a stronger demeanor and was less honest about
Yeah.
how close his choice was, I think Ahmed would be out of here.
So Ahmed's going through exactly that process you've described.
He's also considering, is this my best allocation of another 10 big blinds here, given my stack, given my positioning?
Yeah.
That's the problem. Yeah, good. I like that.
Yeah, good call, Melanie. Okay, so it's almost a flip, 55-45.
Luck, guys.
Yeah. I better get up.
Good luck to both of them.
Fake walk.
Who's covering?
He is.
There's a jack straight away for Chad. Not only 2 outs for Benji. And Chad will get a double up, and Benji will become very short stacked.
Oh, uncle, that queen 3
Yeah,
seats.
we'll have a chip count, please.
So you can see there that Benji is now slipped to 5 bigs, and Daniel climbs up to 17, which puts him a little bit.
Chad has a
Safer.
playable stack now.
Yeah.
And who is Mario?
Make sure it's
Oh, never mind.
The
I know
French
him.
guy.
I played on day 1 with him.
You normally got a ridiculous hat on. This
Yeah.
is kind of his thing.
Yeah.
Today he's more orthodox with the cap, but
Yeah. He chipped up a lot early in the day. He played with me on day 2, and then kind of ran over the table. It was good.
Yeah, it's quite a popular vlog in France. So
Yeah, he
when
did
he's
well.
on the feature tab, you'll see him with his rig filming all the hands.
Yeah, and he uses the stack well when he was on the table with shorter stacks. He was bullying and doing what he needed to do and wielding that stack.
I must tell you, this morning he came to me, he said, "Can I use my drone in here?" I said, "Have you seen how many wires are up there?" I said, "Your reward is you get a nice shot. My risk is that the whole place goes down and I'm going to spend half a day putting it right." It's not going to happen. Not on my watch. Shame. Kudos for asking, though. So Anand Kumar here. We'll bring some graphics up. 8-5 suited under the gun.
Okay.
In fact, he's advertising his vlog on his shirt there. Here we go. A couple of pointy ones for Mario. What do you think here? Under the gun plus 2, 2.6 behind.
Raise. 80,000.
Standard raise.
Call.
Mario has a tell, in my opinion. I'm not going to say it on the stream,
Okay.
but I watched him quite a bit, and I'm seeing it now. Again,
Pack that one away for later.
I sure will. Plus, I may play him again. You never
You
know.
never
So I
know.
need to keep it to
Lock
myself.
it in, lock it in. You can share with your friends in the back, of course.
Of course.
So pocket fives from Marco, who's in the big blind, and of course is our chip leader. Well, that's just a smooth call there.
This is going to be very interesting if we see a 5 or a deuce on the flop, because Mario is not going to just give it up, especially knowing his image.
See a flop for a check.
Oh my goodness. Well, the paired 10 may help him get away.
Yeah.
And he also probably knows. Now, Bradley, is he one of the newcomers
He
to the
is
final
indeed.
table?
Very first final
Yeah,
table.
so
How does he navigate this?
Marco is going to know if Bradley plays back here that he has a 10 or better.
Yeah.
Now, if Bradley leads out, which
50,000.
is what he's doing. Oh, I see. Mario checked. I like this check here. This is good. Good check by Mario.
Yeah, Bradley's come back and bet 50.
Yeah.
Actually,
Way
with
too
Marco.
little.
Yeah,
He should be betting way more.
yeah. Here we go. I'm asking the question, find out where he is.
250,000.
So the chip leader comes out with 250.
So Marco's really hoping. He's obviously not trying to fold out of 10. Marco's hoping that Bradley's going to fold a pair that's maybe better than 5s. That he's betting here with either air or a pair, hoping to protect, and he's going to move him off of any non-10 or better hand. And Mario's in a really tough spot because he might be able to pick up on what Marco is doing here. And I think if Marco calls here and there's all this money in the pot, Bradley is going to be tempted to make another aggressive action. And then both players will get away quite quickly.
So aces to act here. The original aggressor.
Tough spot for him now.
Very. He's stuck in the middle. He probably knows that Marco doesn't play a 10 like this.
Yeah, he's more worried about Bradley.
Yeah, this is a sick fold. What a sick fold.
Yeah, proper.
And Marco should be shutting down if Bradley puts any more money into the pot, like any. There's no way he can possibly put any more in unless he has a deuce. And Bradley's just hoping to God that Marco has a 10.
500,000.
He's going to be out of here right away.
Yeah, and that'll be the end of it for Marco.
Little Hollywood, little drink sipping, but he's out of there. He made this play for a specific reason. He's gotten the information he needed. There's nothing else to do here. And unfortunately for Bradley, there's not a whole lot he can do, because even if he just calls there, Marco's going to know what's up.
50,000, a big
That's the
blind
problem. The only way Marco could have won more money there probably is if he checked back and then, some other stuff happened on turn and river. But there was just no way. Once Marco check raises, he's never getting more than the check raise in the pot, ever.
But Bradley will be very happy with that. That'll put him up over 2 million as well now.
Like trappy.
You're trappy trap.
I was trapping him, not you. And you just had a tape.
So KZN for Safari and then back to the States?
Yeah, I actually have one extra day in Cape Town after the safari and then back to the States, yeah, via London.
You've got to do the shopping trip before you go.
Right.
Take Presley's home for the ones who matter. No shortage of shopping here, of course.
I know, it's such a great spot.
50,000 to call. You'll tell you, I'm sure.
So Mario actually lost the minimal there with his aces.
Yeah.
He
Great.
just-
He managed, what's sick is that he managed to just lose his pre-flop bet. He didn't even lose a flop bet. Very, very sick. Very sick by him.
Danny with the king queen. Wow.
100,000.
Okay, that's tight fold from the hijack.
Raise to 100,000.
So Chad is raising from the cutoff with king deuce.
Bit much with the king deuce off with a dangerous player in the blinds. I would love to see Marco 3-bet this.
I have no doubt he will. We've seen him do it a lot, and he just flats after we build it up.
Once you see your opponent doing things like this, just like raising trash from the cutoff, you really gotta punish that. And he's probably doing it because he thinks Anand will be quite tight, maybe, but it's still, it's really not a hand you want.
So we're just going live on the stream. Players being announced onto the stage. So we'll be welcoming guests online soon. Already 63 on.
100,000.
It's in the continuation.
100,000 to call.
Who's this Chad? Yes. Sorry, just catching up here. Nobody with a 5. What was the action here, guys? Sorry, I'm just catching up.
It's just a raise and 2 calls, and
Okay.
he should win it, but I'm not a fan of this hand selection here. This is extreme. And also, like, he has 17 big blinds to start the hand, you know. No, yes, baby. Yes.
275.
Oh, that is, what a play. What a play. So good.
He's very good at picking spots like that.
Yeah.
For a young player, he's very astute.
It's very
at doing
hard
that.
because Chad didn't have much in his stack.
That's what I said.
He shouldn't be raising so light. This is sick.
Okay.
Wow, very impressive. It's hard to find spots to do stuff like that when you know you have no fold equity, really. Your opponent just has to be bluffing 3-way, pure bluff. Like, it's magnificent. And I like to see Chad get punished for that for that loose open.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, he shouldn't be opening king
No,
deuce there.
no. It's not even close. And if you want to say, okay, I've got a tighter player in the blinds, I want to expand my range. You know, you look for a few more suited hands. You look for like a few more like medium connector hands. You don't choose the offsuit
Hands with some
Broadway
equity.
rags. Yeah, yeah.
Quick shout out for Justin Butter online. He says, go Benji.
All right, I'm officially a Marco fan that he was able to pull that one out. Very good.
New fan club in
Very
the making
good.
back here. Melanie Wise, the chairperson. The Marco Farm Club.
I'll be accepting entries. I'll be reviewing new entries to the fan club.
There you go. Kyle Moore says, go Dad. So Bradley's light years on that line. Good to see. So Marco's mum lives in Hong Kong. So he's got the doorstep straight into Macau.
I think Daniel's going to shove this, and I'll explain why. This is not a great shove either. It's better than his other thing. It is very borderline. But when someone plays a very bad hand and then they get dealt something that's a little better, they tend to view that hand as better. And
450 wel.
I'm not a huge fan of shoving like the ragged aces.
For this very reason, he's walking into a bigger ace behind.
But we can actually see this is right on the edge, I think, for hijack. And Ahmed's going to have no problem calling this. Ahmed understands what he's up to, and he's not going to fold this hand.
Call.
And he does make the right call. Yeah, what's interesting is so according to the computer, it's ace 4 off and above. So Daniel had just below what was required. But like I said, when you get engaged in a hand that's a shitty hand, and then the next time you get dealt something that's more playable, you're more likely to go with it. And this is actually, and that's going to be the end of it for him. It's actually what allowed me to make a play in a WSOP main event for a lot of chips once, where I should never be getting called by a worse hand, but this guy had been bluffing the whole day, and I thought, well, if he has any sort of hand now, it was a board that had like a couple of full houses and a straight on it, and I thought that if he had the straight after having all of those bluffs, he just wouldn't be willing to fold it, and I was right about that, so I was able to make an exploitative play like that, and this is the same sort of thing you see here with players that bluff and then they get a good hand. Now not to say like if they had been deeper, if Daniel had been deeper, you know, maybe it doesn't go that way. Maybe he's able to make good folds post flop and so on. But I wasn't surprised to see that. And
So I was saying just for the hand there that Marco's mum lives in Hong Kong, so he's thinking of doing the Macau trip. It's a nice
cool.
step. So
Great, yeah,
that's
why
kind
not?
of cool. I think his game will travel well.
Very talented young player. Very talented young player. Clearly very passionate about the game.
Yeah, he said he wants to go and play some in Macau, and he's definitely got his eyes on the World Series next
I
year.
mean, Macau, I don't know if you've been there, man. It's just spectacular. I mean, I lived in Hong Kong for a couple of years, and Macau, you get that hydrofoil, you get international waters, they're giving you scratch cards. Everybody wants to gamble. You know, the Asian guys, they love it, you know. And
They
you
love
arrive
it.
in Macau,
They
it's just
love
a
it.
different world.
Yeah.
I don't think you'll need them.
What's interesting as well about Daniel's exit is if he hadn't opened the king deuce and hadn't c-bet that, what would have happened is he would have opened the ace 3, Ahmed would have shoved, or Ahmed would have 3-bet and he would have gotten away and he would have still been in the tournament. But also credit to him for going for it. You know, like he's going for it. He's not trying to ladder up. He's taking, you know, spots that are slightly below the threshold because he thinks other people will fold tighter. He wants to put himself in a contending position to win. So you can't really fault him for that. I like that style.
So the chat is lighting up here. There's lots of family members online. So just quickly, Patrick
110
Baslin, it's, he said, Empan Panda Baby. I don't know. That's
Empanada, baby. Empanada was Chad Habib's online name from the
okay,
early
there you go.
2000s. And he was an online crusher, big-time cash player for a long time, and that was his online name, Empanada.
Clone is saying go Benji. Benji supporters here. Just trying to give everybody a shout out. Matthew is saying go Bo. Any gents, thanks for the good broadcast. I don't have a particular person I
This
want
is
to
an
win.
outrageous
Just
open
enjoy
by
the game.
Marco. I'm gonna have to look again at my fan club membership. I don't really think that this is the spot to be opening any two from the cutoff. I think that as the chip leader, as the runaway chip leader, you expand your range widely, massively. You do.
Of course.
But not this. Not this.
This is not in the expanded range.
It's not in the expanded range. It's not in the unabridged range. This is not good.
This could be the shortest fan club ever.
And what a huge flop for Mario. Flops the up and down with the flush draw.
110.
He can go so wide here too. You know, he can raise any suited hand he has. He can raise like most connectors. He doesn't need to go this far, I don't think. And Mario has two options here. He can play slow, he can play fast. he's electing for the more conservative route because he doesn't want to get it all in here like against an overpair. This is a really rough turn because Marco now blocks 2 straights, and Marco is going to go for it. And he knows that Mario's folding range on the river is going to consist of a lot of missed clubs or like pair plus draw. So as long as the river is not a club, you are going to see a triple barrel here from Marco, and you're probably going to see a big one trying to attack a 1-pair hand or a draw from Mario. And Mario's best play here is to just check call and let him bluff it off.
365.
Yeah, big bet from Mario. Big bet from Marco. I really hope Mario does not check raise here and just gives him the room to bluff. Because if he check raises here, he's just not going to get called by enough. He's going to lose the double barrel bluffs. Like even if Marco has something like king queen here, he's going to lose it. He's going to lose king queen. He's going to lose 1-pair of hands. He's going to lose hands that are like 8s and 10s and whatever that are bluffing. I really hope he just calls here. This is the spot he's been waiting for. And you just have to give a very aggressive chip leader some rope here. And notice that we're seeing a trend here of these guys good players getting roped into hands and losing chips because they decided to have too speculative of an opening hand.
Check.
Bad river, he shouldn't check here. He's got a lead here because this is always going to go check. I don't think this is a river Marco bluffs with not even with 1 club in his hand. You never know because clearly he's clearly very aggressive and willing to put pressure, and he might talk himself into thinking, okay, if I shove here, he can't call with anything but a flush. But he just doesn't have, there aren't now enough hands in Mario's range that are willing to call. Like when Mario calls this turn bet, right? It's such a big turn bet, he loses a lot of the weaker parts of his range. So, he folds a 7, he folds a 5, he folds like an occasional 9.
All in.
Oh, damn.
Oh, snap.
Call.
All in call. That's good.
Big misstep by.
So here we're gonna see now how Marco recovers if he's mentally tough enough to come back from this failed bluff and retain control
And what?
of this final table.
This one. That's yours. Okay.
So while he's doing the math there, we've got a lot of people online, and I'm sure they're all curious to know what's Melanie Poker plans for 2024.
Poker plans for 2024. World Series as always.
Yep.
I don't know where else I really want to go. My schedule now, my traveling schedule has been more limited, and I'm pretty picky with the spots I go to. So I'm gonna say WSOP for sure, and maybe one other spot, but I don't know what yet. I have some of my own stuff I want to be working on this year, so probably traveling less.
And where is home now?
LA.
Okay.
Yeah. I might go to somewhere like Canada, maybe, because it's so easy. Let me think. What else is on deck this year?
Any of these TV shows now? This No Gamble, No Future, Live on the Pie, Custler.
Yeah.
Not on your radar?
I'm not that into the streaming games.
Yeah.
I think that it depends, right? Because sometimes the lineups can be very good and there's a lot of money to be made. But for me personally, I think a lot of it is just about this ego show of wanting to, be on the streamed stuff and show you're better than the other person or whatever.
Banging
It's
the
not
chest,
really my style.
yeah.
I think there's more money to be made in private games.
Okay.
I think, so I prefer that. And I also there's a lot of work that goes into playing those stream games. You have to watch every game that all your opponents have ever been in. You have to do massive amounts of study. you have to deal with, you know, all the fallout if people don't approve of your plays or whatever, and I just can't be bothered. So the stream games are not really my thing, but I do like the shows, like Game of Gold type stuff. That's fun, and I've always had fun on Poker After Dark. So
That's rocking over here at the moment.
yeah.
Actually.
So I wouldn't turn stuff like that down, but I think it'll be a pretty chill year with the poker. I have South Africa, probably have one other stop, and then I'll play a full schedule at the WSOP.
Marco?
So there's a real insight into Melanie's personal side, but also her professional side. She's just stepped away for a second. Clifford is making Melanie coffee here, so she's supposed to be playing a game in 5 minutes, maybe 10. So local time 11:53, so you're 7 minutes to the off through there. So maybe chance to have a small coffee with us. So there'll be a big contingent from here going again to WSOP. So we'll obviously try and meet up with Melanie when we're out there and renew friendships. And is the Marco fan club still going? Hang on, I'll just get back to the screen here. We got an all-in, and Marco's called off the all-in here from Anand. 500k is the, I think, Marco with the ace-2. I don't know if that was a standard call then only, ace-2?
I missed it. What happened?
He opened and then Anand shoved.
Well, no, it's not a bad open, of course. Looks like
So
he's gonna pick
how
off.
many big blinds was the shove for? 10?
Yeah.
Yeah. If I may be so bold, I will say that the weakness in Marco's game is calling all-ins too late. I have seen him call shoves with very speculative hands. And I think that there's a bit of hindsight bias in there where, you know, you win the hand and you think, okay, well, that was fine. But I do think in general, I think that the theoretical weakness in his game is calling all-ins too late.
Okay, interesting observation. Of course, at the moment he's hot he's the hot player in town. He's got the momentum and the self-belief. And if those things keep happening, as you rightly say, it becomes reality, doesn't it? Until you hit the ground hard.
Well, yeah, and that's going to do a lot for his momentum here as well. So he just lost that other big pot. He now has recovered a bit here. He's going to feel a lot better. If he had lost the 2 in a row, I think that would have been a lot worse for him mentally.
Yeah, I think that would have been a tough one mentally for him.
So the poker is filling up at the back here, but that other event's not started yet, so
Yeah,
you're okay.
I'll leave you guys in a couple minutes.
For a minute.
Marco did a few things, like someone went all in for like 15 big blinds under the gun, and he called with ace-9 on the button. He called similar shoves with small pairs, which are just technical missteps.
Yeah.
You know, there's the thought of, okay, well, I want to just gamble hard and get a big stack, and then I'll dominate the table, and that's clearly what he's doing. But I think he could do just a little better in the technical part of the all-in. He clearly has a ton of talent. You know,
that Marco will be watching this stream back later in the week. So, on a personal note, I think he'll take that on the chin, and I think he'll respect your opinion. And it'd be interesting to see what his feedback is. I'll ask him.
The thing is, he doesn't have to take it at my word. He can look it
not.
up. He can look up the spots in a solver or you know, via Snapshot or whatever. And you know, the ace-2 is debatable because you're opening and someone's shoving for 10 big blinds, so it can never be like that bad. But and especially when you're chip leader, just to try to eliminate people. But things like calling the 10 to 15 big blind shoves from early position too wide is something you can look up and just easily correct. But it's cool. It's cool to see players in this stage of their game, which is a lot of talent, willing to go for it, willing to make unorthodox plays, and they just need to find the balance, to strike the balance with a few other parts of their game. And if he can do that, you know, he'll be phenomenal.
All in.
So all in here from Danny Delaney. We're sweating it. Didn't pick up his cards.
And Danny won't do that light, that's for sure. That's one thing we do know.
Oh, and I'm sure Danny won't mind me saying he's been pretty ABC all the way through, and it's been good for him, you know. He's not pulled too many moves.
All right, I'm going to go see where I am in the tournament, and I'll be back. I'll either be back right away, or I'll, you know, double, and I'll see you guys a little bit later.
Okay, what a pleasure. Thank you, Melanie.
Fucking all in.
Played into the series. How was the series for you?
Great. This is my first Cape Town tournament and the first event. It's an amazing experience. Tournament well organized. Yeah, always nice to be on the final table.
And what was the final table? I know Marco has like all the chips in play. Does that make it quite difficult to play?
Not really. I'm okay playing with the pros. It's all right. Yeah, I just got lucky.
Well, congrats on the finish, and hopefully we'll see you at Times Square next year.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Good luck, sir.
Right, so that was the exit interview with Anand Kumar. You got it in there with the King Jack versus the Ace 2. Ace 2 hit as well as did his Jack, and the Ace 2 hold up. Marco is folded under the gun. Round to Mario Fata in the cutoff.
Raise to 100,000.
Fresh from that double up versus Marco.
Yeah.
And Matt Train is on line suit, supporting Empanada. Empanada's unfortunately been eliminated. Matt's someone else that I know well from long ago. So all in and call because of the short stack after Mario opened.
Diamonds.
And Mario finds the 6. Benji looking for a 9 or a 10.
Nine of spades.
He doesn't find it. And we lose another player. Benji Berman is eliminated.
Dream crusher.
So Benji Berman is eliminated from the final table. Well done, young man.
And so there were 5.
Well played, Bench.
Can we space out a bit now?
Yeah.
But you have to keep the same box.
So far as Khan was supporting Imi, unfortunately Imi has been eliminated as well.
The card's still in the same box. We go. That we don't have a problem with.
So as Gary stepped out to bid Melanie farewell, Benji Berman was eliminated.
Shame. I want to see Benji go a bit further, but 175 grand, I reckon that's his biggest win.
Yeah, definitely his biggest win.
I want him to move the box for me. Yeah. I want to move to C2.
This one as well. Yeah, then I can move, yeah. I want to go here, then you can go here. no, it's not. I like the corner.
Just to move me to C2.
So there's some of the players on the rail on the one side, and then we have the full rail on the other side. Ryan Brower having a look in. Young Marco from PokerBet. Ahmed, of course, wearing their branding as well.
Raise to 100,000.
So Mario opening with a King 10.
2.
Bradley with Ace Queen, yeah.
Raise.
Re-raises to 300. Marco's out the way. It was a dead small blind. Action on Mario. Mario gets out the way. And we will be going to another exit interview.
That button. Ahmed, you're on the big blind.
I just played small one.
So I'm with Benji Berman, our most recent exit from the main event. Benji, you're relatively new to the live poker scene, am I right?
Yes, that's correct.
And is this your first big live tournament?
I've played one other main, never cashed, but this is my first live cash. It's a nice one to have as your first.
Yeah, amazing. A main event cash for your first big event is incredible.
Well, final table is always nice to make. It's been a great experience. Definitely going to be supporting the other ones. Hope GrandWest carries on having them yearly.
So you're from Cape Town?
Yes, from Cape Town.
Okay, fantastic. Well, hopefully we'll have lots of satellites for you to run. You can qualify for Times Square.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
And there's Caitlin with the exit interview of Benji, and well done to the young man.
Quand j'avais les as.
Okay, how did you get into live poker?
My grandpa used to play. So I used to sit for like hours and watch him play. Yeah. We used to watch like BSFP and stuff like that.
Bradley asking Mark how he got into poker. He did ask, was asked the same question by Gary when he was in the box here. It was from watching ESPN World Series with his grandpa and watching his grandpa play poker. It's a lovely story. Inspiration coming from his grandfather. So Marco's opened and Danny opened, Marco 3-bet, and then
1 million.
Danny's gone all in.
1.3. 1.4. 1,405,000. 1,405,000.
Marco will fold that. And Ahmed in the big blind gives that up as well.
And
Danny takes in a nice big pot.
4-2.
Buttons on Marco. That was a dead button.
You'll see Marco's moved across the box there. He asked permission so that he could see the other players. He was hidden there in seat 9, and the tournament director has given him permission, and he's moved across, and we've moved him across on the graphic boxes. So we've got down very quickly to 5 players. 4 quick exits this morning, but all the short stacks. So now play will get a lot deeper. There's nobody short stacked anymore.
175.
Raised to 175,000.
Bradley opens to 175.
175 to call.
Danny folds. Marco's folded. Round to Ahmed. He folds a small blind. Mario in the big blind. King 10. So there are the chip counts, and you can see 30 bigs is the smallest stack up to the 142 bigs of Marco. So plenty of play left here. Mario Fato on 99, Bradley on 44, and Ahmed on 35. So all the shorter stacks have been eliminated fairly quickly, but everybody else relatively deep now.
The grind begins. I just chatted with Benji and his wife. He said, now the wife realizes you can make money at this, I've got half a chance. And he's planning to come to Sun City with the family. He's got a 4-year-old, he says.
Wonderful.
And his dad was there, I believe it's his dad. And they're all very proud of him as well, which is nice. Really nice family moment there. Sure, we got 100 messages to catch up on here, Mark.
Yeah, it's a lot of messages there, guys. I don't know if
Melanie was so busy. And not a criticism, we enjoy her company. I just want to make sure we give everybody the mention. So I think we got down as far as Matthew.
Yeah.
And Safaras, who was on the table earlier in the season, or the week, sorry. This is, I feel like Imran, oh okay, well, obviously Imran is no longer with us. Paris Stemmet says Marco, were you still rubbing him? Diego, is that how you said it?
Yeah, Diego, yeah.
Go Mario. Leroy Morrison, what is he doing online, Mr. Morrison? Big shout out to Cliffy. Clifford, Cliffy's not in the room, but I'll show him the message. He's making sure the stream runs as smoothly as it is. And well done to Chess and Gary for holding down the commentary for the full series. Great job, guys. Thank you. Donnie Hogarth. Let's go, Brad. Fly the Bay flag high. False Bay Rugby Club. Carla Marie Moore. Go, Brad.
That's all for Bradley Moore, those.
One of the Bradley fans.
Yeah.
Bradley's still in fighting, eh?
He's still in and fighting.
He's my horse. I want him to win.
The dark horse.
He's the outsider. Robert Cowley, Danny, my man, after starting his journey on day one with a nice play of Jack's, take it. Matty Train, who was here yesterday, of course. Come on, Emp.
Empanada, yeah.
Indigo Sweet. Love that stack, nephew. Okay.
That must be for Marco.
Go Danny Boy, go Ahmed. Jenny P. Mario is well known.
125.
Paddle player in France. Oh, okay. Jonathan Diney, go Danny. Danny will win. John Doe. Okay, that was another one for Chad.
Yeah.
Up to date there, I think. Compliments flying in, and what are we down to? 5?
You're down to 5 very quickly. 4 eliminations. They were all the short stacks, Gary. And
Yeah,
we,
so
we
we-
always knew that that was going to happen, that they were going to try and spin it, or they would go out.
So you can see we've moved a couple of the players around to give them a bit more room. It hasn't changed the order of play, which doesn't really help. It doesn't matter. And every player afforded the opportunity to move if they wanted to within the scope of their allocated seat, of course. And now we've got a bit of symmetry here. 2 players and 2 and 8, and then the guys in 4, 5 and 6. So looking good.
And interestingly, Ahmed and Marco have both moved and facing off against one another.
And Ryan Proper too.
Earlier hand that we
And Mario with that stack now must not be overlooked.
Small big what you had.
Well, Mario's got game. We've seen that in the past already. You know, the other events he's attended. I think was it Times Square we first saw him.
Yeah, it was Times Square, Gary.
Jab.
Huh?
What a jab.
I'm just checking the Cape Town group. Putting a support on there for guys.
Oh, pocket queens or kings. Queens.
So Ahmed with the ace-queen suited in the cutoff.
105.
Raise to 105,000. Call.
Bradley has called with the pocket 3s. Danny has called with the pocket 6s. So 2 players gone set mining out of the blinds. Oh, wow.
So 6s here. Flushes on board, of course. Up and down straight draw for Bradley. 2 overs for Ahmed.
And they both check to Ahmed.
We raise to 115,000. 115.
So it's a bet, not a raise.
Call.
Bradley
All in.
calls and Danny moves all in. He's really worried about that flush.
What he's saying, you got to pay for your draws, you know.
And Ahmed and Bradley are quickly out of the way.
Yeah.
This is my magic plastic bag as well.
Because I was
So, just checking on the local time. Yeah, 12 minutes past 12. So we've had just over an hour's play.
Well, I took the under on 5 o'clock,
prefer with the shade.
but we still got a long grind to go.
So it's a nice hat.
I stopped wearing them and now I'm deep running something.
I'm going to just step away for a minute, guys.
So 5 players remain. Deep stack started off in the background there, and Melanie's found her seat.
Techno just gets me like riled up, and I want to be 4-betting like every hand.
I like to run with like some.
Yeah, it's a run,
It's
right?
like
Yeah.
50 to call.
Mario with the ace 8 of
Raise
diamonds.
to 100,000.
5.1 million behind. That's 100 bigs basically.
If I landed my set of threes, I would have been out. If I landed my set of threes, I would have been out.
Never know. It's a dangerous board because if anybody's got a flush, he's not folding.
5 jack of hearts, 9 of diamonds. Backdoors for Mario. Pair of 5s here for Marco. Another heart on board. Flush comes in. Neither player have a heart, but Megan says let's go Ahmed. Sean S says, in my opinion, once Marco plugs a few holes in his game, he'll be the best player in SA. I said, I don't know that many would argue with that. And Melanie was highlighting what she thought was some improvements he could make. And I'm sure he'll take that as constructive criticism. 4 of clubs. So Marco gets a check mark. Only way Mario can win this hand is to bet him off it. $280 in the pot.
Check.
So does he open him up to a bet here? Takes the check back. To over 5. And the chips will go back towards Marco Nokia. That's a Nokia.
Move the button, please.
It says, I'm assuming that's a relative Marco. We love that play. They'll be referring to a previous play, of course.
Leave it. Shot, Nick. Said shot.
So Nikki Inoue there, just wishing well to Ahmed Karim. Action will be on Mario Fata. King 10 for Bradley in the cutoff, 36 bigs, 1.8 million behind. 130 in the pot, blind sitting at 50, 30, 50 on the big blind ante.
To 110.
Raise to 110,000.
So the raise is to 110,000. Solicits quick folds around DeMarco. Ahmed with Queen 9 in the big blind. dominated by the King 10. He's probably going to defend this. It'll be an interesting study how Ahmed now negotiates or navigates this post flop. Probably a masterclass as usual. Queen 9 off, King 10 off. Playing for 300k in the pot at the moment. Ahmed hits the queen and checks. Bradley checks back, no continuation. Turn card for nothing. 3 of diamonds. Diamond flush is getting there. Bradley with the king of diamonds. Good insurance card. Ahmed to act. Ahmed with the queen here.
145.
145,000.
I think that king of diamonds might keep our friend in here.
145 to call.
Indeed it does. So he's collecting chips. So he's going to see another one, looking for another diamond on the river.
Another 5.
He doesn't want to see a 10 unless it is a diamond, of course. Jack is no good. Board becomes a bit straight here. Ahmed has a lock on the hand. 590 in the pot. Ahmed will bounce some chips in if he thinks he's ahead. You know there's some funky draws out there, so he could actually check as well.
140.
Yeah, 140. And that should be the end of the hand.
140 to call.
Bradley missed it all, and he gives it up. Spot on, sir. So Michael Deploy says, Benji, let's go, buddy. Bad news coming, I'm afraid. Can a clone, SA, kill Benji. Bad news, I'm afraid. But he was a smiley, happy chap when he left, trust me. Terence Vilkin, youth needs to win.
What's up?
Roseanne Mann. Is the image clear? Yes, it is. 100% clear. And I'm looking at one of the devices and I've got another one in my hand, so they're both working fine. And both on the internet. I am running it at 720, so maybe that's the trick. Jenny Snowman, official fan of the Marco Nokia Club.
50,000 to call.
I think he's picked up quite a few of those this week.
So Bradley Moore didn't pick up his cards, so oh, that's what we did. There they are.
Left-handed.
Raise to 100,000.
I don't like the raise under the gun with those one gapper offsuits. Even though they're picture cards, I'm more a fan of getting rid of them, Mark. What do you think? Especially into the crowd you're playing with.
Yeah, I would tend to agree, although the big thing is that we're five-handed now. So that will factor into it as well, but I'm generally not a fan of using those from early position.
Yeah, listen, I'll be completely wrong, and Ahmed will probably just fold this. Well, actually, he's not going to fold it. But, you know, for me, into the chip leader, into the best player in the country, you know, and the unknown French guy, and, of course, notwithstanding the fact Danny has also been quite active. King-Jack offsuit is not a raise I would appreciate early position. Although it does say I'm very strong. Like I say, it's not a criticism, it's just
300.
an observation.
And there comes the 3-bet.
So now he's in a bit of, you know, Mario's going to fold here, we know that on the big blind. But what we have now is a problem where he's got to have to call with a dodgy King-Jack. And if he folds, he's just wasted chips, you get me?
I mean, it's not called the rookie hand for nothing.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Call.
So let's see, hopefully he didn't waste these chips. Hopefully I'm completely wrong, but 9 times out of 10 I'm going to be right here.
And if the board comes jack high, he's in a world of pain.
Indeed he is. So that'll be the end of the hand.
That'll save him.
Ahmed will check this, what do you think?
Ahmed doesn't check much. he tends to bet into, if he's the 3 better, he will continue. But he'll continue small.
He'll announce the bet always.
155.
Yeah.
155,000. 155 to call.
And Barry will lick his wounds and live to play another day.
Yeah,
No point in getting out of line here.
Exit stage left.
And give that one up gracefully, Barry. Fight another day, my belly. Well done. And the best time won. So yeah, so as Mark says, it's called the rookie hand for a reason. But yeah, perhaps a little lesson there.
So nice hand for Ahmed there out of the blinds. And how many views we got now, Gary? Because
Yeah, just a
lot
little
of
defend
comments.
and runs out nicely, of course.
Talking to myself. Come on, chill out, wait, chill out, come on.
Megan says Marco's using his muscles to push them off their hands. Let's go, Ahmed. I don't. Megan, sorry. I think Ahmed is more than capable, as I'm sure you know, if you know him, of dealing with anything that Marco can throw at him. But I'm looking forward to an interesting face-off. And if it does end up, I'm not decrying the other 3 players in any way, shape, or form. If it ends up heads up against these 2, I think it'll be an intriguing battle. But I have a feeling that if it ends up with these 2, they might actually do an ICM deal. Let's see. Let's see.
$125.
So Matteo Inser
225.
says, let's go, Marco. He was on last night as well, so welcome back, Matteo.
Yeah,
assuming you're in France.
Supporting the Frenchman, all going for Mario. Yeah, it'll be an interesting dynamic between the 2 because I know for a fact Marco wants that title. So that'll be the big debate between the 2 of them because Marco wants that bracelet, he wants the title.
Yeah, and I mean that'll come down to chip counts on ICM because, as you know, with the Monster Jam Poker and the SunBet Poker Tour, the points go with the money. There isn't any negotiation over that. It has to be clean. The points will go with the money. That's Marriott Language's other half. Forever the supportive.
2,000 to call.
And we've clocked over to 1,900 subscribers now. So we've gained 200 subscribers in this current series in the last 10 days, 11 days.
205,000.
They heard Mike Collett was in town. Mike's fan club. Nice to see Mike's son here this morning. Takes a lot after his mother. Good looking fella. Mike says, thank God.
Seiko says, is Melanie single, Gary? Maybe put in a good word for me.
Seiko. I'll ask him. She is actually here with her husband, so I can answer that question straight off the bat. If you don't know who Melanie Wisner is, you should look her up. Just look at some of the footage online. She's a very powerful lady poker player, very forthright. I think people, if you listen, you'll pick that up anyhow. But of course, extremely knowledgeable about the game.
90?
It's a 90. Call.
Danny calls, looking for backdoor hearts, and he's got 2 overs.
Bien. Peut-être qu'on fait avec les as, c'est si court. Juste à me dire, tu peux me dire ce qu'ils raise à mettre de tout à l'heure.
It's a 5 for Ahmed, but the flush draw now for Danny.
Check.
checks back. No help for Danny. Danny checks the river.
$105.
105,000. 105 to call.
And that'll be that, I'm pretty sure.
Call.
Well,
Putting him
he's
down
gonna look him
king
up with a
high.
king high.
Fives. Fives good.
I think Ahmed knew exactly where he was there. Exactly where he was. So a few people on the rail. You won't see them in this shot, but to the right of Mark Joseph, or to his left, there's 4 or 5 tables for the Superstar competition. Full up and rocking. And I think there's quite a big guarantee on that one as well.
Yeah, it was a 500k guarantee, and they went to 750 almost.
Very nice. Finish your series off in style. Bradley folds out the D. Round to Danny Diani. Jack 9 suited.
In the small
Powerful
blind.
hand, short-handed.
He just limps in.
Raise to 125.
Oh, he's raised it. He announced it without us hearing there.
So we have the same hand for Marco here.
Call.
So unless we see some sort of weird flush go on, these guys are going to waste my life again. Yeah, there's a feisty flop for both of them. 50-50, of course.
Check a bit.
Danny checks.
Yep. So it's going to be a chop.
Check.
Marco checks back.
Unless one of them can find a little twitch from the other one, I think this will be a chop pot.
Danny raised pre, needs to bet this turn. Checks again to Marco. Now I think Marco will bet.
300 out of the board there, put in 120. I mean, how can you answer with nothing?
Check.
And he checks back.
Check.
Danny hasn't bet any of the streets after raising pre. See by Marco's face the way he was pulling it there, he's undecided what to do here on the river.
Check.
He checks it.
Sounds good.
So they'll chop up the pot there. Danny missed a bet on the turn, and then when he checked, Marco should have bet, but they checked it down passively.
Well, I think we've got to be pleased with the turnout. Turnout's been fantastic for the whole series.
It's been amazing. All the guarantees were bust. So a bumper series again, and I think once the final figures are in, we'll see how close it came to last year's one, because last year, was, of course, was the record-breaking one for the SunBet Poker Tour.
Here the prize of the super stake next on the Gilbert one. So we have 10,000, 15,000, 15,000, 10, 15, 15 in the super stake.
Action on Danny, he's out the way on the button. Marco in the small blind. And he limps into Ahmed's big blind.
Check.
Ahmed checks back.
Check.
So Marco has the Queen of Diamonds for the nut flush draw.
85.
85.
So
85 to call.
Marco makes the move, and Ahmed will fold. So Christmas is coming. The goose is getting fat. Who's going to put some money in my hat? I don't know. But just a reminder, so save the day stuff for you guys. February the 28th to the 10th of March will be the first stop at Times Square. April 24th through to the 5th of May will be Sun City. Stop number 3 will be the 31st of July to the 11th of August, my birthday week, just putting it out there. We'll be back at Times Square. So that's our second visit next year. And then the 24th of September to the 29th of September, slightly reduced days, the boardwalk in the beautiful Port Elizabeth. And then the 23rd of October to the 27th of October, once again a reduced series in KZN, in that beautiful Sevilla resort. And then last but not least, we will be back here on the 20th of November to the 1st of December, 2024. And don't shake your heads, because it'll be upon you before you know it. We'll be here at the fabulous GrandWest doing this all over again. But we got a couple of things in between. Christmas, Easter, Yom Kippur, Gary's birthday, etc., etc.
Pocket queens for Danny in the cutoff.
180.
180.
Raises to 180. Hold it round to Ahmed in the small blind. He's out the way. And Mario gives up the big blind, and Danny will get that through with his raise.
Blinds are up 30, 60, 60 on the big blind ante.
So blinds up here in the main event. 30,000, 60,000, big blind ante of 60.
The price of poker is going up, and that is with the new blind levels. So 121 bigs for Marco, and 18 bigs for Bradley.
So Bradley slipping down a little.
I wonder if Benji spent any of his 175 grand yet.
I'm sure he's still take his missus shopping.
I did mention that might be a smart move. I speak from experience when it's talking about marriage. Sharing is caring. and also gets you into the next poker tournament.
1,000 to call.
There's a question there, says these, from Terence Wilkin, he says these 3x raises versus 2.5 or 2.2, what do you think with the raise size of Chess and Gary?
Oh my word, this is a long, long story. I've actually written a paper on it for some of the guys I work with. I don't know, without giving away lots of strategy that these guys use, and they've asked me not to. I think varying the raise sizes is a good idea. I think you have to remain balanced, and I think that becoming predictable is also a bad thing. It's a bit, I feel like Penn and Teller here, fool me, giving away the secrets of the magic trick.
Great.
So, I don't know what you think, Mark.
165.
Yeah, I think...
strategically, it's not my place to give away the strats and stuff, you
No,
know?
I don't think it's about that. I think he's just asking what do we think about the bigger opening versus the smaller opening. And I think at these higher blind levels, your open of 2.2 is more suitable than opening 3x, because you're limiting yourself to how much you expose to losing if you get 3-bet or 4-bet. And so that's basically it. Whereas at the lower blind levels,
You don't need any of the sitting cards.
This one, handy them to you.
Anyway, hopefully we've answered that sufficiently for you. And Terence, that's a very good question. So we appreciate. Okay, next hand on the feature table will be hand number 29. And we just mentioned the blinds have just gone up. So they've got just under an hour to run before their first break of the day. Levels, of course, at 1 hour. Previous to the freeze out, they were at 40-minute levels. King 9 here for Ahmed. Currently on 2.6 million, 43 bigs.
125.
Raise to 125,000.
pulled it quickly round to Danny in the big blind. Moving relatively quickly now, Gary, with the 5-handed.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see nobody really tanking as such. I mean, Ahmed has a style that he essentially plays the same amount of time for every hand. And nobody's a tanker here. I mean, if they need to take time, they will. They've got their time bank cards. And there was an interesting...
Just put your cards in the box. Slide them again. Slide them again. Sorry. Yeah.
There we go, good. So, well, actually, I'll cover it again in a second once we get to the end of this hand. 10-7-2, so the flop's good for Danny Dayani here.
Yeah, he flops top pair.
Essentially, Ahmed needs a king here.
150. 150. 150
Danny
to call.
leads straight into Ahmed. And Ahmed will fold.
So we had a situation yesterday where a professional player had put in everything in his stack apart from one chip. And then when called and put all in, he proceeded to play every single time bank card he had accumulated. And his rationale being that he could have laddered up during the allotted time that was allocated to the amount of the time bank cards he had. No, we're not asking for an opinion, I mean, but feel free to give one. He is legally allowed to do that because those time bank cards represent 20 or 30 seconds, whatever the case may be. He's accumulated them, and therefore, some would consider that a smart play, a very, very smart and professional play. Some people would consider it a bit boring or whatever. If you have an opinion, share with us. But my personal opinion is I thought it was quite a smart play. The players at his table all went for a smoke break, almost. So, yeah, he left one chip behind when he was put all in. he proceeded to play all of his time bank cards. And his theory was he could have laddered up. He didn't actually ladder up, but he came close. Nothing wrong. What do you think, Mark? What's your thought
It's
process?
fine if his hand was very marginal. If he gets through, he's got no time banks left, and then he's in a spot of bother. But it is a smart strategy if you're wanting to ladder up.
Yeah. And yeah, we have it all here. There's always never a dull moment. Robert Cowley sat with Mario at Times Square. Hell of a nice guy. I think I would echo that also. And his partner in crime, Remy. And Mario has his wife here with him, Madame Fatah. Remember, if you're married in France, it's a madame, and if you're not married, you're a mademoiselle.
Because the interesting thing is once you run out of time banks, when the time runs out, you're forced to check if no action has taken place. If someone's put a bet in, your hand is mucked.
Indeed, I think the guy in question had little or no chance. He literally. And yeah, it's just an interesting situation that had arisen, and there was nothing anybody could do about it. And he proceeded to sit there for whatever allotted time was. Maximum amount of cards you can have is 18, of course. We go 855 here, so the maximum time could have been 9 minutes if it was a 30-second one. Anyway, pocket jacks here for Mario in the 4-seat.
Raise 220.
That's folded round to Ahmed in the big. 8-7 off. Makes the call. Okay, so here's action now. The overpair for Mario, the up and down for Ahmed. Ahmed is checked.
$200,000.
200K is the bet. So what Mario's saying is, if you've got a draw, you're going to pay for it.
Ahmed calls with his up and down draw. King no help to Ahmed.
Check. $400,000.
Gets 400,000 on the turn.
400,000 to call.
Dit is de prijs in de Super Silver Bounty. Ik heb hier your Mantel weer. 200, 300, 300 is the bounce.
Doubled his sizing from the previous street. I think he might get Ahmed off this. He's a non-believer.
Counting it out. Price is too high for his draw.
Who played Mario?
He made it expensive on the flop and the turn, and that got Armour to fold. I think in the background there's another event starting this afternoon. It's a Turbo Bounty or something
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
correct. It is Turbo Bounty.
You win the pot?
So we've got the Super Stack ongoing. We've got the final table of the main event, and then the Turbo Bounty about to start.
All good stuff. We, of course, will stay with this to the end. There are no plans to be moving off of this table.
$6,000 to call.
So Bradley's gone very quiet, and he's down to 16 bigs. Not finding any spots to play. Marco with ace deuce on the button. Puts in the raise.
Raise to 125.
Mario in the big blind, queen deuce off. And those will go back to the dealer.
Yes.
So on.
Poker bet.
Rail up there, Willie up there, Lauren of course, and Richard Barnett. A few familiar faces on the rail. So don't forget to mark those dates in your diary for next year for the tour, 5 stops. We hope to see you there.
Okay, interestingly, going to Boardwork first and then go to KZN afterwards.
Yeah, I said 5, I meant 6.
It's traditionally the way after.
Imagine if they just all joined onto each other.
Sure.
Never be at home.
Never be at home. I don't think you could manage that, Gaz.
Well, not for any other reason. I wouldn't like to spend that much time away from my family.
That's what I'm getting at.
My beautiful wife and my doggies.
That's exactly what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Unless Shelley came on tour and gave up work, you wouldn't be doing it.
No, for her it wouldn't be work anyhow. She loves it. She loves the tour.
Raise to 400.
So Marco raises. Mario 3-betting here with the king 9. Saying, Marco, you're too active, and he's taking a stand against him, 3-betting him.
It's worth taking your time, Bank. Yes. What a word. We've got him down, boys. What do we have him to, like 3? Much have there?
There's the bracelet for this event, along with the cushion
That happened 2 more times. No more thinking.
and the trophy. Notwithstanding
Use
that
them, man. You have like 5.
payout of 1.2
I
million.
had 5 yesterday and I had 5 today. Did you get extra ones today?
Yeah.
You've used 6. You've used 5 today already.
Oh, you can have mine.
So UNG says, Elas follow la vida de por la up. That basically in French means go follow Bido for some hitting throughout 1338, whatever that, 1883, whatever that means. I have no idea.
Might be alluding to his paddle, I don't know.
Gregory Block says he still loves me.
Lord Gary.
He was probably on his knees when he said that.
Marco and Ahmed.
When are you going to come play some poker, Gregory Block? Maybe I'll see you at that regular game we see each other at. Okay, Barry Stamets on. Marco Ahmed heads up, and Marco taking the title. There's a prediction for you. Mr. Stamets, the newest celebrity to the poker scene.
7-4, I can't even call.
Here we go, chip counts, 124 bigs, 7.5 million. Bradley with 13 bigs, looking like he's got to get a bit busy. Danny not too uncomfortable on 29.
Yeah, he's been steadily slipping down as Bradley. He hasn't played a hand in a long time.
Where's the 2? Easy game.
So it's been a pretty sort of steady flow for the last 40 minutes or so. No one getting out of line, no coolers. Game has slowed right down.
Raise to 125.
I'm still taking the under on 5 o'clock. I don't think this will go far.
Yeah, local time, what have we run? 1:45 now?
Yeah, I thought so. 12:54.
Even a little bit further.
Button moves.
Ahmed will take in another hand.
So there's Paul in camera. He's going to give me a shot. There's watch the magic happen. There you go. How about that?
There we go.
41 minutes to go on the level. We know how much is left in. Average stack 3.5 million. So we've got a few below averages. 41 minutes to go on the level, and they'll take their first break of the day. Thank you, Paul. The camera go. And as if by magic, you'll disappear again.
You didn't catch your needle. I found it funny.
Wasn't for him to catch.
Bradley with ace deuce in the cutoff. The problem is when you haven't had a hand for a long time. Okay, he folds it, disciplined.
What's up, bro?
I know you're a celebrity on the table now, but you can come to hi. How are you?
Hi, brother. Good?
Good.
Yeah.
Nice time up.
Yeah, I got lucky on that one. Yeah.
Won that room, man.
Yeah.
I want to go home, to be honest.
Ahmed gets a walk, rare thing.
You're just going straight to Vegas, yeah? Or tomorrow?
I get the late, like 11 p.m.
Yeah.
I got the date to do some stuff.
So how long did you say it was? Like 16 hours?
So,
You're flying direct?
I don't know if this is ominous or not, but Melanie's just come and sat next to me.
Ominous, I busted.
Busto. Come on, tell us the story. It's got to be outed.
Well, I lost with ace king to ace queen, or chopped with ace king to ace queen, and then the same guy opened, and I shoved like 5 big blinds with ace jack. And he said, I know you're good. I know you have me. And I said, okay, fold. Like, just, I'm happy with it. Fold your hand. I really tried hard to talk him into it. And he called with ace 3, and I lost.
Nothing worse. Like a 10-hour plus
Well,
flight,
their
so
loss
get
is
behind
our gain.
How are we doing here? 5-handed?
Yeah, there's one message just came through here from a gentleman called Saku. I actually don't know who he is. But he said, is Melanie single, Gary?
Not single, unfortunately.
Maybe put in a good word for me. I said, well, you travelled here with your husband. He said he wants the beauty, the brains, and the poker knowledge. So
I see.
take that as a compliment.
Well,
125.
I am sorry to disappoint, but I really appreciate the compliment.
There you go. And hubby's big, eh? So watch out. He'll come and sort you out.
But isn't 45 too old for him?
I don't know how old he is. I thought you were 32.
I'm making a
What are you
joke because
telling me?
Mark said I was 45, or someone said I was 45. in the
Really?
booth. Someone when I was on the feature table, I can't remember. So there was a conversation guessing my age, and Mark didn't know.
Have they not got Google?
No,
Well, I've got your bio sheet, so I don't know the answer.
No, I'm 37, not 45. Not yet.
450.
So we're 5. We've lost that team round. You knew where you were here. Chad, brackets Daniel, he's now gone. And young Benji, he cashed for 107,000, biggest cash in his life. His wife was with him. He's got a 4-year-old at home, and they're absolutely delighted. And he's looking forward to a fruitful career. And he said he'd prove to the wife you can make money at this game.
Catch you. It is coming.
How has the dynamic been between Marco and Mario?
Mario has been 3-betting Marco quite a bit.
Good.
And that's why the comment there now about Marco, I'm going to catch you, is waiting. And meanwhile, Mario has been getting the better of the 3-betters. Bradley, of course, has just been blinding steadily down. He was over 20 bigs. He's hardly played a hand. He's the new player, of course.
Yeah, he opened a bit ambitiously very earlier. And Army picked him off. But we're supporting Barry. He's the underdog. He's our horse at the moment.
Cool.
So we wanted to get through.
Maybe Ahmed's like part of his team. He tells people he can't play, and then you take the bet. You get there, yeah. It's like, oh.
Hustle you, yeah. But he's a really good tennis player or something. Yeah. No?
I mean, I don't know the history.
That he looks like
I assure you, he's not spending his days on the paddle court.
So they won't know, but Mario
Yeah, I've been playing for
is
like
a very accomplished paddle player in France, internationally.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
So they're all chirping away.
Okay, pretty decent. Someone that's smarter than.
So Marco with the king deuce from the cutoff.
Again, I'm not a fan of these opens, even with his chip lead.
And in Vegas, so many bets. Like in the, have you played in Vegas? Courts are amazing. Yeah, you should. Man.
The Winamax car is good.
Yeah, this is completely crazy.
I wonder if he just calls here because he's kind of due for a 4-bet from Marco, given what you're telling me, and he probably wants to play this.
I was about to say I'm expecting Marco to 4-bet him this time.
400,000.
All right, we'll see what happens.
Just bring your microphone up with it for us, Melanie. Thank you.
Just because of the banter that's been going on, I'm expecting at some point.
What you're doing to me is not very nice, Mario. My friends and family watching. You think I'm some
See,
fucking
this is the
idiot.
problem. If you're going to
I can't
open
defend
this
my
kind of
3-bets.
hand and you know you're going to get 3-bet by an aggressive player, you have to be willing to 4-bet it.
Yep.
Otherwise, don't open the hand. Or just don't open the hand. Just don't open the hand.
That's where it gets to.
He doesn't need to open that hand at this point.
He's got 2 very good players behind him. He now has the worst seat at the table. He needs to be more judicious with his opening. And fine, you want to open wide, but don't open indefensible hands. He seems to have a pretty good attitude about this at the moment, though, Marco.
No, he's making light of it and everything, but I'm telling you, he's not enjoying it. He's got that temperament.
I think so.
Will be your first time, or have you been here?
And he will look to 4-bet and to get
Yeah,
even.
we should hang out there.
It's useful exuberance, as I'll call it.
I spend more time in the paddle courts
See, what's
than
funny
the
is, like, if he's going to open some crazy hands, why not have it be like a low-suited connector, like 5-3 suited, rather than king deuce offsuit? Not saying he should open that either. I'm just saying, like, that's a better sort of way to think about it. He should fold both, but
Well, Bradley's going to shove here.
it's Also a loose open from Ahmed, but more reasonable.
Yeah, the 10-9 better open than king 2 off.
Yes.
And that's the first hand that Bradley's played for a while, so he'll feel a lot better about it. Especially when you're a new player and you're not getting anything, I think frustration can set in.
That's true, but consider how if you have a short stack, your decisions are quite easy, right? You get a good hand or you don't get a good hand. You go with it. So he's not having to battle post flop where he's potentially uncomfortable against a lot more experienced players. He gets to play a part of the game tree that is more simple.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all in your fault. That's basically strategy.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have to try and play them out post flop because it's not going to happen.
Well, maybe he'll double or triple, and we'll see what happens there. But for now, his decisions are going to be somewhat easy, I think.
My cards are in. Let's see all 5. I've done my work. That's it.
Danny in the small blind, king 9 suited.
Walkie, walkie, talkie, talkie. 125.
Puts in the raise.
125.
I bet Marco's going to be incentivized to play this. Yep.
He has cards.
400. The raise to 400.
Interesting. Going for the 3-bet. This is weird because Danny has a stack that makes this very uncomfortable. And like, if I'm Marco, I don't really want to be 3-bet folding this hand. And 3-bet calling this hand for 24 bigs is quite ambitious versus a player likely to have a tight shoving range. So this is weird. I'm not a huge fan of this one. I mean, 3-bet folding is, plus the problem with 3-betting is that he is going to get the dominated hands to fold, like this one, Queen Jack, Queen 10, King 10, all those things to fold. Whereas I'd rather just play a pot post flop in position with a hand that's likely dominating my opponent's range. Like, you're not getting them to fold better hands, So it's too light for value. It's not going to work as a bluff. I don't know.
Are you going to play only the 10K, or are you going to play some other tournaments there?
I'm going to play all of the stuff.
Like there's some side stuff going on, or?
Yeah, there's like a big 3K, there's a big...
I'm just giving Mario his plans for the win.
So like staying like 3 weeks there, or?
3 weeks, yeah.
But you say staying at the win? That's pretty cool.
Just apologise for the crackly microphone that we've got out there. Sound guys are working on it, trying to identify who it is. We'll try and get it fixed
compared
for
to the
you.
valleys.
Yeah, probably brushing a piece of clothing and then it crackles like that.
But it costed me $1,500 more than I would spend anyways.
So I'm just saying which side events he's going to be playing whilst he's in Vegas next week. Flies out tomorrow.
Okay, Marco limps in here and Armour checks the Queen 10 back, which is a better play.
I don't mind this. I think you can raise this. I think you can check it. He doesn't want to get check raised is the problem with this particular hand. So I think it's fine.
Even players in the Super Turbo Bounty on long run. 200, 400, 400. 244 in the Super Turbo Bounty.
80?
80,000. 80,000 to call.
Marco could check raise here with his back door and over. Pretty rough though.
Yeah, I think in that instance there's better spots for him to pick to take against Ahmed, and he doesn't want to clash too much with Ahmed.
Ahmed stacks his chips the way I do. With the segmenting out of 25s.
records on the wind, you know?
No, really?
Then do you know?
Oh, no,
Yeah, he
no,
does
no.
that sometimes. Other times he builds the
One is
pyramid,
like
the
15
triangle,
minutes
and
off the strip.
it just depends.
There's like 10 courts.
Not the shape. What he's doing
Yeah,
on
no,
the
no,
top.
yeah,
with
no.
the little.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, know what you mean.
Yeah, they just play tournament.
I can just get
But
like
when
some
he's doing the
open
pyramid,
matches.
he tends to even them off.
Yeah, I have some contacts if you want. I can give you that day.
Oh, okay.
They play like.
Like I said, I'm definitely like,
Yeah.
I'm probably like I think I'll probably play like a 1.6.
On play tournament?
Really enjoy seeing a three-way.
Yeah, you will find some matches.
Free-handed
I'm like
match between
1.4 on
Mario,
play tournament,
Marco,
but I
and
think I play like
a
a
little bit
1.6
more. Oh, yes.
because
It
I always
depends
see,
on
I
who-
always see play better players, so I always lose.
Danny out the way, Danny
like
out the
mates
way.
of mine that all are very good, like Jaden and Darren. These guys are
Jaden,
extremely
play where is
good. Extremely good. These
So
guys.
is this the spot where Mario 3-bets Marco again?
Raise to 125.
Ahmed out the way.
I don't think Mario's going to three-bet this hand. I think he's going to call.
He makes the call as predicted. Finds bottom pair only.
$140.
140,000. $140 to call.
Gone for just over a third of the pot.
The question is there enough there for Mario to hang on to?
I don't think Mario folds a pair versus Marco. He probably stays in at least one street.
Here we go. Let's look for a nice juicy peel here on the turn. Get a bit of action.
10 would be very interesting. I think Mario would start repping that.
Oh, well, there you go. There's the juicy one.
He's going to rep this. He's going to lead. He's going to lead here, no doubt. Now, I was wrong before about his leading because he thinks Marco will just like
Barrel.
completely blast off. But I think he needs to lead this turn. It's his range. Marco's going to be forced to call with hands that he would have checked back. There we go. Beautiful.
200,000. 200 to call.
And unfortunately, Marco's just going to check down here. Now, an ace on the river, and now we're talking.
Danny, quite here last night, but they both your sons. Morning, are they both your sons? The 4 kids. 4 sons? One girl, 3 boys. How about the other way around?
Marco makes the call.
He's the third one and he's the fourth one. The older ones, how old are they? That one, my daughter's 23.
Wow.
Interesting.
This one's 19.
Marco's going to call here anyway, but he just can't lose that much now. And Mario can't bet that much.
$1 million in the pot. What do you think he's going to size it at?
I think he's targeting a queen over pair, maybe ace high. At least half. He should go at least half. Shouldn't be that small.
350.
Yeah.
Sober.
350 to call.
I'm even thinking about folding this. Is so good, but I'm never folding, so. Should probably be raising, but like it's the worst river ever.
He should not be raising. No.
5.
I think Mario could have gotten more out of him.
What's
Like-
a raise? He raised, no?
No, he
Oh, they
didn't.
called.
No. If you think your opponent just has like a static calling range, which is just like queen X plus, and you don't really think you're getting a call from ace high, then you want to go bigger. If he thinks Marco's gonna hero call with ace high, then the small size is fine.
So Mario has moved past Marco for the first time. And is now 6.7, 111 bigs. So that's going to be
One time you
interesting
don't 3-bet with
Oh,
dumb
yeah.
shit as
how
well.
Marco deals with that.
Actually, all pretty good.
You know, Mario's getting the best of him so far, but
Big blind.
you know, it can swing at any minute. And Marco has to stay mentally tough here if he wants to not come off the rails. He still has an enormous amount of chips. High contention for winning this. He can't let the momentum sway too far here.
That's how he deals with it mentally. For a young player, when you've got aces and somebody with 8-5 turns another 5 against you, it's how does he deal with that mentally?
I really think that poker players should watch tennis, because tennis teaches you a lot about mental game. Watch tennis, play tennis, whatever. You see these champions like blow it. You know, you see them like they have the match, they have an easy shot and they double fault or like whatever, and they just pick themselves right back up and get in the match and sometimes win it. So that sort of thing is really valuable for poker players. He has to remember that it's just not like a straight shot up to the top, and there's going to be peaks and valleys, and he has to think actively about what he's going to do at this table. How am I going to win at this table? What am I going to do? What's my plan? Who am I going to be attacking? In what ways am I doing that? Like, lay it out as a blueprint mentally rather than just sort of like swim along in your own consciousness.
It's interesting that he stepped away from the table after that hand.
Yeah. Well, that's, I think, how he detailed. He seems to take beats quite tough. I noticed him lose. He lost a flip in a tournament I played with him, and it wasn't even for that much of a stack, but he got up and he seemed to need to collect himself away from the table, which is like kudos to him. Do what you need to do to, but also there needs to be a higher threshold, I think, to weather. It wasn't even that big of a pot, you know. Sure, it's unlucky that his aces got beat.
Don't you think it's indicative of younger and newer players, though? So Bradley's moved all in here from the big blind.
This is really interesting. You see this from newer players sometimes who just decided they've had enough, you know? But Ahmed is going to make the call.
Yeah.
It's just not enough chips to fold that
Yeah,
hand.
they take a stand sometimes.
Yeah,
and,
but what's funny is like a lot of players might talk themselves into a fold here with the ace-8, being like, well, he hasn't played at all, you know, etc. But if you just play theory, which is I have a hand that I'm supposed to call with, then you don't let random things people do influence your action. And he'll be happy to see the king deuce.
Bradley adds a gut shot to his king deuce.
Yeah. Any 2, any 5, any king.
Oh, and he finds a 2 on the river.
As if by magic. Bradley doth survive and takes his chip count to just under $1 million.
Lucky river, lucky.
2 million. He went picked up just under $1 million profit, in fact.
Yeah, $1 million profit. So he's up to 30 bigs, moves Ahmed down to 20. Ahmed won't let him that phase him. He'll just get on the horse, carry on doing what he's doing.
But exactly as you said with the tennis.
Now, Ahmed is someone who I'm not worried about coming back from that. He made a very good call there.
Yeah.
Tough call, good call.
Yeah, he does what he needs to do. He's got so much experience. Been on top of the South African scene for the last 2 years, basically. Been around for a lot longer than that, of course.
You're raising quite a lot on my blind. So.
But acknowledged to be the top player over the last few years.
You did what you did and it worked out.
Danny Downey, you do what you do and it works out. Simple as that.
Yeah, like Melanie said, Bradley just decided he'd had enough of Ahmed raising him. He took a stand.
Got lucky.
And got lucky.
Indeed.
He thought he could get Ahmed to fold, that Ahmed was raising very wide, and Ahmed had a hand that he could call with.
It all happens here, folks. It all happens here. So just on the timing side, 17 minutes to go on the level before the players go on their first break. Started with 9 this morning, we're down to 5. As predicted, the first dropouts were pretty quick, but no, it's slowed down as the strategy and the maneuvering begins. But our favourite, Bradley, is still in, albeit with some luck.
Raise to 120.
So Mario in position here, raises to 120. Pocket kings for Bradley this time. How's he going to handle these?
You raise to 350?
We raise to 250.
Sorry?
You say re-raise 350 to 350.
Puts in the 3-bet.
I don't see Mario defending this. That would be a bit much. I'm sure Mario's confident in his abilities, but this is too weak of a defend to someone that is really going to have a strong, nice, good.
Yeah, Mario's been very disciplined. He's been doing all the right things, if we can put it that way, on this final table today.
Move the button to you, sir.
So we've got the line at 5 o'clock. I took the under, but that's optimism because we've got to break down the set. You think this is going to go longer? Local time now is about 1:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, I think it's going to go longer.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think you guys have a good structure here. And these players aren't going to be eager to just gamble it all away. So, guys, we have a special guest. We have a special guest here. A phenomenal American poker player. Her name is Alexis Gilbard. She traveled with my cohort out here. And I think, can we get her in for a few minutes just to chat?
I'm going to give her my seat, or Mark will give her a seat.
Up to you guys.
Beautiful. What a time to be alive, guys. Alexis Gilbard in the booth.
We need the full bio, by the way, you know, when she sits down.
I'll give it. Wow. Dreams do come true. Alexis has been on the poker scene for ages.
Hey, everybody. Ages.
Am I correct? Am I correct that your first foray was through media?
My first foray was in college in a little game at Brown called the Blue Room Game. Some of you may have heard of it, maybe not, but some pretty exceptional poker players came out of that game. I am not one of them. But yeah, in college I started playing cards.
We're going to come back to your bio in a minute
do it.
because we have a big cooler hand happening right now.
We sure do.
All right, so to catch you up, we're 5-handed here at this final table. We've got 3 of South Africa's best professionals, and 2 of South Africa's best professionals, 1 French pro, and 2 newcomers, I think, to the scene. Is that right?
Yeah, one newcomer and one recreational player in Danny. This is the newcomer.
So this is going to get in. Marco's going to suffer another blow unless he can get lucky. And so Marco had a runaway chip lead on this table, half the chips in play. He's lost a lot of pots. I've been interested from a psychological perspective to see how he handles it should he chip down, which this is how it started, but not anymore.
That's how poker goes.
That is how poker goes.
So Ace King picks up some more outs here.
Hold up.
This is going to be a tough blow for him, I think. There it is. Yeah. Okay. So let's see how Marco handles himself and if he can recover mentally.
I would expect a little bit more cheering from your sons.
And not to mention, can he change his game? Because with his stack now, especially with Mario having a bigger lead, he's not really going to be able to abuse the table as much, and so should tighten his opening range. And we'll see if he manages to do that. Okay, so back to the game at Brown. That's how you found poker.
Technically, I found poker at Turning Stone in upstate New York.
Oh wow, Turning Stone.
Back when
I was there.
Yeah, it was a whole scene. But played in college, worked in poker media for a little while. I work in television as a profession, so poker to television was a sort of natural shift from that.
What do you think drew you to the game?
That's wrong. You sure you took my big blind off? I don't mind.
That's a great question.
I asked the tough ones.
Yeah, you really do. I think it's a combination of the social aspect and the strategy. And, you know, I wish I could answer that question more clearly for myself, because I often wonder why I am so drawn to the game. But it is undeniable.
Yeah. And what do you think, how has your experience been with the South African players? Has it been different than the U.S. players?
Yes, I would say it's different. It's a very friendly, social environment here. I think much more so than a lot of places that poker is as popular.
Yeah.
The players here, you know, they want to talk, they want to have fun at the table.
And they're kind of unpredictable, wouldn't you say?
They are quite unpredictable. I've seen some things. My eyebrows have seen my hairline a couple of times. I try to stop them, but sometimes it just, you know, the cards get turned over, and in your head you think, did I just hallucinate the hand that I'm witnessing? Did we skip ahead a hand? But it's fun. You know, they have a lot of heart.
Yeah.
And they really, you can tell they really enjoy the game.
Yeah.
It's been really refreshing to be in an environment like that with poker, because I think these days you see a lot of very quiet, serious tables, and that is not the case here.
Yeah. Have you played with any of the players at this final table in any of the other events?
Race.
I believe I have played with the gentleman in the sunglasses. That is, apologies for not knowing.
Bradley
I literally
Moore.
just walked in the room. I played with Bradley, I think, in this event. I played 2 events here. The first one I was incredibly jet-lagged for. It turns out flying across the world and playing a poker tournament that day is unwise.
But you didn't play with Ahmed or Marco?
I don't believe so.
Or Mario?
Although I've been looking at the same faces all week, and again, jet lag. It's entirely possible.
Another clash between these guys. So these are our 2 chip leaders have been battling. I'm actually surprised to see Marco just call this out of the small blind. I would assume he'd want to sort. Ooh.
It's going to be an action flop.
I would assume he'd want to take some initiative with being aggressive versus Mario. If I do think if a heart comes here, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Marco to get away, given the dynamic.
125. 125 to call.
And I think Marco's going to want to check raise this flop, because he's going to have some. Firstly, he's going to have some bluffs here, but secondly, he's just going to get called by a lot of things that he is beating, and he needs to. Is this just a call?
It's just a call.
I think.
Check.
Marco now with the lock on the hand.
Heart on the river for some absolute
Action with the cabaret.
Fireworks. Forget it.
Yes, a lot of chips could move around if there's a heart on the river, that's for sure.
I find it interesting that Mario's going to continue here, because this is a turn that is normally going to get checked back quite a bit. This is interesting. Guess his age.
Marco's age?
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to go with younger than I think, based on that question. 23.
Is he 22 or is he 20?
23,
21?
I think.
23. Oh, you got it.
21,
nice.
23,
All right,
22.
nothing's
I
going
think.
to
It's
happen
going to be
here.
a quiet river here.
No, it's a diamond, not a heart. That's a bummer.
I don't think Mario can get anything to fold here. He can get Jack 10 to fold here, which might, or Ace 10 to fold, which might be in his mind.
What sizes does he go with?
I've been wrong on his sizes so far. If he's trying to get Jack 10 to fold, he doesn't have to. You don't really want to have hearts here when you're bluffing. You want to have something else. You want to have like Ace 9 of clubs, maybe.
The deep sigh of frustration there.
So I've got a question for Alexei. What do you do in television?
I am an associate director for live TV, so generally studio shows, kind of coordinating between the producers and the director to make sure everything stays on the rails. I mostly work for Fox Sports in the United States, covering what we would call soccer, but what a lot of the world calls football.
Yeah, I understand.
I've done the last 4 World Cups.
I know what you call football in the States. That's
so
fine.
I like to say I do football and football, although as it turns out I no longer do American football, but now I just do the world's football.
Football and football. She goes to the World Cups, which are
Look,
very
the States
cool.
have got a magnificent soccer team.
We're getting there, yeah.
The ladies, they're
Oh,
fantastic.
our women's team is
Just
world class.
unbelievable.
Our men's team is slowly getting better.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption. The ladies' team is phenomenal. The recent World Cup and stuff, you know.
They are, yeah. It was a
They
bit of a
played-
heartbreaker this
Yeah, I
last
know,
one,
but they played so well.
Yes.
It showed a lot of hearts.
Yeah, well, it's good to see the women's game, the rest of the women's game sort of catching up with the U.S. because as fun as it is to watch your team run circles around other teams, it's better to see a good competition.
And
so.
there's huge money in the men's game. David Beckham and this, what's it, Messi coming to the States? Or I know he's gone back.
Wait, what? David Beckham and Messi are going to play for the States?
No, they've got interest in the teams in the United States.
Okay, David Beckham's too old to play.
Yes.
But Messi
Well,
is not, right?
Messi retired.
Okay.
And then they
we'll
ended
see.
up playing in the States.
Yeah, we'll see if he if he continues playing. But yeah, he retired from I believe the international stage. And then
But he was killing it in the States. He was playing beautifully. I mean, just a dream, you know. And that in itself will attract a lot more sort of international players into the United States game.
Yeah.
Which is what the LMS needs. LMS? What is it?
MLS.
MLS.
Yep.
That's it. That's what they need, you
yeah,
know.
and we're seeing a lot more interest in the States in viewership as far as soccer. I think this last series of the World Cup and our team actually making it was helpful for the men, but also the women really just excelling.
Yeah, fantastic. So what's happening here? Ahmed was an open, was it?
Ahmed's just limped.
Ahmed called.
Limp and check.
Limping the small blind. And
What do you think of the trend these days of limping the small blind?
I'm not personally a fan of limping the small blind, especially somewhere like this. It depends on your big blind, right? If it's someone who wants to see every flop, you can limp a lot more because you're just going to get called and then play a bloated pot out of position. But I generally think people respect the small blind raise. Maybe not so much here, but I have generally been raising my small blinds and not been getting too much
I
trouble.
am into raising the small blind, although I lost a huge pot against Mario doing that.
In this tournament?
Yeah, I've decided I'm over limping the small blind in general, and I've just decided I'm going to raise.
I don't limp the small blind generally as a rule until stacks are pretty short. And then I limp a bunch of things, including, some things I'd like to get a little messy with.
Yeah, I think you make it kind of easy on them if you limp the small blind and you don't have enough limp raises as bluffs and stuff, which people usually don't. And especially if you have good players on your left, I just like to apply pressure. And I think people are less practiced these days with how to respond to, say, a 4x from the small blind than a limp.
Shabir online says he was playing with you in the Hendermob event, didn't have a clue who you were, but found out very quickly. He
Oh,
says
yeah.
you're a beast.
Oh, that's
I think that's
funny.
a compliment.
Oh, that's great.
25,000.
There was quite a lot of chatter in the room about the American woman
Oh,
when I
yeah.
arrived.
The American woman. That one.
Oh, do you know that American woman? I do, actually. She has summoned me here.
I have summoned Alexis here. I basically told her that Cape Town was one of the best places on earth and that a safari is a life-changing experience and that the poker is just great here. And
So you're going to KZN tomorrow on the day after on the safari?
so I'm going
in a few days.
She's going on a different one than me. She's going to Kwandwe. Yeah, and I'm going to Pinda Rock Lodge.
You guys are going to have a ball. Huh?
I know. I'm so
Trust
excited.
Me. Trust
yeah.
me.
I'm thrilled.
Don't pet the animals,
No,
we've
no,
been
that
told.
probably wouldn't be a good idea.
But I want to. I
Yeah.
feel like I want to.
There's a lion and rhino park in Gauteng where you can go play with all the animals and it's all under control. You can see the rhinos
Yeah.
and everything. But they were brought up in captivity. Don't do
Yeah.
the other ones because they might eat you.
I wanted to actually go to the cheetah sanctuary here.
Oh, that's stunning.
I heard is this the Cheetah Haven that's at a winery or near the wine regions? Someone was
I
telling me
don't
about this
know, but
yesterday.
Alexis is very much a cat person. And I feel like
Guilty.
you need to get up close and personal with the giant cats. You would not believe the cheetahs purr just like the cats, but it's
I
so
would believe.
loud.
They also meow.
It's
I've
so
seen it.
loud. Well, maybe we'll do that.
Maybe I'll take a cheetah home.
The cheetahs are reputed to be the easiest of the big cats to tame.
Really?
Yeah, but if
Oh,
they're
that's
brought up in
interesting.
captivity. I mean, that sanctuary, by the way, they do purr, and they almost need a volume control. It's unbelievable. We've got Pocket Kings here, and Marco is heads up with Ahmed, so always interesting.
Look at
Marco's
this.
hit the 8 on the flop here. Backdoor
Top pair
diamonds
with some-
available.
yeah, some backdoor draws.
I think this money is going to get in here, given that Ahmed only has 13 big blinds to start the hand. I think Marco just shoves this flop or raises the flop and calls it off. I don't think he wants to just call here. His demeanor has totally changed from... not a fan. The problem is there's just going to be too many turns that put him in a tough spot. This isn't one of them, but
So Marco checks it over to Ahmed here.
J'ai flush draw.
13 bigs, 815 behind for Ahmed.
I'm really a fan of his table presence. It's just very, like, stoic and feels a bit dangerous. I don't know how to else explain it, but I enjoyed feeling it at the table. That sounds weird. I watched it and I'm a fan.
It's not weird to a poker player. Yeah, it's not weird to a poker player. It's very repetitive and and you know, obviously it's very professional. It doesn't give anything away either.
Doesn't give anything away, but it's also not annoying. Like a lot of these people,
Here you go. You said it was going to go.
and I'm sure Alexis will agree with me. A lot of these players that try to be very monotonous machines just want to make you kill yourself
Here's
at
the all-in
table.
call. It's predicted, Melanie. Sorry to butt in there.
Yeah. We got it all in. Marco's going to lose another pot. And his mental game is really going to be tested here, I think.
Only 827, otherwise he's going to double Ahmed up.
Not going to do it.
815.
This is really a chip leader's worst nightmare, to just lose every pot to the good players at the table.
Yeah.
That's tough.
815.
So, just so you know, ladies, this level will be at an end very, very shortly, and they'll be on 15 minutes.
Okay.
Please feel free to avail yourself of everything here. We're not throwing you out. We're enjoying your company, and it's always nice to have a different take, and particularly with respect to a couple of young ladies as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Happy to be here. It's been fun.
What do you think is the biggest lesson you've learned being a woman playing poker?
Well, that's obviously not a question for me.
Not a question for you.
Wow.
Or I'll offer a second question. What do you think is the biggest weakness of your opponents facing you as a woman? Where do you find that you're able to take the most advantage?
I think it's sort of polarized. You have to sort of figure out what kind of opponent you're dealing with because some of them will
the button, you the button.
overestimate you and assume every time that you are applying pressure, you probably have it. And some of them take more of the approach that a woman might take advantage of that image that I just mentioned and therefore will never have it. And so it depends on the player, but I think what I've learned is that it is very important to sort that out as soon as possible once
Very
I'm at
good.
the table, who is making what initial impression of me. And obviously I have to pay attention to the kinds of hands that I'm showing down that will support or undermine that impression. But I think as a woman you have that extra layer of often people come to the table with certain expectations of how you might play, and you can often take advantage of that. But depending on some players, you might have to be a little more careful with the actions you're taking.
What a great answer.
Yeah, phenomenal.
Players are on a 50. Okay, good afternoon and welcome back to the main event. We're down to 5 people at the feature table. I have the absolute pleasure of being outgunned by the ladies this afternoon. I still have Alexi Gilbard with Bard. My
Alexis
apologies.
Gilbard.
You got me?
There
Yeah.
you go with me, and of course you've just heard Melanie's still here as well, and she's given up some of her valuable time to give us an insight and an overview. I just quickly spoke to some of the players on the way through, and Ahmed said the longer it lasts, the better it is for TV, he says. I think he was referring to his recent double up, so he's delighted. Marco had gone off to a corner and squirreled himself away quietly, which is very unlike him, so he's obviously just getting his thoughts together, I think.
Good.
And,
The mental game is a huge aspect.
That's right.
And a couple of guys who normally come and commentate said, that, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I told them the ladies were in here. He said, geez, I'm going to tune in. We need that angle. We need the ladies' angle. That's good, you know. It's good that people appreciate that. So welcome back, ladies. And
Sadly, there were 2 women who bubbled the final table. Oh. Just like the main event.
Sorry.
First walk.
A real thrilling hand there.
yeah, just a quick walk in the park.
Everyone loves a walk, though, right? It's
No, we'll take those all day.
How did you bust the main event, Alexis?
The main event. Oh, man, you're really going to test my memory here. That was yesterday?
It's this event.
I think it was yesterday.
Oh, the main event, of course. Let's see. I came back with about 30 bigs. The very first hand of the tournament, I had the ace and the king. And someone to my left with about 18 bigs jammed over my open. I happily called. He had queens. I unfortunately did not get there. And a couple hands later, I jammed my couple of big blinds with ace-queen suited right into aces. And that was that.
Yikes.
Yeah.
The classic coin flips.
Oh, poker.
So, Lexi, how long have you been playing poker then?
Oh, goodness.
wow.
Let's see, about 20 years.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
off and on. I mean, I've played in that span,
165,000.
sometimes very little poker. But, yeah, started in college, and I am an old maid.
So Max Davison is online. Max is probably one of the best players in the country as well. He's currently in the United Kingdom on some leave, missing this event. He said, good knowledge, Melanie, and a good change of scenery, whatever he's meaning there. Hi, guys. Hope you're all well. Hope to catch up with you in the new year. Very impressed by Mario, but I will always be rooting for my boy, Ahmed.
Ahmed's a fan favorite here, huh?
Yeah.
I'm just going to read between the lines, though. I think by change of scenery, he means it's better to see Mel not on the table because she's so intimidating out there, you know?
I like that. I like that. I like what you did there.
Are we ever going to get booth cams?
We have done that in the past. Unfortunately, just due to the amount of cameras and the amount of links into our Black Magic box that does the cameras, we didn't have a spare slot this time. But yes, we do have a booth cam normally perched up there looking down on us. So next time you're here, we'll certainly sort that out. We're actually a long way from the table here, so we've had to stick boosters in lines and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, it's a challenging
I
environment.
told Alexis just follow all the cords, and you'll
Indeed.
find the you'll
Indeed.
find the room.
Yeah, they didn't think about outside broadcast when they built these casinos.
But I mean, you guys are a newer tour. You guys are a smaller tour.
Yeah.
And this whole production is very impressive.
It's great, and coming from a production background, I will say, seeing the commentators is much less interesting than probably all the other things we're seeing with the cameras that we do have. So
I think it's a fair call, and that's why we prioritise the camera time to the front.
absolutely, yes.
Looks like this is checked around. Ahmed's open. Mario has called the cutoff, and Marco has defended the big. Checked around on the flop. Ahmed's turn to pair. Will Marco fight for this? I don't think he should.
With 3 spades on the flop and 3 players in, the likelihood is that someone has a spade in their hand. Is that
Someone has a spade in their hand, most likely, but also, like, how do you win this pot? Like, he's going to bet, and someone's going to call him with something,
Somebody's
and
gonna have
he's not
something.
going to know what to do on many rivers, except an 8 or a 10. Someone could have checked a king here, for sure.
Spaghetti.
380.
So
I think Mario's just going to fold this.
the roving camera guys say challenge accepted for the booth cam, by the way. So do up your top there, Melanie. Don't show too much of your shoulder. Just stand by for we're going to get you guys on the TV if it kills us. So stand by for that one. We're all kind of relaxed and chilled here. Now we've got to smart ourselves up.
I did not sign up for this. Where's my makeup person?
Okay, well, you'll know when we're live.
The joke is that I don't wear makeup.
You'll know when we're live because...
Alexis is an avant-garde lady. No makeup shall touch her face under any circumstances.
I do not believe in the makeup tax.
Okay, so what he's going to do, he's going to take a shot and he's going to put it into the production.
Just a
still? We're on a long-range camera here, so he's not getting us, but he's going to film us right now. So please make sure we get a smile for the camera.
What should we do? Perhaps a cheers?
Cheers.
So, ladies and gentlemen, when you watch this back, that is the lovely Alexi and, of course, Melanie. And we're very blessed to have them in the booth with us today. So, great to have you guys here. Yes, there you go.
Oh, there we are.
We've got a live picture.
Oh, great. Fabulous.
We managed to get the picture live. So, Alexi closest to the camera, of course, Melanie in the middle. And I don't think I need any introduction. But we do thank you, ladies, for just the awesome job you're doing and giving up your time. And of course, we appreciate your insight and knowledge.
Happy to spend the time in here. Thanks for having us.
You get to see some nice animals outside of the booth as well when you're on your safari.
We should look up the cheetah thing. I really would like to go to that.
Someone told me about that yesterday, and I was like, okay.
I mean, we could go today.
I think I have information on it.
They have
if you
claws.
don't play, we can go today.
They have claws like this, and they're heavy, heavy animals. And they just sit across your lap. And I tell you, it's just to make you feel it in your heart. You're a cat lady?
I'm a
Trust
cat lady.
me,
In fact,
you're going to feel it in your heart.
I have 2 cats, and one of them is what we call in the States a Bengal, which is actually...
I didn't know that.
A tiger?
He is, so in his ancestry is the African savanna cat, which is a small wild cat. I'm not sure which countries it's native to, but they've basically bred this wild cat with domesticated cats to create a tiny cheetah cat.
Wow.
And he looks like a little cheetah, and he's very cute. So
you're going to go see his big
I'm
cousin?
going to go see his ancestors.
That's cool.
Yes.
How cool is that?
Yes.
Well, we should check and see. Perhaps that instead of poker today?
I will look into it.
Okay.
Perhaps. There is a...
There you go. There's a challenge.
There is a turbo happening that I can go enter, which
We're going out to the millions here. We have all these guys listening. If you know where the cheetah sanctuary is, drop us a line in the chat.
Let's.
And
I will do a
we'll
little
see,
bit of research right now.
We'll see if there's something local in Cape Town. And
there is something pretty close, I think. I
hear it's in Spire, S-P-I-E-R. Is that?
I come from the north, so I'm not from this part of the country.
Just Google cheetah rescue or cheetah something.
Cheetah Haven is what I was told it was called.
Cheetah Outreach. I think that's the one.
That is only a 30-minute drive away, which is
that's cool.
How late is it
quite
open?
Local. 5 p.m.
Okay, well.
Also open tomorrow.
Well, local time here is just coming up to 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
Well, tomorrow we're busy.
So if you're going to go, how are you guys getting around? You Ubering or you got a car?
Yeah, just Ubering. Okay. Yeah.
I think it's just the best way. In Vegas, we Uber everywhere. Well, we take the train during the day and then at night Uber back to the hotel.
Yeah.
And then just get food delivered.
Do you guys have a big South African cohort planning to come out again this year?
Yeah, I think it won't be as big as last year. There was a huge contingent last year, but certainly quite a few people already on the radar. I was last there I didn't go last year. I was there the year before.
I'd like to be an honorary South African for the WSB. I want everyone cheering for me from South Africa.
Can I just tell you, it wouldn't be a problem. I must say, there's Raymond Rami came, I can't remember, third in the World Series some years ago from South Africa, and he was against Scotty Nguyen, hello baby, Scotty. And then myself and my friend Carl, we were in our South African shirts, going to the tag team event. And Scotty goes, "Hello, South Africa," from the other side of the room. He says, "Say hello to Raymond for me." And he hadn't forgotten after all these years. It was
Wow.
kind of cool.
That is cool.
Yeah, so...
Poker is one big community, you know? I'll sometimes run into
165.
someone at the table that it'll take me a while to realize
Yeah, who they are.
how I know them. And then, you know, it comes back to me at some point.
They were holding the World Series bracelet some time ago or something, invariably.
Or they just put a really bad beat on me and I like, blocked it from my memory and I was like, I think I know this person, you know, dig it out slowly.
And we've got the king in the house.
So I'm going to step aside because the boss has arrived.
Oh.
And he's going to give us some insight and interface with you guys. So thank you, Alexi. Thank you, Melanie. And I'll be back with you shortly.
Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Yeah, so nice to be here with
I
these two
know.
little angels taking care of business in the final table.
I lured her here under false pretenses, and then I
She
got her
said,
in the
come,
booth.
Come watch me do commentary. And then as soon as I walked in the room, I'm getting a headset put on me.
Well, you're doing
It's like I got bluffed.
You did indeed, but I mean, it was cool to hear your story. I mean, you've been involved with poker and poker media and production and TV. So this is not a strange environment for you at all.
No, I was thrilled to come in here and look around. Slightly less thrilled to put the headset on, but you know what? It's been fun.
Yeah, it's been great. I've been listening to it outside. I couldn't help myself. I had to come in and sit with you.
People get nervous about the commentary thing, but everyone just takes to it so well if they can get over the initial, you know. Especially poker players, like you have all these thoughts in your head about strategy and, you know, your opinions on other players, and mostly you keep them to yourself, but because you want the advantage in the game, and also because there's no reason to tell everyone what you think of them at the table. But it's very cool to have an outlet for it.
Absolutely, and when you come in the commentary box, I mean, we expect you to be objective and tell the truth as you see it, right?
We do.
Yeah, it's
we
fantastic.
Do.
I've been listening. It's been great. It's a nice enhancement to our team that have worked tirelessly this entire week. Gary and Mark,
They
I mean, they are
absolutely have.
exhausted.
Yeah.
So it's nice for them to have some relief, and it's also nice for our viewers to have some different voices. And I see the comments are flying in thick and fast. So continue and ask the ladies questions. They are very knowledgeable in the game.
Within reason.
AMAA, almost anything.
So I see there's been a tremendous shift in chips.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Marco had 8 million plus. He now has 4 million. He's lost a lot of pots.
There's our current chip count here.
I speculated actually at the beginning of the day when he had this runaway chip lead. Could he see a path to victory even if he takes a rougher road to it?
Yeah.
Can he handle the mental challenge of falling from that extreme chip lead and still retaining his caliber of play? That's what I was most interested in, because often when you come in as a heavy chip leader like this to the final table, you expect to dominate, you expect to win. What happens if it doesn't go your way? You can't just come off the rails. So
160.
The mental aspect of that is very interesting.
So the interesting part is, and I do stand to correction, but I believe Marco's only 20, so he wouldn't even be allowed to play in America. Right?
Yeah,
So
well, if we've heard 20 to 23, we don't know the actual.
does the Hen and Mob get that information if we look him up?
I don't think so, but either 20 or 23, like.
I mean, I can find that out.
I mentioned earlier that he shows a lot of talent, like being willing to fight for pots that other people aren't willing to fight for. But needs to get a few of his technical elements under control, I think, if he wants to be the best version of himself.
Well, at the age of 20 or 23 or whatever it is, he's got a ton that he can still learn,
Absolutely, absolutely.
200.
Don't see anything about his age on Handed Mob, but I do see that He played his first tournaments in 2019 in Australia. What is the minimum age for poker there? Is it 18?
Well,
It looks like there's an all-in and a... Oh, sorry, I'm watching the other.
Oh, you're watching the wrong
the
thing,
poker.
right? You're watching the wrong thing. Okay, so if he played in 2019, that means he'd be beyond 21 now, because you certainly wouldn't be able to play anywhere under the age of 18. So.
Okay.
So but I'll get the information.
I think 23 then might be correct. That was our initial guess. Still.
No, tons of talent.
Plays very well for a young player. He holds his own. Hopefully, he can ride through the beats that he's taken and continue to do that.
Melanie, so as a poker coach, do you get players that are fairly advanced as Marco? So young talent, he's quite advanced, he understands a bit?
I do sometimes. And what I really like to work on with the better players is the mental aspect of the game, because that's what I think separates the good from the great. Like, there's not a ton special that I personally am going to give a super advanced player who is familiar with solvers and frequencies and all that stuff. Like, firstly, I mean, you can work with people on how to study the most efficiently, or what elements of their game, you know, need work and have leaks. But often, the higher you get, the less technical specificity is going to improve your game, and the more the mental and feel and dynamic awareness is really going to separate you from the pack. So with the lower level players, I like to work on highly technical aspects, and more like, you know, approaches to the game, the aggression, the logical reasoning, etc. And then with the higher level players, I like to do
so interesting spot. Sorry,
game.
man.
Yes, I was just about to say we've got a very interesting limp in the small blind from Marco here. With a pair of sevens.
Ahmed's not going to fall for it.
Yeah.
Trying to set a little trap.
Yeah. Not the flop you want with sevens.
No. Do you think Ahmed leads? Really, you've been watching him?
I think if it's check two, he will bet here.
And then if he does bet, what do you okay, so Marco's leading out, right? This will probably force Ahmed to fold, I would imagine.
I don't think Ahmed is not going to fold a pair.
I think Ahmed will see the turn with the bottom pair and the backdoor straight draw here.
Nobody's going to fold a pair to Marco after having seen how he plays, not at least on the flop. I think that he's going to stick around for at least one more.
See how bad I am? I didn't even realize that.
No, yeah, it's
twos usually don't count, but
yeah, I didn't even realize that he had a pair.
So we will see the turn here.
The thing about this hand is the board is so bad for Marco that if Ahmed is given any rope, he's going to be able to win this pot. Aces is a bit different because Ahmed doesn't have a lot of aces in his range. And if Marco knows this, he's just going to blast off and get Ahmed to fold.
So you're saying that Ahmed would definitely have raised pre-flop if he had an ace in his hand?
Not all of his aces, but many of them. Yeah. Suited aces for sure. You know, the good aces. He might check back something like ace-3 offsuit.
And Ahmed obviously can't give Marco any aces because he was also passive pre.
So I think he can give Marco aces because Marco could be limping a good ace with intention to check, or with intention to limp raise it.
Yeah.
Has Marco been limping the small blind a lot?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then.
So Marco could have an ace. Essentially, in this dynamic with two good players who know what they're doing, Marco is the person more likely to have the ace than Ahmed.
Okay. And then
what's interesting is Ahmed thinks Marco's bluffing, and Marco kind of is bluffing, but with the best hand.
So this will be another alarm card for Marco, I would guess.
Very interesting. I don't see Marco going for it here. I think he checks this as all those things miss. I think he checks and decides. We'll see what Ahmed comes with.
Do you think Ahmed checks behind if Marco...
I don't know if Ahmed needs to bluff with his hand, or he doesn't know that he needs to bluff with this hand.
Yeah, you think he might think he's got enough showdown.
If he does something like overbet to try to get Marco off a jack, like, yeah, he's going to check this.
I'd say he has checked.
The thing is, if I was Ahmed, I would expect Marco to be incredibly polarized here. I wouldn't expect him to double barrel a pair that's higher than mine but lower than a 9. So if I were Ahmed, I would probably check back, because I don't think I can get, I don't think I can get better hands to fold, and I don't think I can get worse hands to call, and that's the whole point. and a player might look back at this hand and think, oh, I could have gotten him off of it, blah, blah, blah. But that's not really the way the thought process works in the hand.
So, Milady, as a poker coach, do you, I mean, you've just like broken down this hand really nicely and called all the action as you thought it would go down as a poker coach. Do you offer online coaching?
Like for people who play online poker?
No, for people that play live poker but do not live in the US.
All my coaching is online.
Oh, really?
I do it all on Zoom. Yeah, I have quite a few players who live who don't live in the US.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Teach, yeah.
So okay, so that's cool. So people out there, if you are looking for a poker coach.
The rand to the dollar is not your favor, though. I will say that.
It's not in your favor, but she loves coming out of South Africa, so I'm sure she'd do a lovely rate for South Africans and do a nice negotiation.
I can do a special South African rate.
I'm not entirely sure how the hours would be because of the
hours are a little tough,
9-hour gap between us. But you know, Melanie is available for poker coaching in South Africa. If anyone's interested in learning, I mean, I've been speaking to you the whole week looking to get a lesson.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
you want
absolutely.
a lesson, huh?
Absolutely,
okay.
absolutely.
Well, that's on the house.
You know, I travel around the world playing poker. As it turns out, I go to the US at least once a year, at least to the WSOP. I go to Asia a ton, and I always find myself going to one European event. And I keep on saying I'm not going to Europe. I've had enough of Europe because I like playing in fun environments like it is out here.
Yeah.
I mean, I like being social at the table and talking to people and finding out. And my job is recruitment, right? So,
where should he go besides Europe? What's a good stop?
I have seen
I feel like
far
Australia's
fewer than you
good.
have, but
Australia's
I think
really
Australia
fun.
is the other non-US place I have been that feels the most like this playing environment.
Yeah.
Where you get a lot of people who want to come have fun.
Absolutely.
Europe is, it seems these days, just a lot of grinders. Who
yeah,
are
it's
trying
hectic,
to,
man. I've just
trying
come
to
back
get
from
that
Cyprus.
edge. Yeah, and it's...
It was cool, though. Like, I mean, I went to Merit in Cyprus, northern Cyprus, and it was a cool environment, great hotel, lots of players, tons of action. But communication was not because they can't speak because of the language, it's just people like just want to go sit there and grind and all this GTO stuff, and they just like sit there and play very robotically. And I actually want to ask Melanie a few questions around that. And does Melanie coach you, just as a matter of interest today?
We do talk poker. I don't formally do any coaching, but we talk about hands all the time.
Okay, so cool.
Yes.
So I mean,
I can highly recommend her.
You share insights and much of the information she gives you, I would imagine, you use in your poker hands.
Absolutely. So this hand we have Marco's opened the button with King 10. Mario defended the big blind and hit a pair here, but this turn has gotten much more interesting.
Absolutely. So
Marco now has an open-ended draw here, and Mario still a bit ahead with the pair, but...
So Mario's second visit to South Africa, as you know, he's from France. And I haven't had a look at his end of mob either, but he's fairly accomplished as a player. He's pretty good out there. Melanie, how's he been playing this morning?
Which one?
Mario.
Very well. Mario has played phenomenally well, in my opinion.
Was Mario wearing a pink hat at some point?
He was.
Okay, then I did play with him. Okay, apologies.
Yeah, and his girlfriend's been with him, and he started a vlog, and he's doing quite a bit of his own poker.
He was lovely. For a European player, if we could get more happy European players.
The French
like
players, both French players were great, I thought.
Yes.
Yeah. And then I like his shirt, says SunBet Poker Tour to South Africa, which is fun and cool. And
What's the first thing on his shirt? Mama so famoso?
something like that, yeah.
What is that?
I have no idea. I was hoping you could tell me.
No idea. I think Marco should bet big here. If he's going to bluff, he needs to go big. He needs to make sure. I see. So Mario's leading now. Interesting.
Mario also led the turn.
Oh, okay.
I think you have queen 10, but listen.
Okay, so Marco just giving him his thoughts about what he thought he had.
I don't think he should be giving him those thoughts. I don't think you want to give a player an insight to what you're thinking, especially someone that's smart enough to use it.
I do think players will occasionally bluff in that situation, looking for another player's response to their air quote. I'm doing air quotes right now. Read, but agreed. And it's giving away information about your thought process is always a gamble.
He's got the headphones in now. He doesn't seem as comfortable. I think he plays his best game when he's looser. When he's looser and more,
Did you qualify online? For her?
It feels like when he's looser and more gregarious at the table and like more relaxed, he is more dangerous.
Nice.
That's been my impression so far.
So that kind of comes with, arriving this morning with more than half the chips in play, chilled, overnight, slept really well, I would guess, thinking, well, I'm just going to come and scoop this 1.2 million really quickly. We had a mass exodus in the first hour from 9 to 5 really quickly.
Well, this is the real test, right? This is, can he access his A game when it hasn't gone the way that he wanted?
Yeah.
Either he can or he can't. And if he can't, then he's going to learn from this. And if he can, then it's going to be a huge boost to his confidence, going forward. And if he is a champion, if he has the champion mentality, then he's going to see it through, and he's not going to make bad decisions because he's frustrated.
Yeah,
which is not to say he's made like some bad decisions. It's just
I think you're behaving really good, because I remember for my first tournament
played
live,
versus
like
Mario,
shaking,
his river shove. I think he didn't have to do that with when Mario had a flush, because that turned the tides completely.
Pretty impressive. I could not believe that it's your first tournament live.
What's going on in his mind is, I had all the chips. Why did I do that? I could have this, I could have that, but it's over. You have to move to the next hand. You have to play the next hand the best that you can, and you can't keep comparing your stack to what it was.
Max Davison, one of our pros, who is in the UK at the moment, he's actually an Englishman, but he's relocated to Tanzania and then to South Africa, who is very successful on the SunBet Poker Tour, has now commented. Good knowledge, Melanie, and good change of scenery. Hi guys, hope you're all well. Catch you guys in the new year. Very impressed by Mario, but as always rooting for my boy Ahmed. Good luck to all.
We saw that one earlier.
Oh, you did?
We did.
I only saw it now. Hello, Max. I hope you're having a fun trip, and I'm sure you have all the FOMO because you missed out on these huge pots and prize pools in South Africa. But you'll be back.
I had some great feedback, by the way, from one of the ladies in the ladies' event who said that for the cost of entry and to get the clinic, they're like, that's the best value they've ever had for poker in South Africa. They really liked it.
Well, that's good.
So maybe I can.
Right, so Marco finds himself some jacks here under the gun.
165.
Kind of difficult for him having...
Oh,
my God. And
yeah,
it's just crazy. I was just going to say he's got like the toughest opponent on his left.
Well, what happened was he was in great position, but then he eliminated the people eliminated him, and now he's in very bad position.
Very bad spot for him.
The test really here is like when you get dealt a hand like this, and your stack has just only gone down. You think to yourself, okay, jacks, all right, I guess. Like, what are we gonna do? Like, how am I gonna lose this one?
Just psychologically,
I think they can bust. I think that Marco is very likely to shove this.
That's what I'm saying.
Given Ahmed's stack, no, I don't think so. Not five-handed. But what I'd like to see is for him to consider it, consider the spot, consider could Ahmed be light. But at the end of the day, Marco has a premium hand. They both have premium hands. This is a cooler. I don't think he's going to be able to get away.
Oh, wow. Well, that's a good start for him, right? Just knowing what's going on. I don't know if you think it's the correct play.
This is really interesting. I think he should be getting the money in here.
Yeah, he's taking a more passive line with it, so perhaps
the passivity may allow him to get away, but I'm not a huge fan. I think with these stacks and with Ahmed being able to be 3-betting light, taking jacks out of position against a phenomenal player is not your best route. Like, he has 27. I don't know if he actually knows what stack. Maybe he's underestimated the stack, or I assume the graphics are correct.
Yeah, they'd be pretty close to it. So So what do you think Ahmed's giving Marco here?
75.
Like, is he giving him any kings, any ace king? No, well,
No
Marco's
ace
line
king.
with ace king has been very aggressive, right?
I think with ace king he'd get it in, right?
Yeah.
He could
You
have
can
king
have
queen.
some kings, but probably not the best.
King queen, king jack, king 10. The ones that he doesn't want to see. And I think this is probably just going to go check, check on the turn, and maybe there's going to be another bet on the river.
Both got backdoor diamonds.
Interesting. Marco's going to lose more now.
Yeah, they both think that's a safe card, right?
Yeah, so now they both think their opponent is less likely to have the king, which is the scary card for both of them.
And which is true.
Well, Marco really unlucky to find himself in this spot. Especially, you know, it's a mean game this sometimes, Melanie. Like you come out here with more than 50% of the chips in play. You have a couple of things not go your way. You're a young kid, and then we're not sure if you can handle all the psychological.
Now the question is, does Marco value bet his hand? And he probably should on this texture. He probably should value bet his hand, and Ahmed's just going to call, and that's going to be that. But I think Marco was lucky not to lose his whole stack here. I think he should have. I think he should have gone all in, and he should have gotten called and lost.
Do you think that if Marco just puts out something small as a block bet just to try and protect himself from a massive river bet?
Well, the question is, what is he trying to do? And it's not to protect himself from a massive river bet. I think it's because he assumes he has the best hand and he wants to get called by a worse hand. So he's going to bet an amount here. Maybe he thinks Ahmed looks him up with a 10. Maybe he thinks Ahmed is going to call him with 9s. Maybe he's going to get a here. Oh, I don't know about this.
Yeah, me neither. I think he just...
Now, Ahmed should be very comfortable here that he has the best hand, and he should go big. Ahmed's going to get more money out of Marco now because he's going to go big, because he knows he has the best hand, whereas he would have just had to call if Marco bet.
So Melanie, Ahmed has slightly more than the pot here. What would you bet in this spot?
I would bet $1 million.
Well, he's reached out for 9.
Give it to me. Do the million.
He's come forward with
Want
900, if
million.
my maths is correct, if I can see those chips correctly.
He could go all in as well. He could just go all in. But I think that he recognizes that Marco doesn't. He's not gonna he's gonna put Marco on a king on a 10 at best, and Marco could even be trapping with pocket 10s. That's the thing. I don't think he expects Marco to have called jacks. Like, he can't put him on jacks. So Marco.
Oh wow!
Oh!
I think you could tell that Marco was strong, but that went well for Marco.
Jesus
You gotta
Christ,
keep a
that
lot
was
of
a missed
chips.
opportunity. He's remembering that Marco checked the king queen, his boat, before, and he's thinking, oh, Marco could check a boat, Marco could check a king. Like, what am I getting value from? He didn't expect him to have jacks, but I still think with queens you have to value bet. If you want to bet and fold to the shove, that's fine. But I think that was a missed opportunity by Ahmed.
Yeah, it was a pretty weird hand, that.
Yeah.
Pretty weird hand, that. You see, like...
Ahmed should be pretty annoyed that he didn't get a full double there.
I mean, Marco's done well to lose so few chips. Like, I would find myself in that spot, personally, just putting out, like with those jacks, just trying to...
I would have gone all in. Pre-flop.
Oh, pre-flop?
Yeah.
Yeah, but once you've taken that line...
Yeah.
You know, once you're in that boat, you got to sail that boat, right? You don't get left with too many options.
Yeah.
You complain a lot for someone that's on the final table.
Dude, it's unreal.
Yeah, complain a lot for someone that's on the final table. That's very funny.
Yeah. I mean, I was just going to say, Marco's in such a hard spot with Ahmed exactly on his left.
Ahmed is going to be really disappointed in himself for not extracting more out of that hand, I think.
It comes up and down, eh?
There's some more.
Let's discuss the two players that we haven't had said a word about, and that's
Oh.
Danny and Pichinau. Danny Diani, a
Well,
very
they've
good
been
friend
lying
of mine.
low. They've been lying low,
Yeah.
but, you know,
I
they're...
saw the King 2 hand.
Yeah.
I saw that. Right, so Ahmed finds himself under the gun with Ace Jack. Melanie, Ace Jack 5-handed.
165.
Brilliant. Thrilled.
165.
Great hand.
So to the viewers out there, ace jack under the gun, 5-handed aggression level.
High. All in.
All in?
I think it's a premium hand, 5-handed.
165.
I'm going to guess he doesn't have a strong hand here. I'm going to guess it's a bluff. This is a dynamic. Oh, am I the best? Or am I the best?
No, you just too
I was
good.
guessing this was a dynamic raise because he had just won the last pot. He has more chips. He thinks he can take advantage, etc. This is a dynamic spot. And also he has a hand to do it with. Also that.
Absolutely.
But in my bones, I knew that was not value.
Ooh.
And gets us through.
I mean, what can he do, though, with his stack, right? He can call. But he's against a very good player. He doesn't have to take that spot. I think that's fine.
Jesus, Amit's a really good player. I mean, he's a good friend of mine, number one. But number two, he's been playing on the South African circuit forever. He came second last year at WSOP in the closer event, picking himself like a $330 score.
Who won?
$330,000 score.
Who won the event?
I can't remember who won the event, but I remember speaking to Amit post that because we weren't in Vegas for that event. It was like the first WSOP post-COVID, and so a lot of South Africans hadn't moved out there. But because of his activity there, and of course Imran coming 33rd in the main event, there was just this massive hype in South Africa. So
I've been told that I get to be an honorary South African for the contingent this summer.
Oh, you are contingent. I mean, you were there with us when I had all 40 people with us.
Yeah.
It was just awesome.
Were you around when that guy circulated the letter to his table?
Yeah, you showed me the letter. You showed me the letter. Please inform our viewers about this.
For
This was
those
the
of
most
you guys who don't
coolest
know, I don't
thing.
even know if you know about this, Alexis.
I think I know what you're talking about.
It was the morning we had breakfast.
There was a guy who, you know what? I probably have it. I probably have it saved, and I can read it to you.
Oh, I think I have it too.
Let's see. When was When was this?
Marco's 23 confirmed, if you need to know.
Marco's 23.
Yeah,
Okay, good to
confirmed.
know.
Greater.
Good to
My
know.
read was good.
All right. When was the main? July something.
Yeah.
170,000.
Where do we have this?
There we go. I'm giving it to you.
Is that?
Yeah, you go, Melanie. Because
fabulous.
this is
Okay.
from you to me.
So my friend, my good friend, was in day 4 of the main, and he says that this guy at his table gave everyone this letter. And the letter reads, "Dear friend, I've traveled all the way from China to participate in the prestigious WSOP tournament, and making it into the money circle means everything to me. Keep in mind this is about 10 people before the bubble. Not only would a successful WSOP performance greatly boost my chances of getting into an American university, but the prize money would be also used to fulfill a dream honeymoon with my beloved girlfriend. I come to you with a heartfelt plea. I kindly ask for your support in a single request. Please refrain from raising during my very first big blind. It would mean the world to me if you could grant me this small favor, allowing me to survive another crucial round. Rest assured, once I secure a place in the money circle, I will boldly go all in without hesitation. I cannot express enough gratitude for your understanding and kindness. As a representative of China, I wholeheartedly extend my best wishes to you for a stroke of luck and success in the remaining games. Warm regards, Gao." Now, as you can imagine, nobody listened to this. His big blind
basically
was
asking to get raised.
His big blind was immediately raised, and I think this guy was really demoralized by this. And at some point, he had one big blind left or 2 big blinds left, and someone took pity on him at the table and said, you can take your time before acting. You can take a little bit more time. I don't know if he made it into the money or not. I think he might have.
I think he did because I actually asked you the next day, did that guy cash? And
I
you
think
said,
he did.
I think your answer to me was, I believe he did.
It was very impressive, but good for him for having the balls to circulate something like that. We should have some action in this
Marco
hand.
just keeps on running into Ahmed. He's opened up with King Queen, and Ahmed's found Ace Jack again.
I think Ahmed is going to 3-bet this and potentially call it off if Marco shoves.
Their stacks
They're
are
a little
about
bit
even
deep,
right
though,
now.
to maybe do that. If Ahmed was 30 deep, I think this would go 3-bet call. But either way, he's going to 3-bet this hand.
475.
475.
She's good.
The ace-7 is what really, that was my favorite.
So it's weird how in this game, when things start going against you, it just like continues and continues. And like the next break can't get to you quick enough, so you can just go and cool off.
The thing is, Marco has been playing kind of passively versus the 3-bets. So while some people would shove here, I think Marco is just going to call given the game flow.
And he has position, so he gets opportunity.
He has position, and Ahmed has often been a little, I mean, at least since I've been sitting in here, has tended on the passive side of the bigger pots. So having position is nice against an opponent that you don't expect to put pressure on you every hand.
Right, so
this is going to be a simple one.
7-5.
Yeah, Ahmed picks up the heart redraw with the 2 overs.
Yeah, you should take it down with a C-bet.
Now the only question is, if Ahmed bets here, is Marco going to get tricky, try to rep some sort of heart, and do something which he could do.
I would expect Ahmed to C-bet small here, which might incline Marco to
Marco just
getting
can't do
fancy
anything here.
I think Marco's just going to fold this.
I would love to see this hand if Marco had a heart in his hand.
I think Marco's just a bit flustered at the moment. It's just been really going bad for him, and it feels like he is not dealing with the pressure at the moment. So good fold, well done.
It's the right fold. There is an expression we have in the U.S. that I discovered my first day here is not a prevalent one here, or at least the people at my table hadn't heard it, which is some days you're the pigeon and some days you're the statue.
That's a South African phrase?
No, it's I mean, as an
I've
American,
never heard it.
this. South Africans apparently had not heard this, but it sounds like Marco was the pigeon up until today, and today he has unfortunately been the statue.
What does that mean? I've never heard
Some
this.
days you're the pigeon, pooping on the statue. Some days you're the statue, and it's just coming down.
That's very funny.
Well, I belong to a golf group. I play golf. I'm not too bad at it. Called the Pigeon Coop. So
that's hilarious.
There you go. So you're always the pigeon.
Yeah, always a pigeon.
I like that thing.
Sadly, none of those boys play poker. So none of them would be watching or listening to this.
Well,
but
why
I will give
don't you get your ambassador
though? What's
I
going
will
on
give
here?
a shout out to them, to the Pigeon
Why don't
Coop.
you get them involved?
Ramon, Romy, you know what, they like to play horses. We just can't get them on the poker end. But if anybody from the Pigeon Coop is listening, it's a big shout out to the boys, to Ramon and Deron. And I mean, this school's been going for 30 years. Probably the longest gambling school ever in the history of South African amateur golf. It's just been going on forever and ever and ever. It's got a group of around about 40, 50 participants. The group plays golf 6 days a week.
Wow.
It's got its own like WhatsApp group. Ramon, who's the leader of the
Are
group.
you playing 6 days a week?
Yeah. Well,
Wow.
I don't play 6 days a week, but I used to play at least 5 of them.
That's so much. Isn't it like 6 hours plus? Like every time you go out there?
About 4.5 hours out.
That's such a crazy commitment. That's
I'm not
just so much.
Are you mad? I mean, you commit yourself to playing poker,
but
and you come out here 12 hours a day,
But for
day
a
in and day
Sitting in
out.
a cozy seat.
Yeah, for a sport, if I'm going to go play tennis, I'll play for 1 hour. If I'm going to go to the gym, I'm going to go for 1 hour. I'm not going to go 4.5 hours a day. I don't know. That's commitment. I respect that.
Well, I mean, why don't we just ask Tiger Woods what his 4.5 hours a day did for his career?
True. And that's a full round? That's 18 holes?
Yeah, 18 holes take about 4.5 hours.
My grandfather used to play golf, but he did half rounds, 9 holes.
Oh, 9 holes.
Yeah.
Those are boring.
Yeah, you need the full.
You need the full thing.
Yeah.
And, you know, I must be honest with you, golf without gambling is quite difficult for me.
Yeah.
I do have a Sunday round with my dad, which I absolutely love. Every Sunday I go out, you know, if possible,
you guys
I go
don't
out with
gamble
my
on it?
dad. No, we don't gamble. But
Loser buys lunch?
Yeah, we gamble for breakfast.
There we
Not
go.
against him. I'm always his partner, and he finds us 2 pigeons to play against.
Oh, fabulous. That's
And
so
we
nice.
play. And I have a great game with my dad, my brother, and my brother-in-law.
That's so nice. Golf is one of those games you can play your whole life, which is really nice. I'd like to learn, honestly, but I feel like just the commitment, the time commitment is so much.
There we go. We'll trade golf lessons for poker lessons.
I'll take a golf lesson.
That's
Yeah.
nice and easy.
But I think my sport's going to remain tennis. Even though everyone keeps talking about paddle tennis, it's so much better.
So paddle's just this
no,
huge.
paddle
Yeah,
tennis.
it's similar to pickleball, right? You guys, I don't think they have paddle tennis in the US. They have pickleball.
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure how pickleball works. I've recently now started playing paddle, and I hadn't played a racket sport in 20 years. I played a ton of squash and a ton of tennis as a youngster, and I was pretty decent with a racket sport. I then came out and started playing paddle. I played with the poker guys at our last stop in Port Elizabeth, and I was out on the court for about 40 minutes, and I tore a hamstring, so that took me out of commission.
There we go.
It was very, very interesting. Oh, there we go. Right here.
So these guys have been so quiet. I think Ahmed's not going to have a problem getting away from this hand, to be honest.
No, absolutely, especially Danny, because Danny, the last time Danny had chips in the pot was with kings, right? All in against ace king. Is that the last time?
But he also did the king deuce, I think, right? Is that right?
No,
Or
no,
that
he
the
was
other
the
guy?
king deuce.
Okay, okay.
Ahmed might have seen by now. I can't remember if Danny folded the ace-5 off on the button, open folded before or after
Did
the
he?
break. But yeah, we were in the middle of another conversation, so I didn't point it out. But
Yeah.
it was quite a tight fold.
That guy in
Off a
shot,
30
it
big
was
blind stack.
Ahmed's, not Danny's son, Nathan, the young fella in shot on the rail there. What do you think of this nice rail where you can just hang out on the side and watch your guys play?
I like it.
It's
I like
lovely.
I like the couches.
I've seen people up there 100% of the time.
Yeah, it's
There's
nice.
always someone sitting up there.
Just quite cool to rail
Yeah.
anybody and enjoy yourself. So what has happened here?
Ahmed opened the button.
And he folded, as
Danny
Melanie
3-bet
predicted.
and
Melanie, the poker guru, hasn't got a thing wrong so far. Everything she's called has happened.
I did get something wrong. I thought that Mario should have led his flush because I expected Marco to correctly identify that that river was bad, but he checked and Marco went all in. So that's the one thing I got
Well, I
wrong.
wasn't here for that, so you got 100% record of me. So going back to the sports, so I played paddle for the first time after 40 minutes tore hamstring.
Right.
I had this thing that I go for a 5-kilometer walk, which is probably about a 3 or 4 miles walk every single morning of my life, and I kind of enjoy it. And you know,
do you have a dog?
No, I don't have a dog. So I wouldn't say I'm in shape, but it kind of helps me just lead a healthier lifestyle,
Yeah.
and I enjoy my morning walk. So that put the walk to sleep.
Right.
So there was no walking. I then went to Cyprus, to Merritt. Myself and Ahmed went, and with a couple of our other friends, Ed and Ray. I'm not sure if you met them yet. And our other mate who played the super high roller, Johnny Drishotti's the guy who came second. And I went on a famous baklava diet. Do you know the Arabic dessert, baklava?
Oh, baklava.
Yeah.
You went on a baklava diet.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Where do I sign up?
So I ate four pieces of baklava 3 times a day.
Oh, yeah. Well, I bet it was amazing. I'm sure
No,
it was worth it.
It was fantastic. You know, I came back about 12 kilos heavier after one.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, you can always, there's not enough time to enjoy yourself in life. You can always, you know, bring the hammer down.
So what
and
I'm saying
get in
is
shape
paddle
later.
put me on the baklava diet because
So,
if
yeah,
I was more active, I
that's
think I would
so
have been more
funny.
mindful of
Is it more exercise than tennis?
paddle.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to say because 20 years ago when I was, I probably played tennis up until about the age of 25. And I'm 50 now, so that's 25 years ago. I'm not entirely sure. Like, I mean, I was a young kid at 25. I could run around that tennis court all day, all night. You know, it would make no difference. I didn't feel much. But this paddle is, you know, it's a doubles game. You have a partner.
Yeah.
So if you work well together, I guess, at the pace that we play, I guess it gives you a respectable workout, but it's not over, not too much. I haven't found it too strenuous at this stage. But, you know, when I have a look, I watched these guys play the other day, and it looked like Roger Federer and Djokovic out there.
Really?
Yeah, it was really ridiculous. I saw rallies that just didn't end and continued. And in between games, they were off the court and wiping themselves down with the sweat towels. And
I would be down to play some paddle tennis, but I love tennis so much that I don't know if I see the
So
need.
you still play tennis?
Yeah, I play tennis.
Okay, well then you'd be pretty good at, you'd be okay at paddle,
Yeah.
I guess. But I mean, if you're still playing tennis,
Yeah.
I think, I said to somebody the other day, like paddle will be...
Danny has decided to bluff here, which is
155.
interesting because Marco just finally caught a piece of this, but I think he's...
It's
I'm
just
clearly not
checked down.
Melanie. It's been checked down. I might have hallucinated, but I think Ahmed folded force under the gun here. Which, not relevant now, but.
So I think this
Danny
will be a little
finally took a
confidence
stab.
booster for Marco that he's just, for the
A
first
little
time in
bit.
a long time,
A
racked in some
little
chips.
bit, but he's got to be thinking like, and this is the interesting thing that really happens in tournaments, like the comparative thinking. I could have had 8, I could have had 9, I could have had whatever. There's a piece of research that's really interesting about why silver medalists are less happy than bronze medalists, and it's because the silver counterfactual is, well, I could have had gold, and the bronze counterfactual is, well, I could have had nothing. And so when you're in a position where you feel you could have had many more chips, you lost it, whatever, oh, if I'd only won that, if I'd only blah, 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 it's very demoralizing. And you have to get away from it. You have to make sure each new hand is, you know, the only thing, which is why, like, you know, the opposite is true when, like, you're free rolling. Like, oh, I could have been eliminated there, but now I'm, you know, I'm playing on house money, whatever. He's got to get out of that mindset.
So I find as a player that if I have a ton of chips and heaps like he had, and I start going backwards, and you get yourself into the spots, and every time you enter a pot, your stack just gets smaller and smaller and smaller. It becomes very tough to play.
Yeah.
And you just like don't know what to do. And the first time that you actually bring a pot in and like stack up a little bit,
Yeah.
it's like it doesn't matter if you added 1 chip to your stack. It's just like there's a feeling of relief. Okay, like you can sigh
I can
and
win one.
breathe
Yeah.
and think, okay, just calm down.
Okay, Ahmed should be raising this. This is bottom of range. He should be raising this one.
So was this limp?
Yes,
Was this
Marco
complete?
has limped every small blind.
Okay, so he's completed. And
Yeah,
Since I
buddy.
got here. There you go.
Melanie, have you been coaching Ahmed?
Haha, no. Ahmed and I played one pot, I think.
Because he's just done everything you've told him to do?
Good job, coach. This is not acceptable. Marco cannot limp and fold queen 10 here. This is not acceptable. He might be thinking, like, I don't want to tango, I don't want to bother, but his hand is simply too good. And he's going to see that and I think be pretty unhappy. Your hand is just going to play, like, just from a purely statistical standpoint, your hand is just better than average. And he knows that Ahmed doesn't have to have a hand to raise there, so it's pretty important that he defends that. I can't believe he folded. Maybe he just thought, like, I'm not going to win. Like, I'm not going to win, why bother playing? But
he needs to actually just be raising, then Ahmed's folding.
But that's not how you want to think about poker, so.
Yeah, I think the hands are starting to get to him a little bit.
But the structure is so good that you can really afford, like, none of these guys are under pressure to just blast it off. And so he might be thinking that, you know, I'll just wait for a better spot. But it's just, that's a good spot. You don't want to pass up that spot.
So, like, I know Marco has
Notice
a
he's folding 9-6 offsuit here when he could have raised this one. But he was raising king deuce offsuit from an earlier position.
So he's just...
I think his game has gotten a little derailed.
Yeah, definitely. Like, he is derailed, right? I mean, he's lost all the chips. He's under pressure. You asked earlier, you know, you wonder how he'll handle this psychologically.
Here's the thing, though.
And he's struggling.
Here's a good way to reset. If instead of thinking, oh, I had 8 million, oh, nothing's been going my way, whatever. If you talk, I've had students in this position, and I've offered them this exact same advice. How would you feel if someone told you you were going to be second or third in chips, 5-handed at the final table? If someone told you before the tournament that's how this was going to go, you would be thrilled out of your mind, right? You'd be so happy. And that's the kind of mindset that he needs to have right now. I'm in this amazing spot. I get to fight. You know, that's what it is. Not, oh, but I had this before.
So Mario's picked up a flush draw with his 5-8. Yeah, Ahmed has a king of clubs, so if it came running clubs, he would have the nuts. I would imagine Mario needs to put some chips into this pot, which he will. I have no doubt that he'll put chips into spot. Do you think Ahmed?
Alright.
This was a limped pot. Yeah, with the
It's
back
really
door here,
interesting
he may-
that Ahmed didn't just bet this flop. Honestly, I would have bet it. He's probably has the best hand with king high enough.
Wow.
360.
Beautiful. I like this.
You love this.
Yeah.
But I mean, Mario's not getting away, right? He has
No,
too many of chips.
Ahmed is going to be able to blast off here, though, if a club doesn't come. And the only problem is, like, if a club does come, he may decide to rep the king high flush. But even if it doesn't, you know, Ahmed has all the 2 pairs here. Ahmed has sets here. Ahmed has the range advantage. So Mario's
Does he
going
have sets here, limping pre?
For sure, yeah. Especially versus this guy. He would limp aces, queens, and sevens, I believe.
Okay.
So Ahmed has the range advantage.
I'm so happy I came in here because I'm catching so much information.
That'll be an interesting
right?
card. They've now both made a pair.
Now the question is, does Ahmed continue bluffing to try to get whatever, like a queen to fold, or is he going to check now? I think he's going to continue bluffing. I think that he's repped a very strong hand and he wants to continue doing that.
You see, Ahmed really eyeballs his opponents. He really tries to extract so much information about how they're feeling. I've had this conversation with him before.
Interesting. I don't think Mario's going to give him too much here, but also I personally have a tell on Mario. So.
Oh, you do?
I do.
Oh, wow.
It didn't help me in the hand I played against him, unfortunately, but I picked it up later. And so far, it's been reliable.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That is
Which
so
just
cool.
goes to show you should really be paying attention to your opponents and
How do
seeing
you look
what.
for tells, Melanie? Give us some insights. How do you go and look? How do you tell your students to go and find tells? So Ahmed will win this hand. Well, not he.
So there's a couple things. So if you want to start, just start paying attention to what you do when you're strong or when you're weak. Oh, I do this with my hands. I do this with my face. I do this with my demeanor. And then you can say, oh, I did that. Can I look for that in someone else? So that's how I started that. There's also like just a lot of common things that you'll pick up behavior-wise. And beyond that, you just want to watch people because you can map their behavior to certain ways they played the hand. And then you can compare that to other things, etc. If you can just watch how someone played and acted and, you know, they had a super strong hand, this is, yeah, then you can see if that comes up again. If I see someone is making a certain face when they have aces, for example.
Do people make faces?
Oh,
when they have
absolutely.
aces?
Yeah, people have all sorts of micro expressions. Usually the things people do with micro expressions are in terms of like looking a little bit happier when they have a good hand or when they've hit a good flop, or looking a little more unhappy the other way. You absolutely can pay attention. And then what you do with this potential data that you have is you look for confirmation or disconfirmation of that with later hands. And the more hands you see them do it on, the more reliable it becomes. So my tell on Mario I've seen several times now, which is why I think it's correct. No, I'm not going to share it. Which
Mario,
is, and it's not to
perhaps some
take
coaching from Melanie
it's
in
not
the
to take
future.
away from his skill. He's
When
been
you
an
rewatch
absolutely dominant player, and potentially nobody else has picked up on it. And it's not something egregious anyway. It's just to say when people are paying attention, there are small things that can be found out.
And that's why you should watch every hand, even the ones that you're not involved in.
Which is hard because phones are really exciting these days.
They're very tempting. You know what else is really exciting these days?
What?
Turbo bounties.
Oh, here she goes.
I think I'm going to
She's
go
initiated
true
the exit
degenerate
sequence.
and go late reg.
Should I check
a
the cheetah
bounty.
thing first?
Let's
just check.
It's only open for 2 more hours and it's 30 minutes away. You're going to abandon this? All right, Melanie is going to go investigate a cheetah situation.
That leaves us.
I'm going to, we'll stay here, and my degeneracy is currently hanging in the balance.
Well, you did come on a poker tour, did you not?
I came here to play poker.
Absolutely.
And doggone it. Poker I will play. I have played a lot, but I feel like
You need a little more.
not quite enough, you know? Not
Yeah.
quite.
Sounds good.
So, have you enjoyed the South African poker scene?
It's been wonderful. Yeah, it's a very pleasant place to play poker.
Absolutely, and of course you've seen parts of the most beautiful city in the world, I think, Cape Town, and you get to see a little bit more, and you're going on a safari, and your mum comes tomorrow, so it's pretty exciting,
yes,
right?
I'm excited to go into tourist mode tomorrow. I have mostly been at the casino. I did do a little bit of a scenic drive with some friends one day. That was really beautiful.
Chapman's Peak, I believe?
Chapman's Peak, exactly. We stopped at Hout Bay, is that how you say
Hout
it?
Bay, yeah.
And Landuno?
Ladadna, yeah.
Beautiful. Highly recommend if anyone out here has not
Nice sunny
done that
day,
drive.
beautiful, beautiful.
Right at sunset.
You don't want to dip your
Couldn't have
toes
been
in that
better.
water. That water's very cold.
You know, I did dip my toes in that water.
And they come out a little icy.
It was refreshing. You know, I knew it was going to be cold, but you don't go to the beach and not dip your toes in the water. Come on, got to at least.
So, interesting story. I have another business which is a hospitality and events business, that's why I'm probably in poker, without any doubt, because that's what we do. And I have a big corporate client, and we had a motivational speaker speak to them. And I think this guy would be outstanding to speak to poker players. He's a guy by the name of Ryan Stramrud, and he is an ice water swimmer. And he has crossed from Robben Island. Have you been to Robben Island?
I have not, but I know what it is.
Okay, he has crossed Robben Island, from Robben Island to our shores, which is about a 30-kilometer swim. And he's done that swim now well over 135 times.
Well,
in shark-infested waters.
This is the summer, and the water was not warm,
Yeah.
so very much respect to him.
And not only that, he swum in the Arctic and done a 1 mile swim there. It's actually just tremendous. You should go look this guy up, Ryan Stramrud. He's extremely motivational. And when I listened to his talk, I was so consumed and so absorbed by what he had to say. I actually asked him to have a meeting with me, and he did meet me duly. And I just thought that a guy with so much resilience and understanding and feeling would just be a great poker coach.
Yep.
Just for people to just deal with, like what Marco has to deal with now, all the psychological stuff. The question I wanted to ask Melanie, and she's gone, but I'll ask her again, but maybe I'll ask you. So Marco, obviously, his stack has gone a little bit backwards, and we do see that he is struggling a little bit here.
Mm-hmm.
But he does have a strong rail. I do know that. And his rail will be watching the stream. So the next time he has a break or he walks off the table, he should have a bit more information as to how hands were played, right? So his guy's going to come to him and say, you know, like that hand that you limped with 10 queen and Ahmed raised, you actually had 6-3.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how he deals with that. Does he kick himself even more, or does he think, okay, hold on a second, like I've seen this, I have this information now, you know, I need to come out of my box a little bit, or how do you think that affects him?
You know, I think good players realize that you really need to focus on technique. Your emotional responses should be to how you are playing, and not to, you know, the feeling of like doing something right or of something not going your way. It should be associated with doing something correctly or not. I think looking back at that hand, even in a vacuum, regardless of the 6-3, when he goes back to look at it, he will probably think this was not a hand I should have, you know, limp folded, basically.
Absolutely.
But you know, it's tough in the heat of the game. You're not always thinking incredibly clearly. You do get influenced by bad luck that has led you where you are. Yeah, we have a huge hand brewing here, where Danny has turned the nuts, basically, with a redraw. But Mario is not giving up. He was checked to on this turn, bet. Danny is now raised.
Which Mario will now fold. I mean, he has absolutely nothing. I mean, he's got a
He's
gut shot
got
to
a
get
gut
into
shot,
big trouble,
but
right?
he's behind everything that's raising here. So, yeah, there you go.
There you go. So, I see Melanie's back, and she'll have some news. But I'm going to ask her that question again, and then I have some more to ask
Yes,
around
apologies.
that.
I have my ADHD is it's a hell of a drug, people.
But
But
I mean,
I was trying to stay present with your story while also watching
Yeah,
this massive
absolutely.
hand brew. I was like, there's something happening over here.
It was quite cool.
Okay, yes, Mark, I will return shortly.
Please, to be super set, gold bronzer, 20, 20, 40. 20, 40, 40 in super set.
So I heard Dave in the background there going on about the super stack. That was cool. So Melanie, was your journey successful?
Yes, but there will be no cheetahs today. It's going to be cheetahs tomorrow.
Yeah, don't worry, folks. We will get to the cheetahs.
So I asked a question, Melanie, and we were getting through it, but I'm going to ask it again, right? I've got two things in mind. The first one I want to ask you is, so, you know, Marco's obviously taking this pressure, and he's feeling a bit flattened. There's no doubt about it. We can see the way he's playing that 10 queen hand specifically. He does have a strong rail, and his rail will be watching the stream, and at some point he's going to get some information about the things that have happened and what's going on. How did you think, like, how does he utilize this information? Does it make him feel even worse that he did that with 10 queen?
Yes.
Or does he now come out of his shell and does he box strong? And then the second part to this question is, with these young players all solving this game now, using solvers and using all these things, isn't he supposed to just follow the solving program and be playing the hand the way it should be and not playing his opponent, because it feels like he's now playing his opponent?
But he's also he's also probably felt that a big strength of his has been his unconventional approach to exploiting his opponent, so he doesn't want to lose that and he leans into that. If Marco was my student, I would tell him that the tournament starts now. And that I would tell him exactly what I said about, you know, how would you feel right now if someone had told you this before the tournament? Here you are. You're in this amazing position. It's not over. You can decide to start playing your A game at any point in time, which you know,
pull an ace as well, you know, everyone pulls it.
There's nothing he can do about any of the hands he played before. There's nothing he can do about the bluff he ran. There's nothing he can do about, you know, if I had the jacks though and I were him, I would feel incredible relief because he could have lost so much more there. But I would tell him the final table starts now. You can decide to play your best starting right now. You're not actually hamstrung by any of the things that have happened before if you choose not to be. And he should apply a very studious lens to what he's seen. Okay, I saw this. What does it mean? How can I use that? I did this. That was a mistake, but how is my opponent going to react to that? Rather than turning the lens inward, like, oh, I should have, how does he use the information he has? That's what I would tell him.
Okay, so Mario's opened with King Jack under the gun, and Ahmed has defended out the big line with Jack 8 of diamonds.
I also have something else, but I'll wait.
All right, so Mario hits the top pair. So that no piece of this for Ahmed. And while you were saying that, Alexis was nodding very, very clearly in agreement with you.
Only because she said it with so much more clarity than I was able to express it.
We all have different talents.
That's very true. I think my talent for the day is going to be degeneracy, so I will probably be back in about 11 minutes.
That's terrible. Do not do that. Go out there and have fun and collect yourself a few bounties and close the series out nicely. It's been so lovely meeting you.
Thanks for letting me join you.
Thank you for thanks for being here.
Hey.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for being here. All right, thanks, y'all.
We will reconvene later.
Yeah. So that's Alexa. Oh, I've got so many things I'm going to ask her later about her business with Poker Media and everything else. I just love everybody that's been in this industry.
Yeah.
I love to find out information about that stuff. Maybe we get Dylan or Maxwell to join you.
They're doing something at the beach today, but I would love to have one of them. Dylan is incredibly shy, surprisingly. So it's going to be tough. I'm going to have to lure him here under false pretenses, just like we did with Alexis. You'd be surprised. Like a lot of these like fierce competitors shy away from the camera, you know.
But there's not even a camera on you. So this is radio, guys. You just got to sit here and just talk on the stuff you see. And Danny Dayani has picked him up some ladies.
And the other thing that I would tell Marco is to remind himself of what he did to get here, which is obviously a lot of great play. Oh, well.
Is that exciting?
Are you guys ready for the best part of your day? because we have Jonathan Katz joining us in the booth, who is the funniest guy you'll ever meet. Very witty.
Well, way to set them up for disappointment.
Well,
Hello,
I just
Jonathan.
lost.
Welcome
How are
to
you guys?
the commentary box.
So, be
This
here.
is great.
Jonathan is Melanie's partner. He's been with us the whole week, hasn't participated in one poker tournament. He's been working fiercely with one of my Caitlins, building us some new
Sorry, but I might just have to dunk
software.
somebody again.
Yeah,
Some
we're working on just improving all the stuff that the players don't see about a poker tournament, all the stuff that goes on behind the scenes to make it all possible.
Yeah, and thank you so much for your contribution and your help. And
It's absolutely
Jonathan's going to be the color on the commentary
well, I
here.
see Jonathan every morning. You know, like I said earlier in this particular slot, that I go for a walk every morning. And when I leave my room, it's generally between 8 and 9:30, depending on what time I went to bed. I find Jonathan either sitting in the restaurant alone having breakfast, or this morning I found him at the coffee shop once my walk was complete, and he said, no, he's come to get tea for Melanie. I said, well, there's tea in the breakfast room right downstairs from your hotel. He says, no, there's a very specific gingery kind of flavor thing that I need to find for her. Yeah.
We had a specific order that had to be filled this morning.
Yeah.
But you know, with the jet lag, it's waking up at 7 in the morning, which is not something I usually do. So that's why you saw me nice and early.
So something else I want to mention about Marco and the performance that you need to the performance level that you need to access when facing some adversity. I find it really helpful, but this is not just for moments like this, but when players are on downswings in general, to set aside a few hands that they've played over, whatever the last couple months where they just demolished their opposition. Like, look how well you played, look what you did. And just to review that, look like, oh, this is what I'm capable of,
So I'm just going to interrupt you. So Ahmed opened to 225 with the fives, and Mario has picked up ace-jack.
Brilliant.
Did he just say all in?
Yeah. Well, he covers, it's just a 9 big blind person there, and he doesn't think that Ahmed can call with the fives, and he's right. It's quite a big shove, though. Quite a big
And
shove.
a quick fold, and the chips swiftly rolled over.
Yeah.
I love the way this dealer just lets the chips travel.
I missed that. I'm going to have to watch out for it.
Chips are traveling all over the place at the poker table, so I'm sure
No, he just rolls the chips over. He collects the chips and then just rolls them in one foul swoop all the way across the table.
Danny, what did you have when you raised me on the turn?
Fun fact for you all, the name of these little ropes on these posts, they're called stanchions.
Correct.
And these are things that you're going to see all over in your life. Poker tournaments, airports, theaters, and you probably never even knew what those were called. I'm happy to tell you that they're called stanchions, and now you can impress everyone you know the next time you're waiting in airport security.
And how did you find out that they're called stanchions?
About 10 years ago.
I was going for the cookie
you've
jar,
known
you
for
know?
long.
I have known for a long time, yes. Just at some publicity event for something I was going to, and somebody said, oh, put the stanchions up. I was like, oh, I guess that's what those are called.
So, Jonathan, I was trying to get Jonathan to play a poker tournament here. And he's like, and I was quizzing him about what his strategy would be. Do you want to tell everyone what your strategy would have been?
My strategy would have been, and always is, wait for a big hand and then go all in.
Can't beat that.
Can't beat that.
Can't beat that.
See this guy with the ton of chips right here? He probably did that a ton.
Danny, well, I've got to tell you, it's his first final table ever at a SunBet poker tour. Actually, his first final table ever, he told me.
All right.
Very cool.
At one of these events. And I'm very thrilled for him. He's a really lovely guy. His son's a DJ, and his son's on the rail, Nathan.
That's great.
But he loves the game. His brother's Danny's brother is a very accomplished player. His nickname is Googie.
Googie?
Yeah, Googie. I don't ask me why.
We also had a guy named Daniel whose nickname was Chad.
Yeah, Chad Abib Empanada. I also don't know how he got to that name either. But Danny's brother Hagar is a very, very accomplished player in South Africa. He made a final table this year at WSOP in one of the earlier events. We had a heads-up tournament, a 16-man field heads-up tournament at one of our previous slots. So it was a 100,000 Rand buy-in, which is how many dollars, Melanie? $5,000 buy-in.
Yeah.
Heads-up tournament. His brother won that.
Right.
So his brother's more
Can't show you the shit.
of a professional player. You know, I wouldn't say he's like 100% pro. His brother, like as good as Ahmed and the likes of Ahmed, but he certainly does grind and does work a lot in his game and has had a ton of success in poker.
That's great.
But
Sounds like it's a
Danny-
good thing for him that his brother isn't at the final table with him today.
Danny, on the other hand, is just a guy who loves to come out here and wreck it out, and he's just a cool guy. And I'm pretty sure that Gugi, Hagar, is certainly watching his brother now. Nice to see the people up on the rail watching at the back there. I see our tournament director, Dave, taking a seat, having a little time to breathe. Just got to feel a bit sorry for them. He's been on the floor here for 13 days, probably 12 hours a day. And when I look at that, I think about those guys that work at the series, Melanie, for 6 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
It's just mad,
It's such a grind, yeah.
It's mad, and you see the same tournament directors out there for. I was out there for 6 weeks, and it was the
And
same
you
ones
deal
every
with
single day.
so much bullshit, like, you know, the things that arise, like.
Well, you players are so full of shit.
That's true. That is true.
And when interlopers like me just show up in the commentary booth,
right,
things just happen.
Right.
I haven't yet had the chance to provide color commentary at the WSOP, but that's something to strive for.
Right.
Right, so Danny picks up ace king
All
on
right,
the
what do you
button.
think about this, Jonathan?
Well, I think when you have any A or any K with another letter is going to be a good one for you.
He says, Jonathan told me early on in my poker, like early on we started dating, he said, you always want a couple of letters. It's always good to have a few letters.
Letters in your hand.
Letters in your hand.
Letters in your hand spells this is going to be a good hand.
Right. What do you think of his chip protector there?
I was about to ask about this. Is that like a turtle?
I'm not quite sure. Maybe someone can zoom into that for us.
Got like a...
Can we zoom into Mario's chip protector?
Sounds complicated.
You start with 3
It
cards.
looks like an
It's not a
ornament you
game,
might
yeah.
place on the dashboard of your
3
car,
cards
and
with
the
1
turtle
card
head would bob up and down as you drive.
Yeah.
It's completely
Melanie, I know
different
you're
game
not
than No
a
Limit.
big fan of using chip protectors or card
All right,
protectors.
No, I'm not. I think it's.
We're
I
going to
think
see
it's,
what it is soon.
I think it's a bit too kitschy for my taste.
They play a lot of
But if you were, if somebody said,
like
hey,
old
Melanie,
school game.
this tournament, everybody's got to have a card protector.
cash game
What
or
would it be?
tournaments.
Good question.
It's a popular game there.
What would I use as a card protector? I'd either just do something outrageous. Oh yeah, the head is bobbing.
That guy moves, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that like a tortoise?
Yeah, I think it is. I
We're going
had
to see
have
soon.
a card protector.
We're going to see soon what that is. I think there's a roving camera going. There comes that roving camera in there. Can you see 2 of them moving in, right?
All right, we've got an all-in here from Queen Jack. Seems like a good play.
He only has 11 big blinds. This is totally reasonable. And it's just going to get through.
So far, none of these hands really have the power that would need to call this, or the depth of stack that might make it a good choice.
Very well educated,
Close.
young Jonathan. Is this just listening to poker lessons day in and day out of your life, or do you take some of them yourself?
This is being around poker lessons, around hand histories, around tournaments. Here it is.
There we go.
This is what I came to see. You can see it's wobbling a little bit,
Yeah.
so peace.
So it's a tortoise, right? Oh, wow.
There we go.
Check it in.
Adorable.
Look at him go, right? Would you have one of those?
I think if I was going to have a card protector, I would like to have something that had a function that would give me like an A or a B. Like if I wanted to randomize, I would do something like, because players will often like look at their watch to decide, should I bluff this time or should I not? Like stuff like that. I would have something that will like spin and land on a side, or something where I could, and then I could mess with my opponent's heads too. Like I'd spin it, wait, and then be like, okay, bet, you know.
So a coin or a die.
Maybe a die. Maybe just a die would be cool. I think a die would be really cool.
But like a funky
I'd just
die.
roll it on the table, and then I'd make my play.
Like a 4-sided die, or something you don't see every day.
I could do a funky sided die.
Yeah. dodecahedron. It's all vocab here, all the time. The other thing I always say is if the suits match, if you got two suits that match, if the pictures match, it's usually going to be good for you.
So what happens when I hand and mob Jonathan Katz?
You're going to see a lot of people who aren't me.
You're probably going to see someone who isn't him.
My parents gave me a Google-proof name. There's many Jonathan Katzes out there in the world, so if you try to Google me, you won't find me necessarily. Right away, have to dig a little
I'm just interested in the hand and mob poker ratings because you're in and around lessons day in and day out. I just want to find out if you exercise your skills.
Oh, no, not too much.
I've tried to get Jonathan to play a few times. His policy is 1 degenerate per family.
I think that's a fairly good policy.
Yeah, he's very good at games though. He is a games expert. He is a games
games player, game enjoyer,
game master
the thing
for
about
his
me,
escape room.
So are we talking about like e-games, like electronic games? Or
no, like board games,
Board games.
tabletop games, puzzles. I love puzzles, but the problem with me, at least from Melanie's perspective, is I'm not really a crusher. I play games because I enjoy the experience of playing the game, and in poker, you need that killer
And
instinct.
I play games because I want to destroy my opponent's life. So that's the difference.
When I'm playing a board game with a friend,
it's about socialization.
and I make a move that hurts them, I go, I'm sorry, man. Where if Melanie makes that same move, she's just laughing all the way to the bank.
Right.
I see one of your lady students, Nicolette Cable. Shout out to Melanie. I see a few Marios for the win. Henry Grunfeld. Marco is a competitor. If he wants something, he'll figure a way out to get it regardless of some misfortunes today. Watching from India, Uma. Welcome. We hope you're enjoying it. Max Devison. FOMO confirmed. Good show, guys.
I would also just like to see these players, like, sometimes it's hard to do this, but take it in. You know, just take it in and have a good time. You're at a final table. It doesn't happen that often. You know, enjoy it.
Yeah, so, you know, we often talk about things like this. So whether you're taking a sports bet or playing poker or anything like that, you don't often get yourself into position to get a big score in poker, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you need to enjoy it and take the opportunity, and obviously you want to maximize your opportunity to score. But I certainly believe that if you can just maintain some composure and just be chilled and enjoy it and take in the moment, and remember you could have been on the rail, that will stand you in a good place to just like enjoy yourself. I think my personal strategies over the years, that the things that have got me success is in spots where I believe everybody's so scared to bust a tournament. And if you can exploit that opportunity and just know they are so scared to bust a tournament, and you just put yourself out there the whole time. You know, if you get found out, you get looked up and you go out, well then that's part of the game. But I think more times by being expansive and being pushing and getting players just to put down hands because they're scared to bust will find you results.
Huge, yeah. You can't be afraid to make a mistake. Or, like, for example, Marco's play earlier on the 10-10-5 when Chad bet, and he didn't really have any fold equity, and he check raised with 8-7. Imagine how dumb he would have looked if Chad had just had a 10 or jacks or whatever. Then it would have seemed like, oh, this was such a stupid punty play or whatever. But you have to be willing to risk that if you're going to make a phenomenal unorthodox play like he was capable of. So that's the risk you take. And when I see people being willing to look stupid, I think good for them, because I think something that held me back early on in my career when I was doing televised stuff was I didn't make the moves I wanted to make because I was afraid of looking stupid, and you can't be.
I think we're just going to make a great combination when you do help me with my poker, because I make myself look stupid all the time, okay?
Oh, perfect. Then we just got to bring you back to the center.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I love it. I just love getting my chips in the middle. I love getting my chips in the middle.
You're a gambler by nature.
Yeah, but
you
love
to see the run out.
No. I get them in the middle in good, hopefully good spots. You know, I love baby suited connectors. I love playing baby suited connections out of position, which I know is not the right thing to do.
We'll take a look.
But did you get to play with Nick Inouye?
Nick. Which one's Nick?
Nick played the super high roller, Greek guy. He very unorthodox, very wild, crazy guy.
I would need to see a picture.
I would send you a picture of him. And he's just a great guy, and he has just a ton of results on the South African Poker Tour. He's
That's
a
nice.
recreational player, but he just gets results because he is absolutely unorthodox, unreadable. Let's see if we can find him. So his WhatsApp profile picture is his kids.
Oh, now he's looking a little more comfortable. I like
The
it.
smile of a man who had at least one ace in his hand
That's
and won.
right. That's right. Make some more tea.
So Jonathan, while we're in the middle of the hand, how's your Cape Town experience been? Have you done anything else besides do all my work?
Cape Town has been absolutely stunning. I got a great hike of Lion's Head in, which I hadn't done before. I was actually here for 5 days back in 2009 when I was in college. Granted, different age, different lifestyle, different amount of time, but I didn't get to do Lion's Head on that trip, so it was really beautiful to hike that with Melanie. Melanie is also a huge foodie. Michelin star restaurants are found on any trip we go on, so we found some great restaurants that we hit in the last week, which were also fantastic.
Tell us about some of them.
We
Which ones?
went
Give us
to
the name.
we went to La Colombe, which is French for the dove. It was 4 hours tasting menu, you know, little thing after little thing after little thing, and it was a stunning culinary experience.
Oh, that's awesome.
We also elected for the wine cellar add-on. They had just opened up this brand new wine cellar for
125.
So we went down into this little secret passageway where they gave us a special extra dish and a glass
I
of
just want to
red
make
wine.
a comment there. So now Marco this time. Oh, there was a board, right? So Marco bets a gut shot. So he limped again. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I'm back to you.
But that's all right. Please don't let my discussions of my incredible food
I was,
experience
you know
take
what,
away
I was
from the
looking for
poker
something else,
analysis.
yeah. so La Colombe, yes, and you said it was 4 hours of bliss.
4 hours of bliss. If you are a fan of the Michelin style tasting menus and you're in Cape Town ever, I strongly recommend it.
Does anybody want anything?
I'm going to be here for a couple of weeks. I think I'm going to go for something like that. When do you go on safari? Tomorrow?
We leave on the 5th. Today's the 3rd. We
So
leave on
Tuesday,
the 5th.
yeah?
I have no idea what day of the week it is. I have not known what day of the week it is since I got here, with the time change and all of that. But when Melanie travels for poker, I always come along, make new friends, see new places, do some great work. It affords a lot of fantastic travel experiences.
Actually, the joke is that all of my friends just text Jonathan now. They don't even bother texting me. They just go right to him.
That is true. Melanie is,
How much are you starting
is
with?
decreasing the amount of friends she has because of me.
3.
Miles ahead.
Double it.
Those are my cards. Hey, maybe we shifted.
Yeah, oh, the chips fell over.
Walkie, walkie, talkie, talkie.
Cursory glance at the chip stacks here. It seems like everybody is fairly deep except the gentleman in the middle whose name I don't know yet.
His name is Bradley Moore.
Next break is at 15 minutes or is it
first live tournament ever?
First live tournament ever, and he's at the final
and
table.
he got the final table. He qualified online.
I don't think we get eliminated at all.
Now there is a story.
Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And let me take the opportunity to thank our online partners.
They haven't got a Kauai. I saw
for
someone
running
with a Kauai thing.
satellites and getting people into our
What am I
events.
doing now?
It's greatly appreciated. Jaden, Darren,
Someone with a
Ryan,
I thought maybe-
Seamus, and your entire team. Thank you, boys, for all the good work that you put in and the love for poker in South Africa. And that's what it's all about, you know. To grow the sport takes a lot of people in the right places doing a lot of the right things. Right, so Marco at cutoff picks up King 10. He's going to open up the pot here.
215.
And he just keeps on running into some pretty stiff hands of Ahmed, who finds an easy fold this time. Mario is definitely going to defend his suited ace. At least he might find himself with a raise here because Marco has been fairly aggressive all day. He'll also know that Marco is a little fatigued, if that's a good word, at the moment. Reaching out for raising chips.
Ray. 600,000.
Bradley will get himself out the way and it'll be back to Marco, who, when he had a massive chip stack, would have easily played back at him, but he has taken a few beats and he finds himself a fold, and it looks like he's starting to just chill out a little bit now, which is a good thing for him.
Sorry?
And the tortoise doing a good job there.
Yesterday. Different environment.
Do you think there's a metaphor here, you know, from the tortoise and the hare? Slow and steady wins the race. Do you think it's a strategic reminder to this is a marathon, this is a long game, take your time, wait for spots? Or do you think I'm reading into a fun toy a little too much?
I'm not so sure. I
think I got
just
saved
pick
on
up.
the
I've got a
end.
funny thing. I protect my
Saved
cards
me,
with
man.
any chip in my stack, excepting a black chip. I do not protect my cards
You won't
with a
save me
black
next
chip
time? Is
for
that
whatever reason.
superstitious?
I don't know. I'm not like really a superstitious person, but you know, the black chip is generally a 100 chip, and it's just like a chip that I never protect my
You don't
cards. That's about as far as my
I think you're
superstition
true.
runs in poker. But I guess everyone's got their reasons for things. I mean, we've had a gentleman who's played with us for years, Clive Keek here, who protects his hand with a cricket ball. He comes with a cricket ball.
Full size.
A full-size cricket ball. Sometimes he comes with a white one. You know, there's white ball cricket and red ball cricket these days. I know you guys have baseball. Actually, that's quite an interesting thought thinking about baseball. So cricket has evolved tremendously. Cricket started off as a 5-day game, right? And it was known as Test cricket. I don't know how much you know about cricket, but it was it still is a 5-day game. Test cricket still happens out there. Then they came up with a shortened version of the game. It's called the ODI, 50-over match cricket. It took an entire day to complete. You know, you'd bowl 50 overs. Each team would face 50 overs. Now, 50 overs is one over consists of 6 balls. So 50 times 6, 300 balls either way.
Yes.
It would take around about
making jokes with each other.
about 3 hours an innings, or 2.5 hours an innings, or whatever, to complete those 300 balls. And they'd have a lunch break or a dinner break, because it become day-night games too. They'd play on the lights.
Wow.
So it took a long time. The game then evolved into a new version of it called 2020 cricket, where all of this is done in about 3 hours. Only 20 overs aside.
Are you serious?
So 120 balls either way. Then the English even came up with another game called the 100, which is only 100 balls. So they made this game fast and furious, and it really, really did evolve the sport of cricket. So I haven't watched much baseball in my life, but I did once when I was in the US for the first time in 1997 watch the World Series. And this was just too much for me to watch because there were 7 games and it just went on day after day and day, and it took so long to complete. Does baseball have a shortened version is where I'm getting to.
Baseball does not have a shortened version. You play 9 innings in baseball no matter what, at a minimum. However long those innings take depends how long it takes for the defending team to get 3 outs. And the shortest you could make a baseball game, to my knowledge, is if the away team in the last inning doesn't score any runs such that the home team is still winning, they just won't play the last half of the final
But
inning.
7 innings as a team? Or
Nine innings.
So there's a way to shorten the game and say, right, we're playing a baseball game today, but there's only 3 innings.
If you wanted to play
and
a
add in
home
some
game
other
of that sort.
add in some other rules and this, that, the other to make it a little bit more exciting, because excitement is, cricket seemed to become a little bit boring, so they were looking for ways to make the game exciting. So in my same trip to the US in 1997, I ended up spending a ton of time
but you're not
in
dealing
Denver.
better calls.
And as a South African, I love rugby, and I love rugby, but there was no rugby to watch there. It's also 1997. There wasn't as much television and opportunity to watch your own. Well, we certainly didn't have a screen to watch on. So I had to find something which I liked. And I got introduced to football, which same shape ball, etc., etc. And I happened to be in Denver, and I got taught about the Denver Broncos, and it was John Elway's year, and he won the Super Bowl that year and the following year. So that was my introduction to football, and I loved it, and I enjoyed it, and I got to understand it. But the version of it that I really enjoy is the lingerie version, the girls playing, right?
Football.
Yeah, we're just talking a few things, Melanie. While we're out here.
Just some locker room talk.
Some locker room talk.
Yeah, so a nice, interesting hand has developed here. As Melanie gets back, all the interesting stuff happens. Mario opened with Ace-Jack, and Ahmed in the big blind with Ace-8 of diamonds. We had something which was very similar earlier when Ahmed had the Ace-8 and Mario. Ahmed opened with Ace-Jack, Mario re-raised him with Ace-7, and he managed to get a fold. That is Nick, Melanie, who we were discussing earlier.
I have played with him, yes.
I know you did.
Yeah, definitely. I don't remember how he played, though.
He's V-Pip, he's
Hi?
like mine.
Okay.
You're going to have a lot of work to do with me, Melanie.
We'll see.
So I'm going to excuse myself, and I'm going to leave you two to continue and enjoy
Just
yourself.
the 2 of us. All
We
right.
can make it if we try.
That's right.
Right, folks, from our side, if I don't get back in the commentary box, once again, to all our viewers out there, thanks so much for watching the SunBet Poker Tour. It's been a tremendous week out in Cape Town. I'll also just thank Melanie and her crew of people that came out of South Africa for coming out and enjoying themselves with us. It's been a tremendous success having you out here with us.
Really fun.
You know, the players you brought have been fun, and the amount of people that have turned up for this event has been tremendous, and hopefully it can only grow and spiral upwards from here on in. So thank you to everyone out there. Please enjoy the stream, enjoy this opportunity of having some new sounds and voices on the stream. It's been really great to have some different insights, and Melanie, while I was in this booth, did not get one thing wrong. So I wish you a continued 100% record for the rest of the day.
If only I could win money from this, that would be great.
Well, you should have stayed in the main event.
I should have stayed in the main event, you're right. Chad knocked me out, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Chad knocked me out.
Chad, Daniel, that Chad?
The one at the final table, yeah.
Okay, Daniel had beat Chad, yeah, empanada. Right, that from me, folks. Thanks very much, and enjoy the rest. We'll see you guys later.
All right, well, this is my show now. Oh, no, it's not. No, no worries, no worries, no worries. All right, so now I'm going to kick my feet up, relax.
950.
All right, Jonathan, what do you think about what's going on here? We've got Ahmed with the ace-8. He's bluffing. Mario has the best hand, but he doesn't know it.
Well, things got a little exciting for Ahmed on the turn. Hence, an open-ender is now available.
That's right. Didn't
However,
get it,
those things rarely show up. It's not always worth chasing. Definitely depends on the action and the position. But here, Mario's hand is good enough with just ace high. He doesn't necessarily know that.
Yeah.
Because poker is a game of incomplete information.
That's right. It just goes to show you sometimes the person with the most aggression is going to win. Do you like the tea?
I do.
Whoa.
Excuse us. I really want to see Bradley wake up with a huge hand, double up again, and have a real...
Then he'll win.
Yeah, have a
If
real...
he does that.
Story.
These guys have been hanging around here five-handed for quite some time. No one has really been pushing the action inappropriately. Everyone sort of staying in line for the most part.
Hang on there, eh? That's what I did the whole day yesterday.
And Mario's definitely going to raise this one. And Ahmed's going to call.
All right. That's what the crystal ball says.
How much is it to go in there? 350. Are you still up? Okay, carry on.
I like this size. 350 is a nice size here with this hand. He's going to keep all the worst hands in. Wonder how he would feel if Ahmed shoved. Probably be calling it. I don't know. 37 big blinds is so much.
I got them to 17 in. I accepted. We got the same chip stack.
Doesn't look like a shove is happening here.
Now, Ahmed's going to call here because a lot of Mario's hands that can raise here are just pure trash. 9 deuce, 8 deuce offsuit, those sorts of things, and he absolutely wants to keep those in.
2 actually, because he's going to go out too.
And unfortunately, I think Ahmed's going to lose some chips here because he does know that Mario is capable of doing this without a super strong hand. I've noticed a really interesting South African style of check. Ahmed does a very soft check, but sometimes I see people doing this check that's like...
You can't see how Melanie is gesticulating here, but it's a slight undulation of the hand and a gentle
very
tap
soft.
on the table.
It's such a soft check. As if like, don't rock the boat.
Right.
Be very careful.
Hey, it should because...
Now, is it widespread enough of a technique that
it's
it's not really telling you anything about what the player may have?
Not really, it's just annoying. It's the same thing, like when guys like gently handle their chips, like you saw the way Ahmed just threw out the bet, right? When guys like gently stack up their chips and like slowly push them into the middle, I don't think anyone at this final table is guilty of it, but there's this like gentle, overly like super gentle way of handling the chips that just tilts me so hard. As if each chip is a baby angel lying on the felt. Mario's just going to go for 3 streets here. He's going to try to get a jack to call him. He's going to try to potentially get a weaker ace to call him if Ahmed happened to limp call with some kind of weaker ace.
Go.
What do you think is going on in Ahmed's head here?
550.
I mean, he has a bluff catcher. Ahmed has a bluff catcher. He cannot really beat any value. He has a hand that's too strong to fold. He's really not thrilled about this spot, obviously, but he knows that Mario is capable, especially of double barreling here weak. That said, Mario played very conservatively against him in a previous hand, and Ahmed is an exceptional player, and so if Ahmed could get away from this at some point, it won't be here, but if Ahmed can get away from the river, it would be very impressive.
Yeah, again now.
I just don't see it happening. I mean, Mario's just gonna notice the stacks, guys. Mario has set up perfectly for a river shove here. $2.6 million left in Ahmed's stack, 2.6 million in the pot. He's gonna shove here. He's gonna hope to get called by a jack, and Ahmed is gonna have a really tough decision.
We're in.
All in.
And there it is.
I was hoping he would push in the turtle as well.
Can never give that one up. Oof. Ahmed has a particularly tough decision with no hearts in his hand. His opponent can have literally any two cards. This is a board that favors him. I would really love to see Ahmed get away from this, but I don't think anyone can fault him for calling here, given the capability of Mario. I'm hoping he can potentially get a live tell. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Very tough spot. Can't really blame him for calling. I'd love to see him get away if he can, but this is a spot where your opponent is just going to have so, like, Ahmed does not have the sort of, Ahmed could probably fold if he had a 10 in his hand, because he would block so many of Mario's bluffs. But Mario has these cards in his hand. Mario can easily have a hand like 10-6. He can have a hand like 10 deuce. He can have queen 10. He can have all these hands that would be required to bluff on this run out, and that's what makes this so hard. Ahmed doesn't have any helpful cards in his hand that can help him get away from this. He's got like the perfect bluff catching candidate. He also blocks ace king. He blocks ace jack naturally. This is incredibly tough. Very, very tough fold to make, and I don't even know if it's the right fold, to be honest.
We're making several withdrawals from the time bank here, as Ahmed considers everything that Melanie just considered from us.
Ahmed, this hand is technically, I think Ahmed should be calling here more often than not, in a technical sense. I would just really like to see, with his specific cards he's been dealt. But he's not getting seduced by the thought of this hero call. You know, he's thinking it through very carefully. He's not getting overly wrapped up in whatever ego games could be happening at the table. This is a very thoughtful, considered choice.
It's just so bad.
It's just hard. It's hard when you have a bluff catcher and your opponent is capable of bluffing. And if he folds here, it's going to be quite heroic. And there's also this narrative going on in people's minds like, oh my God, what if I fold and I could have doubled here? You know, what if I fold and I see on TV he had queen 10? What if I fold and I see he had 8-3? Like, it's very tough. And Mario has ace or better for value, really. Like, there's not that many value hands. It's just ace X, something like pocket nines, pocket fives.
And we got the fold.
Oh
He
my God,
found
what
the
a fold. What a beautiful fold by Ahmed. Congratulations. That's such a great fold. I'm hoping he had some sort of tell, some sort of read to be able to make that, because from a technical standpoint, that's a decent call. Potentially he's considering his edge on the table, you know, that he doesn't want to.
King queen board when I had king queen.
He doesn't want to call it off in a spot where he's guessing.
12 minutes. Very nice hand, Mario. Nice.
He doesn't want to call it off in a spot where he's guessing.
Your oranges.
Yeah. Fabian Daniels wrote, how do we become students of Melanie? You guys can message me on Twitter at Melanie Weisner, and we can have a chat. I don't have a ton of space at the moment, but message
Not
me.
taking new patients currently.
But you can always send me a message at Melanie
She does
Weisner on
accept
Twitter.
most insurances.
From the poker hospital. That's so funny. I once messaged a friend of mine. I was like, what's up? And he's like, I'm in poker hospital, meaning he was on some bender, lost like a ton of money in some cash games, and now he's, recovering.
Now, typically when I see an A and a K in my hand, I prefer them to at least be the same color.
Right.
A matching.
But you'll take it.
But
You'll take it.
But I will take the non-matching ace king.
Ahmed could 3-bet this one. Ahmed could 3-bet this one as a bluff. He's going to have to fold to the all-in. It's the right 3-bet, and that's what you're going to see him do, I think, because he's not going to get caught up in the fact that he lost the last hand. He doesn't want to be involved. Oh, well, whatever. I think that it is a good 3-bet. The problem is his stack, really, with the 25 big blinds. I think it's the right 3-bet spot, but maybe he doesn't want to have to 3-bet fold his particular stack. So that's okay. That's fine.
The rolling chips is really wonderful to watch. Very adept delivery by this particular dealer.
Mario, the hand's over. You can smile now. It's okay.
Feeling bad for the bluff.
You were shitting bricks, but you're good now.
What's interesting is that should Ahmed win this tournament, he's going to look back on that hand. That's what did it for him.
Hearts was good.
What a nice spot for Mario, by the way, when he's on the button here, because he has the two players who are least likely to fight.
We got the 7-4.
Nice, just a nice spot for him on the button. He can raise with, impunity, more or less. And he won't get the same kind of pushback that he will from the other two. Now, what I'd like to see is some of these guys come alive and give him some of that pushback. But I think with the king deuce, now we have the situation where he's like, well, I got away with that one once. I'm not going to do it again.
When it's time for another interesting vocabulary word, you just let me know.
I think it's time.
All right, this is another one of my favorites. It's the little plastic coating at the end of your shoelace.
Ooh, this is a good one.
We've got some people up here.
Do people know?
People know.
People
that
know.
one.
Oh, some people know this one. I don't think I know.
I'm going to let you guys spend a little time putting it in the chat before I.
Well,
before
that's
I
a
give it away.
30-minute delay.
I know.
So
I
we
was
can...
going to delay appropriately before I gave the answer.
Okay.
All right, we've got a potential rematch here.
This is a tricky stack size. Mario can call, Mario can 3-bet, but he doesn't really want to 3-bet fold versus that stack. He could maybe 3-bet really small. I think that might be what he's doing.
525.
Yeah, look at that small 3-bet. So this is going to be a 3-bet fold. He's gonna 3-bet fold this hand. He's made it about 2.2x, whatever. And it'd be pretty interesting if Ahmed could sniff this out and shove, but I think he's just going to fold. Mario really playing an excellent game here.
It's called an aglet.
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 How do you spell that?
How do you think? Melanie was a spelling bee champion in her childhood.
That's true.
So how do you think it
Aglet.
was spelled?
My first guess is going to be Aglet. My second guess is going to be oh, there it is. I didn't even need a second guess.
First
there we
guess
go.
is correct.
Beautiful.
First guess is correct. Did you think it might be a cute French word like A-G-L-E-T-T-E, aglet?
No. I was thinking maybe like potentially A-G-L-I-T or A-G-L-A-T-E.
No, you had it right the first time. Is the background of your Twitter page still the picture of you winning the spelling bee?
No, it's
Change
one of my AI photos now.
Well, changing with the times.
I loved that picture though. You guys are going to have us for just a few more minutes until the break. And then I think we'll see what the lineup in here is going to look like. But
I've really enjoyed this opportunity to pop in, get to know you all, hang out with Melanie in truly her element,
325.
providing her perspectives and expertise
325.
to all of you.
interesting, Marco raising this one instead of limping. I like it. Good pressure. I think Ahmed could maybe call with the suited 9-5, but it's not the best use of his stack. Notice the players are
shot.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So that I can't remember his name, but he's a friend of Mario's and most likely giving him feedback from the stream that he's watching. You know, that your opponent had this, your opponent folded this.
Some smiles
oh,
from the
look
gallery
at that.
here.
That's sweet.
All right, Bradley. I only got a few minutes left in the booth.
Bradley's going to shove here.
I want to see this happen, and I want to see him double.
All in.
And it's over.
And there's going to be a call.
Sorry, Bradley. It's been a pleasure.
I'm rooting for some spades on the flop.
Cool. Good luck. Hello.
Yeah, you're good. Good. Good luck in that. 5-8.
Nothing either player can do differently. This is just going to be left up to God.
Okay, they're all in and a corner. You give me the green light.
You got AQ a few times. So you show me one.
Total bet was 518.
What do you think of the large typeface on these cards?
Oh, I think it's nice, especially for the camera.
We're close.
All right. Running spades a possibility.
Not anymore.
Woof. He's only drawing to a queen for the chop.
All right, well done, eh? Well done.
Nope.
Looks like there will be no more poker for Bradley Moore today.
That's right. We're down to 4.
All right, thanks, Manil. Good luck, huh?
Thank you.
Good luck, Danny.
You know, I've been sitting here for a while.
He is out in 5th for 223,400 rand.
Didn't see
Nice.
too many epic
Thank you.
hands against each other, and poor Bradley finally gets something worth shoving, and there's ace queen suited.
That's poker.
That's poker. That's number way.
Why the loop then? Why the loop? Wasn't he big blind? Nah. Oh, he's big.
Oh, I hope
We've
someone
had
in the
that-
chat gets that.
That big.
That would be great.
If you don't get it, there is a comedy duo out of the UK.
What?
David Mitchell and Robert Webb, famous for a TV show called Peep Show, but they also had a sketch show.
Everyone should watch Peep Show. It's some of the best
Number
comedy
Weighing
there is.
is a sketch of just a nonsensical game show.
No friend
And if you're a
can
fan
table,
of numbers
please.
and strategy, as you probably are if you're watching poker, check out Number Weighing. It's absolutely hilarious.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Oui, baguette. Maybe.
$210.
210.
And we might be getting cut off shortly if they go to an interview. But we'll see you guys later.
Right, so we to our fifth place bus out, Bradley Moore. Congratulations on a wonderful catch.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was, I think, a lot of lucky opportunities to get here. Flick of the dice many times, but I'm glad to be here. Very well run event, and thank you to SunBet and everybody that's involved in putting this together. It was a great event.
So glad that you enjoyed it. I saw one of the hands on the stream. You got it in with King 2 against, was it Ace 8?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm short stacked, so I've got to take my chances. He had taken my blinds a few times, so I thought he was pulling something. I didn't realize he had something decent, so I was expecting him to fold, to be honest.
That's what they thought in the commentary, and when I saw it, it was pretty good. But anyway, you caught a lucky deuce on the river. You laddered yourself to 223,000 Rand. I know you won a seat online, satellite. Did you do any re-entries, or was this all of one seat?
No, I didn't make the first day. Thanks to PokerBets for that opportunity, because it got me involved. And what a great platform. So I'm really chuffed that I got onto that. Then after experiencing it, I got the feel of it, and I came back the next day and I bought in, and I qualified.
Okay, so for less than 30, because I know your qualifying seat wouldn't have cost you 15 grand, and you bought in for another, and you got 223,000. So that's a lovely score for you. Are you from Cape Town? I said you were from Cape Town.
I am from Cape Town, yeah.
Okay, well, wonderful. Nice that the Cape guys are keeping some of the money in the province, and we expect to see you then at the next SunBet Poker Tour in Pretoria.
100%. Great event. We can definitely come back, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, that's Bradley. Congratulations, and all the best for the rest of the year, and we wish you and your family a wonderful festive season.
Thank you, and just thank you to you guys. They're really awesome. The dealers, the amount of hours that they put in here, and the work, the hard work, the application that they do day in, day out, get up, and they do it with a smile and a great attitude. Fantastic to them, and well done to you guys for putting it together.
Well, it's always happy to have another happy customer here at the SunBet Poker Tour. All the best. Congratulations again.
And that's Mark signing off. We're on a 15-minute break. We're chipping up. We'll be back in about 10.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the GrandWest Casino in the mother city of Cape Town, the Western Cape. This is our SunBet Poker Tour. It's the main event, the final day, final table of that event, and we're down to 4 players. Mario Fata from France is our chip leader, 57 bigs, 7.2 million. Danny Diane is in second place with 4.1 million. Marco Nokia in third, 3.8 million. And Ahmed Karim with 20 bigs, 2.6 million. So still plenty of play for him. Just before the break, Bradley Moore was eliminated in fifth for 223,400 rand. And he satellited in from a sat for 88 bucks. So well done to him. What an incredible return, setting into the main event and turning that into 223,400 rand. So it's been a great 12 days here in Cape Town, an extended series. We've seen record prize pools. This prize pool was guaranteed at 4 million, went to 5.4 million. And already the tour for next year has been announced, the third season of the SunBet Poker Tour. And we will have a second stop in Pretoria. So Times Square will have 2 stops, and we'll have shortened stays in Boardwalk and KwaZulu-Natal at Sibaya. So we're off and running. Blinds are 75,000, 125,000, with a big blind ante of 125,000. 325 in the pot pre-flop.
125.
Round to Mario, he's played extremely well today. Queen Jack, he's going to raise from the button.
250 total.
Danny really playing good solid poker as well. He comes along with a King Queen.
125 more.
Marco with a 5-3 suited in the big blind.
Call.
Marco makes the call. So there's an up and down for Danny. There's top pair for Mario and bottom pair for Marco. Marco has backdoor clubs. Backdoor diamonds for Danny to go along with his up and down draw. Danny checks.
Check.
Marco checks. So round 2 Mario. Open from the buttons, hit top pair.
$300,000.
Cool.
Call. 3. Fold.
He bets 300,000. Danny calls with his up and down. Marco gets rid of his bottom pair. 7 no help to Danny. Still looking for one of 11 outs at the top of the screen there. He's looking for a king or an ace or a 9.
Check. Chabet.
Action back to Mario.
$550.
And he bumps it up to 550, making it expensive for Danny to come along with his draw now. $2 million in that pot.
Cool. Call.
Danny calls.
Big hand. Wow, what a river.
8 is no good to Danny, but it's a heck of a river because it brings everything gets there. Straight gets there, the flush gets there. And this is damning Danny could represent. Danny's looking at his chips and he's reaching deep. There's 2.6 in that pot. He's going to have to go at least 800-900. He's gone for it. And Danny hasn't made many plays.
1-3.
What a play by Danny. That's the first big play Danny's made there. And he gets it through. Well played, Danny. I mean, players that say Danny plays ABC poker, forget it. Danny's been around a long time. He knows what to do on a poker table. Great card for Danny to bluff on the river. So Nicolette Cable says apparently chip protectors are not allowed on the feature table. Well, they are. It's just that the metal ones on top of the RFID readers are not allowed. And that's why when Moon's got there with his bullets, he puts them on top of his chips and not on top of his cards. That is the compromise he's reached with Gary on that one. And she says, who can deny that super cute tortoise of Mario Fata?
Raise up to 250.
Mario raises to 250 with the ace-9. Marco, king 10 out the way.
125 more.
Ahmed in the big 10-8. He makes the call. So 9 for Mario, up and down for Ahmed with the bottom pair. So check to Mario. He's going to bet that middle pair.
350. Raise up to 750.
So Ahmed check raises here.
750 total.
Good strong play by Ahmed on that board. He's got the bottom pair with the up and down. And Mario, 2 pots in a row. Mario's taken 2 hits there now. Big one to Danny and now one to Ahmed.
What's wrong with you? Any problem?
So, we've managed to get our chairs back.
Yeah, I
That's
guess.
a good start. It's a pleasure having the guys in here. Good insight. Very impressed with what they had to say. We were sitting well back out of the way, so I didn't hear all of it, but I will watch it back.
You big blind.
And what are we down to? 4, of course. Bradley went out, didn't he?
Yeah, and Danny Diani has taken the chip lead now.
Good stuff. We like the underdogs to get a shot.
And Danny made a great play on the river and bluffed Mario.
It was a bluff, was it?
Yep. So on that board, Danny had king, queen, he had up and down. He had the queen of diamonds in his hand. And when the river came, the diamonds got there, the straight got there, and he put the bluff in.
Nice. Good work.
325 total. So, 2 more. Fold.
And Danny gets that raise through. So Danny's changed gears after the break, yeah?
I did see that. I think he was on the phone, probably just checking in with his bestest buddy. But probably just need the rest. And you know, for me, Danny's got a great reputation at the table here now. Time to capitalise on it, you know.
Absolutely. He's got the rep of being solid, straight, ABC, whatever. Now he pulls a bluff. He can pull a few moves, and he's going to get away with it. By the time they realize in half an hour, he will have taken a chunk of chips.
Raise up to 275.
Marco raising under the gun.
275.
Did you see this message from Nicolette?
I answered about the metal for the RFDs and why you've given Moon can keep his, but as long as they're on top of the chips, the compromise you reached with him.
Yeah, put them in the box. We're trying to be as amiable as possible. Unless we don't like you, but there's not many of those.
Too much.
Just kidding, folks. Just kidding. Don't be writing in.
So, top pair for Marco. Danny has missed with his ace-9.
Check.
Danny checks. And Marco goes for the continuation. And I think this is one of those that Danny will have to give up.
Fold.
So a very good afternoon to everybody who's now joined us or been with us for most of the day. We are going to see this through to a conclusion. Lots of interest from around the world, in fact. Lots of private messages coming in, lots of good wishes to the players. And a tremendous amount of support, not only here in the arena, but on the stream and personal messages, etc. A lot of support for this guy in picture, as you can imagine. A lot of support for young Marco. The French are out in force, of course, and notwithstanding the fact
125.
Danny has got his supporters as well here. And I know Bradley, you saw the exit interview, I'm sure. He was super pleased, you know, first real big tournament. Makes a super cash. And he's walked out of here 2 inches taller and the biggest smile from ear to ear. So, you know, that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, Jeep, it's a huge cash for your first one and setting in for 88 Rand.
Beautiful. Well played, young sir. And he says he's going to come to Times Square, so we look forward to seeing him as Marco picks up a pocket pair here, mid-range.
Raised from the button by Mario.
All in.
All in.
Moves all in, back over the top with the 8s, and Mario folds.
So I think we just get a chip count if we can. Yeah, just bring myself up to speed here. 25 bigs, 32, 39, 43. So everybody reasonably deep here.
Yeah,
this is not going to be moving anywhere too quickly, and we're looking for coolers here. People play decent poker. This could go on for quite a while still.
Absolutely, and you had the under for 5 there, guys.
I have got the under for 5. I mean, that is wishful thinking because I want to get de-rigged in on the road. But the truth be known, I'm also interested in making sure, or watching a great final table for this main event. Yeah, we got about 40 minutes before 5 o'clock. I think I might lose that bit. But
Raise up to 250.
that one was driven by work needs rather than rather than my poker brain, if I have such a thing. Danadiani, ace queen here. Mario's just raised the jack 9. He's got ace queen. He's just seen a similar situation where he pushed. Marco pushed. So is he going to raise or is he going to push?
He's going to raise.
600 total.
Mario taking some shots here, huh?
Yeah, he's taken a lot of shots after the break.
And in the big blinds, Ahmed, but it's been bet and 3-bet, and Ahmed can get out of the way with this.
He can.
He's got to be behind in his mind.
And Danny, of course, his reputation will be solid. And Danny does have the best hand.
Why would he mix it up when you've got two of them mixing it up for him? The only thing he would do is come in over the top of the both of them and squeeze it. There you go.
All in.
Bang.
Yeah, that's an Ahmed's
as
move.
prescribed.
Because I've got blockers for the king and the queen. It's a good hand for me to squeeze all in. Quickly, Mario's out the way.
Danny, not so easy. And
Big
Danny's
decision.
not scared to put chips in, I'll tell you that now.
Big decision, though.
But you'll be aware this is a huge ladder.
He has got Ahmed covered by about 1.8 million.
Let's see if he counts his chips, let's see if he's aware. Deep chest movements, big breaths. No. It's such too big a hand to be falling.
Followed.
Great play by Ahmed. It was option 3 on my list, but it was one of his options.
It was. I thought it was the least of his options, but he proved me wrong there. I thought most likely to get out the way with that.
Ahmed up to 32 bigs. Mario 37 and Danny 38. So not a lot in it. And Marco with the 39. Ahmed 37, Mario 37, Danny 25. Surprisingly, Danny's a lower because he's been active quite a lot.
Yeah,
But no surprise, they're all up there.
Yeah, but I think there were large periods earlier on where Danny was inactive, especially early on.
Yeah, that sample is. Put your hands in the air and say hooray, it's a hand 100. 100 hands for the day, so if you had that 100 number.
Raise up to 275.
You were right. It's going past.
275 to top.
Richard Taylor, you won the tournament, the competition. Come and get your shirt.
275 to top.
Ace King for Mario.
Yeah, he needs to re-establish something. He's he shed a lot of chips after the break.
All in. All in.
And he's not leaving it to chance, he's just moving all in.
LCL5, snap fold from Marco. Mario, Marco. It's a good job Danny's not called Manny. I'd be proper confused.
I think we're going to see a bit more of the all-ins now, he goes. That's come into play now at the stack ratios with the blinds.
In terms of blinds, are still reasonably deep, but the all-in shove is now definitely a tool that's in play.
I'm 25 to play. $125. Raise up to 250.
Ahmed raises to 250 from the button.
$250 total. Okay, fold. That's good. Sure.
So Mario, the 39 bigs, Danny 36, 34, 30. So just a few movements, 2-3 each way every time. But they're all concertining up quite nicely again.
$125 to play. Fold. 125.
Catch. Knuckles.
Sure. Okay, fold.
see everybody quite pensive again, concentrating hard, not much chatter at all.
$125 to play.
Mario folds, Danny on the button, it's out the way.
125 total.
Marco in the small. Gives Alma the walk.
She's so good. And it was suited, can you believe it? Clubs.
That's 6-4.
Dead. My card's also added to 10. 8 and 2.
So I probably won't get the chance later because we'll be off and running, but just want to put a big thank you out to all the tech guys. Cameras, the mobile cameras, some P-Way and Paul. And some P-Way special mention. He stood up and stood in for Lincoln. Lincoln had to go back up north. And overseen by Mike, who's sat next to me here. You don't often hear him, which is a good thing, of course. But he has been known to do the odd bit of commentary. On sound, of course, Sean and Mello. They're doing a grand job keeping all the microphones at the right level, making sure everybody gets fitted and sorted out, whatever. And then the main O's on the fixed cameras, Clifford and Ivan, also backing up on GFX. And then, of course, the GFX guys, Way and Hugo, who also back up on the fixed cameras. So they're dual employed. And then, last but not least, my colleague here, sat on my left, Mark Burter, who assists with the commentary and doing a fine job this time out. So thank you to all the runners and riders in the tech team as we approach the end of the tournament. 4 runners left. Once this tournament's over, we'll start breaking down, and that'll take us a day or so, and then 2 days drive back up to Gauteng, and hopefully back to our families Tuesday or the very latest Wednesday, but I'm pretty sure Tuesday's the target. And then we won't see you again until February in Times Square, which is the next time the SunBet Poker Tour Roadshow will be on the road. So yeah, thanks to all the guys. We appreciate you.
Yeah, and Gary, a shout out to you for leading the team and keeping the ship running straight and narrow.
You're a good athlete.
I don't know, straight and narrow I've been this couple of weeks with this flipping cold. Come away, go to work 2 weeks ago with a cold, and then go home and get cured.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I still blame Kramer.
Put the ball where you want it.
And yeah, suffice to say,
This is the guy.
we're enjoying these last 4 here. And my prediction is that we are going to go past 5 now. But I don't know. There's no deal jumping off the table with me here for sure. I think if you get down to maybe Marco and Ahmed, I think they may deal. I think Danny might be interested as well. I don't know about Marco. But bit of luck, we'll go to heads up, and we'll see some cracking heads up play as well. So. And I think a special mention must go to all the people who supported us on the stream here. I mean, the numbers have gone up tremendously. But also the messages, you know, the funny ones, the not so funny ones. I mean, I only had to block 1 person this tour, or 2 people, I think, which isn't bad. And we appreciate the humour, and hopefully we haven't offended anybody. It's never meant in anything more than jest.
Dog 95.
Yeah, thank you to those people, the streamers. If you had to bet your house on it, who'd you put your money on, Mark?
Wow.
75.
I mean, you had to pick one now, and you had to bet all that you own on them.
Thank you, man.
Who would you pick?
Please, that's our nacho.
Well, I'll tell you what, let me write mine down so there's no cheating.
Yeah.
And then
It's a really a tough one. It's really not an easy call with these 4 players that are there.
Mike Colley wants to play the game.
Any one of the 4
He's
could.
seen my answer already. Go on, carry on.
Any one of the 4 could win.
Oh.
Mario's been playing very well. We know Marco. He's taken knocks from earlier, but he's fighting back. But you can never bet against the man on screen then. It seems like a cop-out to go for him. But Ahmed Karim, if you're going to put your house on it, You're going to go for someone that's got the pedigree, that's done it, that can do it, and has continued to do it.
Dealer has to touch it.
Well, Mike has written down here, the guy in the waistcoat and the white shirt. He's the dealer, Mike. Oh dear, oh dear. What's wrong with you? Anyway, Mike and I have written down two different names, interestingly. One's written Ahmed and the other one wrote Marco. I'll leave you guessing for a second who wrote which one.
Michael's written Ahmed and you've written Marco.
It couldn't be more wrong.
Other way around.
Yeah. It was a 50-50 and he still blew it. He's gone with a youngster. I went for exactly the same reason as you did to Ahmed Karim. And no offense to the other lads either.
Absolutely. Anyone could win, but if you tell me put your house on it.
Yeah, indeed. And that was the point. You had to make a decision.
Oh, they beat them.
And yeah, Ahmed's on a flight to Vegas tomorrow, so he needs to get this finished.
I don't know. Wanted to know.
I don't care. You can ask him. I mean.
And then I won my chips back. Well, I went like this because I thought I was the big blind, and then the dealer didn't touch it and I brought it back.
I thought you were the big blind.
No, I thought I was under the gun, and I already put my big blind
It was
and
the
everything.
big blind. You folded out of 10, but his hand was retrievable.
Yeah, the dealer didn't touch it. I brought it back.
So we're talking cards, we're not talking chips.
Cards.
Right, so you put your hand forward.
Yes.
Didn't touch anything, bring it back,
Yes.
carry on with the game.
Yes.
You didn't say fold?
No, I didn't.
You just put them in, brought them back.
Yes.
They're retrievable and we'll
Okay, cool.
Finished the clock. Well on, Badek. No penalty.
Check bet.
Well, Craig Barron says, big shout out to the card stream team. Yes, you, Cole, too, for their efforts not just to produce the stream, but also the initiative to, with the training of directors and dealers to make Monster Jam truly world class.
175.
And he says, I hate predictive text.
It's mixed up a few of his words.
That's all right. I can speak, Craig. It's fine. It's all that sun he gets on the tennis court. So 2 kings and 1-7, 2 diamonds. Backdoor only for
That's actually
Marco.
supposed to check raise, but yeah.
You're supposed to actually just let your hand go because that was the fault. I don't care, but that's actually, how you explained him is not what happened. Anyways.
I mean, I put it like that.
My hand's irrelevant. Like my hands are still playing, but.
But if you thought something different, you could have said. I don't mind.
It's the dealer to say, not me.
Fair enough.
And I don't want to, But it doesn't matter. Not a big deal. I got 125,000.
I was about to say, you got a bargain there.
Mine was going to play anyway, so I had a good hand pre-flop. So it doesn't matter.
All good. Wait.
Oops, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, you didn't deal me, so that's my card, yeah.
Misdeal.
You're just giving his
just giving that one to me.
That one too. Doesn't matter.
It's okay. You allowed a mistake.
Sorry.
No worries. All good.
No stress.
Okay. 125 to play.
Mario under the gun, ace-10.
Raise up to 250. 250.
Round 2, Danny. Jack-10.
Fold.
Button, he folds.
250 total.
Ace-3 suited. A lot of players use this as a 3-betting
Raise up
hand.
to 8. Re-raise.
Yeah,
800
H3
total.
apparently is the new ace king. Somebody told me that the other day. Didn't quite get it, to be honest, but
Okay. Fold. 8 total.
It's on all these 3-betting charts as a bluff. As one of the bluffs. 3-bet bluffs.
Okay, fold.
well, gives it up.
My first 3-bet of the day. Very nice, very good. Yeah. Walkie, talkie.
What time are you leaving tomorrow, man?
My flight's at 11 p.m.
Maybe in the morning we play paddle.
Of course.
All right.
I was going to play with him, but we'll see. I can.
The 4 of us.
No, you'll kill us. I see. Unless like Jaden will probably be in. What's your rating?
You small blind.
I don't play. I'm play Tommy.
I'm at you small.
Whoever wins the tournament, whoever comes fourth, plays together against second and third for 10K.
125 to play.
It's a nice game in the sense that even if you're much better, you can like bring your level down, you know, to still
To my level.
enjoy it and have, no, I'm just saying like, you know, you can still play with
Up to 350.
like tennis. If you can't serve, you just can't serve. You know?
Fold. 350 total. $350.
There's unbelievable indoor courts that opened up on the 1st of December. Yeah, friend of ours opened up. Yeah.
Where is it?
Unbelievable. Well, like 15 minutes.
Well, I've had a really big fold there.
Okay.
Might be too tight.
Very nice indoor courts. It's like going to be membership and stuff.
Like a tight fold.
You played there? Oh yeah, just
We went there like
Good discipline.
just before it opened because they like let like
That's what it is now, eh?
offer or like friends come and play. It opened on the 1st.
How many courts they have?
4. Very nice courts.
Like indoor.
Indoor, yeah. And like the ceilings raised high.
That's nice.
It's very nice, yeah. So we'll see maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
Depends what happens.
So while they were talking paddle,
125
then he got
to play.
that hand through.
I have no idea what a flipping paddle bat or whatever you call it looks like.
Raise up to
Or a paddle
250.
court. I assume it's something like tennis, the way they're
215.
talking.
275.
I have no idea either, guys. I must be honest, I've not seen a paddle court, do not know what a paddle bat looks like or anything.
I mean, Mike's giving me the waggy finger routine over here. It doesn't look anything like a tennis court, apparently. We'll have to Google it, I think. I don't want to be going there in case I have to start showing these youngsters up
Call. 275
with my
to play.
prowess around the paddle court.
Fold. 275 to top. Cool.
Back in the day, I was devastating over 3 meters. Absolutely devastating.
Shock and horror, guys. I had provincial colours for badminton and table tennis.
Show bet.
No comment, Ken, no comment.
Check. Show bet.
Table tennis. Someone was telling me about table tennis the other day and they were really good at it. Stevie Radford. Wasn't Stevie Radford as good at table tennis?
Your way was saying so.
Rebel's Way was telling us, yeah. He said he was very good at it. Good egg, Stevie. For listening, shout out.
250.
He says 2 on the flop. Guy stepping wearily here. Bet 250 after the check. I thought someone had put Ahmed all in then for a minute. I thought the software said all in.
Call. 250. Show bet.
Both players still with the gut shot. The king of Ahmed head.
They're still playing for the money in that super stack, by the way. The Doc even lottery is still in, which is fantastic.
How many players were they down
Well,
to
I
there,
think
guys?
it's like 4 or 5, maybe 6 max.
So they're in the money as well.
Oh yeah, been in money for a while. And of course that the Bounty
800.
tournament's ongoing as well.
800. 8.
Marco betting 800 on the turn. I think it's Ahmed to give it up.
Sure.
Plus $1 million.
I'll send.
Am I big blind?
Yeah.
Okay.
In your cards, yeah.
Oh, and these, yeah. So it's my first
wanna
live,
keep them?
my first live tournament, I'm sorry. Very scary.
Yeah.
Big fold? Big fold?
Somewhat.
No.
No.
We're all just so keen to play this big blind.
$125 to play.
$250.
Raise up to 250. 250.
You are now in 15-minute break. 15-minute break in the servo. If you want to surrender the stuff, you can do so.
Okay, fold.
I was trying to remember what Melanie's friend or Melanie used as an adjective to describe Ahmed's presence at the table. I think it's
We're waiting for
like
somebody
not
to cheer
menacing,
everyone up.
but
Very good, very nice. Woo!
not sinister. Someone maybe imposing. I don't know.
Posing or intimidating, I'm sure.
As he used a word that wasn't anywhere near derogatory, but she was trying to explain how she felt when he was at the table. And he isn't quite an imposing figure.
He's getting a massage, he's quiet. Falling asleep.
He's waiting for you to end. What's this guy talking about? What's wrong with him?
I'm chip leader, what are you talking about?
Why would you wait for him to end?
Oh. What's your Ahmed? Like 4.8.
Very visible.
Attention, room. Is anyone lost a
Always easily packed, so anyone can see it from any point.
So more or less the same chips.
Yeah, it's 4.7.
75, small blind.
You have? Oh, these 20s. Just smaller.
Let's have a look.
It's smaller.
Yeah, they're a bit smaller.
125 to play.
2 pointy ones for Danny.
3.8.
Nice. He raised 3 something last time with aces.
50.
Raise up to 250.
He's dropped his bet down a little bit this time.
250 total.
He'll do well not to show these.
What a sin.
Yeah, I did show them.
No stealing, no something.
Not these on this table.
Yeah.
So you feel like a parent?
Yeah.
We are 1-1. You had the aces. I had the aces now. They folded to me. Well, they folded because I bet.
125 to play.
Marker under the gun folds.
125.
Round to Ahmed. On the button.
$250. Raise up to 250. 250 total. Or 250 total.
Raise.
The raise.
And now Danny really is opening up because in the past he would just flat call that. Gonna 3-bet it.
Up to
I like it.
750. 750 total.
And it's insta fault from Ahmed. Well played, Danny.
Give me one card.
We don't steal like that.
No?
We don't steal like that. We wait for cards.
Oh, you raised 250. I don't want the flop to open with my cards.
Look at that.
Eights. Eights.
That's too good.
I don't really mind, but if you guys want to, we're all like on 4 mil, 4.5, 4.8. If you just want to, we don't have to do a deal. Just move like some money.
125 to play.
I don't do that.
You don't do anything like that? I don't mind personally.
Well, if one says no, then there's no
it doesn't
deal.
matter.
125.
I missed the end of that conversation. I was doing something. What did he say?
250.
Marco said
250.
we don't have to do a final deal, but let's just shuffle the money a little bit. We're all around 4 million. Norman said, I'm not interested in that.
Is that what Elmer said?
I double.
And then Danny said if one person's not interested, it's no deal.
I think I might have said that earlier. Didn't think it would be.
$125 to play. 125. 125 total. 50 more.
Well, we know what he raised with ace-4 last time.
No. You out again.
England's in this time.
Whichever raise.
$375.
Ahmed
Up
raises.
to 375. 375 total. 250 more.
Well, give me my money back then.
Here comes the 3-bet.
3 raise. Up to 1,250. 1,250,000.
Folding.
Okay, fold.
Yeah.
Walkie walkie, talkie talkie. come on. One.
$125 to play. $125.
Danny
total.
folds. Marco's folded already. Run to Ahmed.
Call. Show raise.
Ahmed limps in.
What else would you rather be doing on a Sunday afternoon apart from watching the Formula One, which of course is finished now?
Raise up to 400 total. Okay, fold.
Ahmed gives it up.
So both blinds there. Ahmed raised when Marco limped. Marco re-raised, he folded. Now he limped in and Mario raised and he had to fold. He's not going to enjoy that.
Hey. $125 to play.
So ace 10 for Marco.
Raise up to 275. 275. Fold.
Ahmed folds king 10.
Fold.
Everybody out the way.
Aye. Nice. 7 jack.
Broadway. You know we're not playing a show on the hard game.
No, we said we are. We all agreed. Except for Ahmed, yeah.
No, except for
Yeah, so you'll see our card.
When Willie's right in what he's saying.
Yeah.
Any information is welcome.
Okay, that's good, sir.
It's Steers today. KFC. Next meal, McDonald's. 125 to play. $250. Raise up to 250. 250. Fold. 250 total. $250 total.
Marco defends with king 10.
Nothing happening there. Two diamonds for a back door for Ahmed.
Yeah, nothing for Marco.
Marco doesn't want to, but he's going to have to check this back.
Ahmed checks back.
Chopper.
The ace for Ahmed now, gut shot for Marco.
Check. Chopper.
425.
425. 425.
He wants to make a play, but it would have been very ill-advised on that board.
Breath of the table.
Once again, the video where the bounty, the last scoring, please recognize the goal.
Just had a sudden chill. I think the AC might have just gone on in the back here.
Yeah, it does bring a definite chill in, yeah.
Mike's on his way to cuddle, so it's fine.
125 to play. 125.
So we've got 3 minutes to knock all these players out, and so my under on the 5 o'clock is good.
Call.
Might be struggling.
Shall raise? Check.
So limiting here by Marco, and because he 3-bet hard last time when Ahmed raised, this year free flop. Ahmed gets the best of it, and he was dominated pre.
Standard C from
150. 150.
150 the bets.
Call. Shall bet. Check. Shall bet.
We find Ahmed will want to bet his 5 here now.
$450.
450. 450.
So Bond's got a bit of a spot here.
And he gives it up.
I think that was the right fold. I do.
Right, he didn't have anything going there.
$125, please.
Fold from Danny.
125 total. 50 more. Raise up to 350. 350 total. Fold.
Ahmed raises from the small and take that one down. So you see just a shuffle here, shuffle there. One moves to the top, one moves to the bottom, but no big swings yet.
Yeah, strange.
125 to play. $125. Raise up to 250. 250 total.
Then he makes the call from the big blind.
Oh, can you please move your cards slightly? Sorry. Sure. Sharp. Thank you.
It's a jack for Dunny, yeah?
Got shot in 2 overs for Ahmed.
$300.
300. 3.
Danny bets his jack.
Menacing, I think, is a good word for his stance.
Call.
Comes along. Looking for a queen ball.
Finds the ace.
3 hearts on board. No hearts for Dunny. Not a card that he wanted to see. I think he needs to you're shut down here, I think.
Check. Ciao bet.
Shuts down, Ahmed opens up. We get a bet from Ahmed, Tanya fold. This is the way of the jungle, the poker jungle.
450.
450. 450.
Oh, well, he's reaching for chips immediately. He doesn't believe he has the ace. Well,
yeah.
This could be a swinging hand. Or maybe he's going to rep the flush.
Ciao,
That's a complete brick. Well,
Check. Ciao bet.
Ahmed much fancy another street of value out of this.
$650.
650. Call.
Ace king.
And it's a big swing. He didn't believe Ahmed had the ace.
Yep, that was exactly it. He just didn't believe he had it. Well, I think that's a bit Ahmed.
Big pot to Ahmed.
Ahmed will take the chip lead again though.
Okay, blinds are up.
Blinds are up.
Sure.
When Imran Abrams comes on just as that's happened and said, let's go Ahmed, BMT moments, big match temperament moments.
You know what it stands for?
Yep, big match.
How do you know stuff like that?
We've gone all in on the flop.
Seen it somewhere, it filed away. Big match temperament.
You don't have to take a break also. No, we can take it now. No, I'm saying it makes no difference. I'm not going to eat, so whatever you guys
I'm not going to eat either.
150, 150.
As you want.
But
150.
you saying you won the hour? It was 100%. No, I'm not. It was 100% due to be honest. I'm just, for me, it makes no difference. Yeah. Because I'm not going to eat. Normally I would need the hour, but
25 to
150 to play. $150.
And Marco gets a walk. So Danny slipped right down after that hand to 16 bigs.
Sorry? Yeah, what do you guys want to do?
We talked about 5 minutes.
30 minutes is...
I was going to bring it up again.
30 minutes?
Yeah, or 20 or whatever. Okay.
30 minutes?
30 minutes is good for you?
Yeah. 30 minutes. Make it
30 minutes. Thank you.
Happy, Danny?
150 to
Good,
play.
yeah.
Sorry.
Raise up to 300. 3 total. 300 total.
I was looking up because it always gets me like scratching my leg for some reason. I was like, there's no reason the camera should be on there.
Call.
So Mario's raised the ace-king, defended by the queen-jack in the big blind by Ahmed, while Gary was out there having discussions with him. 6-7-3 flop. It's hit the blind range.
Yeah, I'm trying to. And
It's not a great flop for ace
don't
king.
understand the game, so I'm trying to get someone like who's can tell me what the hands are. No, I need to now I have to rely on Tucker of all people as well.
275?
Oh no, my mic's
175.
See, and Ahmed represents that blind
275.
range and leads into it.
Okay, fold.
And he gets Mario to fold the ace-king, betting the range.
Yeah, it's fine for me.
Sure.
Yeah, we're cool.
So I believe they've agreed to do the dinner break. You also heard what I was talking about.
You just heard in the background, didn't hear the exact details.
The dinner break's normally an hour, so they're going to cut it to half an hour because none of them want to go and eat or anything, but they need to go stretch. So rather than take a full hour, and the tournament director was checking that was okay with us, and I said it was. That also helps with the people at home. I mean, they can get chow when they feel like it, you know. us guys in the back here, we have to have a shift pattern, but everybody's good.
150 total. 7.
Ahmed in the small blind with the king 4 suited.
All in.
The baby. Ooh, close, close. He probably thinks he's ahead here.
He's going to think he's ahead of what Ahmed's pushing there. It's really on the cusp though, ace-8.
Ace-9 is what he wanted.
Yeah, that's the charts. Ace-9 is call. Ace-8 is 50-50.
Borderline shove. Oh, he's going to fold it. No, he's going to call it.
He calls.
We got ourselves a little bit of a racy poo here.
It's a big pot.
Ahmed is 40% dog in this one.
If Ahmed can win this one, he's going to have massive chip lead. Vice versa, if Mario
Kings
wins.
and 4s. No help there. Mario ahead. Only a king or a 4.
Alright, Kiki.
75 one.
So Mario gets a huge double up. And Ahmed takes a big knock.
6.8 million,
25.
Mario Fata.
3,325.
He went through it, he made the call. It's on the cusp, that one, for calling. So Owen G says, let's go Mario, as that hand comes up.
We're blind or blind.
Ooh la la. Very nice.
75, 150, 150.
Mr. Sun Rashid, all observing from the deck up there, as well as Remy, Mario's friend sidekick.
Raise up to 325. 325.
Ahmed with ace jack on the button.
One.
I was going to say, here comes the re-raise.
1.8.
Back on the
1.8.
horse.
Je veux bien, s'il te plaît.
1.8 total.
What's the chip comes here? 4.5. Put 1.8 in, he's got 1.8 behind, so that tells you the message. Marco, a big sigh there because he knows exactly what's going on here. He doesn't have strong enough holdings to call. This is a fold.
Fold.
That's good.
Sure.
Oh.
Danny on.
Danny down in 14 legs.
Yeah, that one big hand against Ahmed cost him.
Sorry. 150 to play.
Ahmed will take a rest here, I think.
150. Raise up to 300. 3 total. All in.
Here we go, Danny.
Mario folds.
Makes the move back.
Fold.
Nice move by Danny there. Recognises he's going to be ahead of the buttons raising range. And he still has sufficient fold equity.
Remy Marcia. Dave told me a funny story. He said to Remy he was wearing a boot on his foot. You can see he's got a bad foot.
Yeah.
He said, when you travel, did you pack
150 to play.
both shoes? Did you just pack one? He said, I packed two. He said, but why? Fair call.
152.
Mike liked that one. There's a true story. He actually asked him.
Check or raise.
Taking up space unnecessarily in the case.
Maybe he has a miracle while he's away and he needs shoes.
So Marco's limped in here again.
He's getting a bit trappy there, isn't he? But Ahmed's alert to these limps.
Up to 450.
Ahmed raises it with a 7-3.
Check. Job bet.
Marco checks here. Ahmed in the big blind.
$375. 375. 375. Call.
So Ahmed bets 375 to continue. Marco calls. Marco picks up the check mark now, so long as he doesn't fold. He's got a gut shot along to go with his second pair with the queen kicker. Nothing going for Ahmed.
Check.
Marco checks.
$1.1. 1-1.
Ahmed keeps going for it. 1.1 million.
Telling the story. I mean, story makes sense. He came back raising. He repped the ace. Marco called. Ahmed under-repped his hand, and then Ahmed came back to raise 450. Marco called. On the flop is a check from Marco. Ahmed the aggressor again, 375. Marco called. Turn, Marco checks. Ahmed the aggressor again tells the story, 1.1. He could be sitting there with pocket 2, 7-2, anything. The story says, I've got an ace.
Absolutely.
And Marco's going to fold this. I mean, he's got a redraw here, obviously, in terms of the straight, but I don't know, it's strong enough. And Marco's quite astute here. He'll be going through the hand in his head now.
Burning up some time banks here. Third one.
Well, he's definitely considering it. I mean, Ahmed has told the story.
And Ahmed hasn't moved. I'm watching him on the other screen. He has not moved. Wow.
Told you fold. He told the story, that's why. Don't play it on it.
Told the story 100% of the way.
Can I have a change up, please? Thank you. 150. It's 150.
I think Marco dropped down there, didn't he?
Yeah,
And
Marco
Ahmed went up.
Basically switched places, I think.
150 to play. 150.
Blinds at 150. That's 75. 150 on the big blind.
150 total.
375,000 in the middle to start us off.
Fold.
Mario will pick that up unopposed.
Sorry?
Here we go, 129. Jeez, time flies, eh?
Sure, it has. Just a short while ago you said 100.
150.
Yeah, quick. King 7 suited. Early position, sorry, on the D.
300. Raise. Up to 3.
So Ahmed attacking
Three
now.
Well, we all know Ahmed is not here to come second or ladder up. He's here to win it.
3 total.
I think Danny's going to kick back again, all in.
No, I don't know if it's going to be all in, do you think? Can I put 22.5 million in? Well, he's only got 16 bigs now, I suppose. Realise it and get to see all 5.
has gone for the raise, like you said.
They can still put it all in.
I thought with the 16 bigs he would put it in.
Up to 1.3.
Very
1.3
similar. He's
total.
committed over half his stack.
You want to make dinner? Or do you want to go before dinner?
Far from. Far from.
Fold.
You let one when I asked you that question.
Not at all.
Yeah.
I'm approaching that dinner break now.
150 to play.
I think it's another 30 minutes or so.
150.
I think they're due to go around about 6 o'clock more.
No idea what the time is.
17:28.
Up to 3. 300. Tutor. 3 tutor. Fold.
Mario raises from the button, gets the folds.
Big blind. $150 to play.
Under the gun, Mario. Jack deuce is folded. Danny ace 5 suited on the button. Puts in the raise.
Raise. Up to 3. 3 tutor.
Marco with pocket threes.
All in.
Tray.
Jams it all in.
All in. Fold.
Danny folds.
You won your bet yesterday, no? Newcastle won.
What?
Newcastle won yesterday. You had money on Newcastle?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
So the next
Newcastle
person
won.
still guaranteed 300,000.
You made
Third,
final
of
table.
course, is 475,000. Second, 750,000. And first prize, 1.2 million. So this is for 175,000 ladder we're playing for this stand.
And they all won? Congrats, man.
This is quite significant.
150 tutor. Raise.
So Craig Burns says the VPIP everything right now. Am I the only one who's noticed that Ahmed has ramped up and widened his range? Experience counts for so much.
Fold.
Good luck in Vegas.
No, that means good luck in Vegas. Okay. Anyhow, we're talking about something that happened half an hour ago.
Yeah.
We're now somewhere else in the queue. But yes, we did notice. Is the answer to the question. And that VPIP continues to be high. I think they call it changing gears, buddy.
Big blind. 150, 150. $150 to play. $150. $150 total.
Mario coming in for a move here.
Up to 450.
Yeah, from the small blind, and you steal it away from Danny.
Big blind. 150, 150. Big blind. $150 to play.
Action on Ahmed, 10-4 suited. Full that.
150.
Round to Mario.
Raise up to 3. 300,000. Good job.
Raises from the button. Here's Danny with pocket nines, and that'll go all in. Let's mark it fold Jack 10 suited.
Yeah, Mario, I'll get rid of this. Yeah, well, can't really get rid of it.
Yeah.
If he didn't do it, I was doing it. If he wasn't doing it, I was doing it. Oh.
Gio and Banks, Jonathan Woolley, Lauren Pierre all there on the rail. That's Nika.
Sorry?
Gio, give us a motivation speech here, man. Yes.
Oh.
$150 to play. Raise up to 3. 300,000. 3 total. 3 total.
900.
9. Raise up to 9.
Ahmed, 3 bets.
No, I have none of this. So no, ace 9.
9 total.
He's definitely raising here. No. Wow. Ace 8 earlier did the opposite. There you go. What's a balance, eh?
Yeah. I think the ace 8, Ahmed shoved small blind into his big blind. This time round, he's raised and Ahmed's 3 betting.
Yeah, I get it. I went once to...
So he's giving Ahmed credit for way stronger.
Justin Bieber. I was very disappointed, eh?
Here in South Africa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was Finby Stadium.
Under the gun. It's round to Marco on the button. He folds.
150 total.
Action on Ahmed in the small blind.
Call.
He limps in.
Graphics will return shortly. Apparently the writing on his t-shirt there is something to do with his blog. So if you ask him, you can check blog, and he's got a special one just for the SunBet tour. So
Ciao bet. Check. Ciao bet.
spreading here with Mario.
Check. Ciao bet.
Straight here for Mario.
Check.
Omar checks.
Check.
Mario checks back.
Ciao bet.
10 on the river.
$650.
650.
Ahmed bet 650 on the river.
650.
Only event the next time you deal with one is going to be 50 and 125. 50, 125 and 125 on the big line there. That's the main event. Sorry, wrong. That's in the Super Stack. Super Stack, that's right.
To play. 150. $150 total.
Mario in the small blind when folded to Queen 7 suited, computer hand.
Raise.
He raises.
450. Fold.
And Danny's quickly out the way.
$150 to play. $150. Raise up to 3. 3 total.
So raised by Mario. Ace 9 for Danny in the small blind. Folds.
3 total. 150 more.
Marco gives up the big blind.
$150 to play.
Mario under the gun, 9-3 suited. He'll fold that.
150.
Round to Danny. He's let go of the button.
150
Jeez,
total.
everybody with a 9. And Ahmed gets a walk. He had the best hand there, King 10.
Good fold. I had 2.
$150 to play. 150.
Marco on the button with a 7-10 suited.
$150 total.
Limps in. Marco folded. So action on Ahmed.
$450.
Raises.
Up to 450. 450 total. Call.
Defending with the Jack 5, he's flopped 2 pair.
That's the way to do it, huh?
Check.
On check, check.
$400,000.
Not check, check. He Armour checked. Mario's betting out the big blind, these 2 pair. And Armour will give it up. Mario still on top there, 51 bigs, 7.8 million. Danny and Marco, 17, 19 bigs respectively.
To play. Raise up to 300,000. Fold. 3-2
Marco raises to 300,000 with the ace-10 under the gun. Folded to Mario in the small blind. He lets that go. Danny in the big blind folds as well. Marco gets the raise through. Jaco Mouton says in this 30-minute delay, Armour just lost that big pot to Mario. So that's 30 minutes ago. I predict by the time you read this, he's chip leader again. Go Armour, take it down. Good luck in Vegas. Well, he's not chip leader 30 minutes later, but he's moved up there to second place. Still rocking and rolling.
$150 to play.
He's got Way's hand now, pocket 8s under the gun.
Raise up to 300,000.
King Jack suited for Mario on the button. So we're going to see some action here. They're not calling chips.
Up to 700 filter.
He raises to 700.
Fold. 7-2.
Danny and Marco get out the way. Armour with the pocket 8s, facing the 3-bet.
Call.
Onward calls. Mario flops it.
And Almost got a draw. The dummy's in, but he's still got a draw.
Check. Ciao bet.
Rainbow board, do you reckon a check back?
I wouldn't have minded a check back here.
He's going to put chips in the pot, I'm pretty sure. He knows that if Almond's got some, he's coming. And it would look mighty
500.
suspicious if he checked it.
500,000.
Kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those. No, we'll get out the way. So Mario's starting to stretch out a little at the top there. Just getting a slight gap.
$150 to play.
Under the gun with 7 deuce now.
150.
Danny on the button with ace 9.
What's your raise here? That's a
All
raise.
in.
Yeah, 15 bigs. Decides that's all in.
Oh,
King, queen, yeah.
This might be a decision.
Not good. Yeah.
2.3. 2-3.
They're basically playing for stacks.
Yeah, 15 bigs versus 19 bigs.
I think he's folding. Don't know why, I just got that look in his eye.
Yeah.
Fold. 2.3. Fold.
I think we're flipping. What ace did you have?
King queen suited. Oh. Behind.
You're behind.
Far behind. Ace king, ace queen.
I had an ace. I had a very nice ace.
Ace check.
Don't forget, if you're not a subscriber, please hit the subscribe button, give us a like with a thumbs up, and if you want to be alerted, hit the little doorbell there, and they'll send you a message when we
150 to
come
play.
on the air next.
150.
10-3, into the muck.
150 to
Not
top.
5. No good, thank you very much. 10-6 for Ahmed.
Fold.
Shout out for the Smithland apartments, suites and houses. Our team has rented a house down there in Paro, down north. It's actually not so bad. And all looked after, clean, tidy, etc. Just so happens that every blooming night they have load shedding when we get home.
Yeah.
It's like they time it. So thanks for that, City of Cape Town or Escom or whoever's responsible. And just to make a change, it's going to happen again tonight, according to the app. And then it will stop tomorrow or the day after when we're not here.
150.
I think they're victimising us. And yeah, Smithland Apartments in Paro there. Nice, clean, tidy, respectable, reasonably priced. And we've got 6 of us staying in the house. It's fine, everybody gets their privacy.
Raise up to 3. 3 to 2. Fold. 3 to 2.
Okay. Raised by Ahmed with ace 8. Danny in the big blind, ace 7.
Well, Danny's either all in or fold here a couple of times. Let's see what he does this time. I suspect he's going to fold. No, he's going to raise.
Carry raise.
He's going to do neither. He's just going to raise. So, interesting move. Danny won't know he's dominated by Ahmed. And Ahmed won't know that he's dominating Danny. So, let's see how this plays out.
Based on Danny's reputation of hands and that, he's going to think he's behind with ace 8.
All in.
Oh, well, Danny, he committed, so he's got a call.
Cards, please.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking. 3-bet, he 4-bet ace. Well, not really 4-bet.
It's all about the 7s and 8s.
Ahmed has ace 8. This guy's ace 7. And he's all in.
Could run out of chop as well.
It is possible.
Yes, baby.
Oh, not anymore.
Is anyone surprised? Are you surprised? I'm not surprised. Indeed. Oh, that's so crazy. It's crazy. Ahmed, 2 of Ahmed's cards came at the same time. That's crazy. Who would have guessed?
And Danny goes out.
Did you guess?
Well played, young sir.
Well done to Danny.
I'm not surprised.
300,000 rand. Well done, my friend. Well played.
Yeah.
What a ledge.
Moves Ahmed up to 39 bigs.
And Marco down with 19.
Yeah. Well, now it's just basically a free roll, right? Oh, I'm going to have 15 bigs.
A pay jump of 175 grand.
It's quite significant.
I'll give you guys the money if I can have the cushion that says I won.
Big blind. That's small.
Oh. Listen. Take it back. Yeah.
$150 to play.
I'm ready. I'm with Danny Dayani, the 4th place finisher in the SunBet Poker Tour main event here at GrandWest. Danny, how are you feeling?
Feeling great. My first final table in the main event. I was really looking forward to it. And excellent. It was very tough playing against that field, the final 9. But yeah, I'm very happy where I got to.
Yeah, I was going to mention it was a pretty tough final table. You guys have been at 4 players for quite a while now. Any big moves, anything happened in the final 4 that finally got you to the end?
Well, there was one hand that I represented a flush that actually worked out for me against Mario. And other than that, what can I say? The guys are good. They're very, very good, and it was a very tough field.
Well, congrats on an amazing finish. We are very happy to finally see you at a final table, and I'm sure we'll see you at our next series soon.
For sure. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Danny.
300 has to stay in the middle. Oh, so you can take it back? Oh, okay.
Sorry, guys.
Don't worry.
150 more. Up to 3.
Looks like David was doing a ruling. He said you can take it back, so obviously played out a turn.
It's fine, it's not your big blind, it's just one.
I think maybe some confusion when the player went out where the button was.
Possibly.
It doesn't affect you that much. Sorry? I say it doesn't affect you this badly because you're not the big one.
You're just going to lose one hand, yeah. You want to see it?
No occasion you want to see it, Mr. Marco.
We used to give 3 hands on the final table. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Last we said
But it's so stupid. Yeah, because once you get like final 3 and you make a mistake,
no, I think this is.
you miss a whole orbit.
This is ridiculous.
I think it's
to give
terrible.
3.
I think one is perfect.
It was a big win for you. Not the nuts.
75 more.
You're not slow or?
No, pretty. I mean,
All in.
All in.
I want to go for dinner.
Pocket 6s here for Marco. He's moved all in. Armored Queen 9 suited. Looking for information.
Careful.
So, as we went away for that interview, obviously Mario picked up a penalty. And I think it's now served. There was some discussion about 3 hands, but that was under the old table rules. I believe those have changed. And we will see now whether or not he gets some cards.
Yeah, being dealt in.
Well, he would have been dealt in anyhow, Marcus. You just can't see them.
Yeah, no, the dealer kept him by him for the last hand for the penalty.
Well, 150
So
total.
he's received them, should I say.
Call. Check raise.
10-9 suited for Mario.
So a bit of action.
Check.
And there is a 9 and a jack, so a little bit for everybody here. Back draws are plenty as well.
So will Ahmed bet this up and down?
$150.
Mario with second pair.
Call. Ciao bet.
$475.
475. 475.
So 8 would be a brutal card for Mario. Would give him the straight, but give Ahmed the higher straight. He's got to call the 475 first here on the turn.
Yeah.
Call. Ciao bet.
Ahmed gets the check mark.
Any player can win this with a bet. He's got the up and down and made the straight.
Yeah, he's made the straight. Flush did get there, but it's a
Yeah.
backdoor. He won't give Mario that.
$1.3.
1.3. 1.3.
I suppose it's simple, really. Does he have it or doesn't he? Pair of 9, so not the best in shape.
Comes to the right conclusion and folds.
Okay, it's a break.
So we'll be on break now. We'll be back in 30 minutes.
I'm not gonna eat. Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, yes.
Welcome back.
100, 200, 200
Quickest dinner you'll ever have.
200 NC.
I've got to be honest, I didn't have any food. I went and got ice cream and chocolate.
Alright, 1 and 2,
Really
5,
good for
fair
me.
fights. No punching, no kicking.
You have some behind all together.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'll make Marcus halfway through a side of beef here next to me, so we'll let him continue grazing. Then we'll get on with the action. Hand number 148 of the day, King 9 suited for Ahmed. Please note the blinds have gone up. 200, 100, 100 on the, sorry, 200 on the big blind ante. So that's half a bar in the middle. Raise 400 from Ahmed. Mario gets out of the way. Marco follows suit, gives up the blinds. And that'll be half a bar to the good for Karim. So many people asking questions out there. They're doing a deal, they're doing this, doing that. There's nothing going here, trust me. These guys are fighting it out as it stands. And there has been no talk of any such thing. Shout out to Benny, our dealer there, just taken over on the feature table, having followed Philip. Philip did the first session. Did a great job. Shout out for all the dealers, of course. Vive la France here.
200 to play.
Mr. Mario Fata. Pocket 10s for Marco. We're coming for a raise here.
All in.
All in is the call. 7-5 will not do it for Ahmed in the big blind, and he will release that. Typically when we come back from the break, the game speeds up a bit. All fairly clear-cut decisions thus far, though. So I must just have a look in the chat. Gordon Patterson, hello Card Stream. Hope everybody is well. We are, thanks to you, GP. Hope that Geneva is treating you well, or wherever you are in the world these days. Anthony Charter. Hey boys, just wanted to thank you for having us. Great coverage. Looking forward to seeing you again next year. Anthony Charter, of course, one of the Hendon Mob chappies who was here with his friend Roland Boothby. In fact, we had Francois Boothby on the stream last night, so hopefully you guys caught that. I hope Bratislava wasn't too cold. Eastern Europe in this time of the year tends to be a little bit chilly on the edges, so travel well, and we hope to see you too next year. Definitely we're going to see you either at the Irish Open in Malta or somewhere similar in the interim. Sachin Naidu says Ahmed is back. Thomas Colotti says the connection must be bad because my screen looks bad. I can't answer that. Not again, please. Please, give me a break. Sachin Naidu says go Rehenna. Streaming live from Dubai. No connection problems. Thank you, Sachin. They got the high-speed internet in Dubai, of course. So that's us all caught up in the messages. Greetings to everybody watching online, and we appreciate your patronage. And please, please, please hit the like button. Subscribe if you're not already a subscriber. And if you want to be notified, hit that little bell. Thank you so much. It helps us out a ton. Okay, back to the action. Ace 9 suited here. Definitely a premium hand, three-handed. On the dealer button, 6.8 behind, 34 bigs. Mario Fata, 6 jack clubs. Surrender. Marker with a 7-4. Flick the sweeps across. And the process continues. I think this big blind has been to everybody so far. It just keeps moving around the table. Did you get one of those, what do they call them? A lazy Susan. I'm looking at my Asian friend over here.
What's your biggest score, Mario?
Are those circle things called lazy Susans? You can put the chips on them and just spin them around. Chinese restaurants. I know you're not Chinese, okay.
Very much more online?
Well, he's giving me the death stare, the Taiwanese death stare over there.
You play GG?
No, I don't play tournaments.
200.
Okay, Mario Fata from France. Jack 4 diamonds. He has 7.3 million, 36 bigs.
Raised to 400,000.
And Benny just called that out. I'm sure you heard him call. 400 is the raise. 10-8, so one gappers here for the diamonds. 14 bigs, 3 million behind, so not a lot of wiggle room for Marco. But he has the skills and the talent to spin this up for sure. Decides to get it out of the way.
400,000 total.
7-3 Ramen in the big blind, and the big blind chips will move around the table again.
Just put 200, just a 200 here.
Perfect, thanks.
Giving you less work, you see?
Sorry?
Giving you less work.
Yeah, thank you.
So the Super Stack tournament is, it looks like it's still underway. I thought we had a winner, I'm not sure, but I know that for sure that the bounty tournament is still going on the other side of the room. Okay, 9-8 off for Marco. So fold.
100 more, 200 total.
8-5, probably give a walk for this.
$525.
Raised to 525,000.
So 525 is the raise.
525,000 total.
8-5 offsuit. Mario Fata with 5-2 left to fold this. And we have broken the cycle. The big blinds go backwards.
They hold them cash. Yeah. So difficult to find.
Sorry?
Difficult to find good hold'em games. Played cash in 3 years. Or at least, yeah, I haven't played cash in 3 years. It's just 5 card pretty much. Yes, maybe. I mean, there's more options obviously overseas. Even if you go Vegas and stuff, always 5 card.
Mario,
Cyprus.
only 100.
All good options, 5 card.
Did you get my big blind? Did he get my
No, you small blind.
No, but he...
Yeah.
King Jack for Ahmed will come in for some action.
400?
Raised to 400,000. $400,000 total.
That gets that one through. Yeah, I think it's going to take a cooler, something a bit special to break the deadlock
I
here.
started playing live like recently.
I know Mark was short, but as I said earlier, it's quite capable of spinning that back up. Just takes one hand.
No, it was my like first festival.
Okay. So I remember the first time going there, I've always seen him there.
Yeah, Remy. Yeah, we're going this year as well. Yeah, it's like a good destination.
Yeah. It's not as far, the first day I can't do.
No, poker is not the... Yeah. I was just like staying about 1 month. Just
okay. Oh, okay, so you're going for a while.
Looks like it must be getting chilly down there.
I think they have 1 or 2 good private cash
Good
games.
check, Mario.
Really?
200,000.
I never paid in any, but I know from the casino they were talking about it.
200 total. All in.
Mark all in with a queen 5.
This?
This is
kinda
definitely a
cut down
thought
the oranges
process
for
to
me.
think about it on account.
It's got less than 100 there behind, so it's a million in oranges.
3.5.
Yeah, 35.
Those are 500, so it's not a million.
Yeah.
This is
2.5.
2.5, right?
2.5. Eight seconds.
It's close.
Overshot.
Look, guys, call. Cut up, let's see them.
Queen 5. Hand in the cookie jar. Got to get lucky, Marco.
Queen 5.
He's got 2 live, but in trouble.
Queen 5 at risk.
That's 14 bigs.
There's a king for Ahmed.
10.
And that's virtually dead. He needs a 10 or queen on the turn. Well, 10 now.
Raw flush draw as well for Ahmed. Just by the way.
That's good.
Marco's gone.
Well done, my brother.
So Marco is eliminated in 3rd spot. Picks up 475,000 rand for his trouble.
Can I move my sit or?
Yeah. Where do you want to sit? On the end there.
And I know you'll be disappointed, but it's a good result. Come 3rd in the main. If you told him that at the beginning of the week, he would have taken it. But obviously, arriving this morning as chip leader, he's going to be disappointed. But he must take it as a really good result and a solid performance.
Marco Nokia is our 3rd place finisher in the main event here at GrandWest at the SunBet Poker Tour. Marco, you started the day with a massive chip lead. Tell us about your day. How did it go from there?
What a terrible day, like honestly. Like it started off with like just a pretty big bluff. I just bluffed into the nuts. And then I lose ace king to kings blind on blind. And I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty low. Like I took a good break, sat outside, just calmed down a bit. Came back and I think I had a good session from that point on. I had a pretty sick coolers. I jacks against Ahmed's queens, which I lost pretty little. I had a good few bluffs. There was the one hand with king queen off, blind on blind. I probably should have shoved the turn, but yeah, you can just always have it. Oh, just pretty annoying. Yeah.
Just a really, really long day of poker.
Like extremely, yeah. Like it's so annoying just to go 3rd as well. Again, like after PE as well.
Well, it's still a great finish. Congratulations on your 3rd place. I'm sure we'll see you at Times Square soon.
100%.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
It's okay, you missed it.
Sorry.
Okay. All right, so we're going to set up for the heads-up match. They are the two going to be sitting opposite one another, the trophy in the middle, the bracelet. Of course, that cushion I won the main event at GrandWest Casino 2023. And the first prize of 1.2 million rand. So 750,000 for second, 1.2 million for first, so 550,000 rand, 450,000 rand difference, sorry. So a big pay jump between the two places. And we will be underway shortly, having a short break, the two players that are going to go heads up. There's the French contingent behind there that will be supporting Mario. Standing on the floor there. Mario's girlfriend's just walked up to the viewing lounge there, Remy, and one of the other Frenchmen, Vincent, Jerome Vincent. They're there all supporting Mario, and of course a lot of support for Ahmed on the other rail. And Chad Binder has come on and said, Chad Binder, let's go Marco, poker bet, poker bet, poker bet. But unfortunately, when you see this, he will have been eliminated. in third position. As I said, he will be disappointed, but he must take it as a very good result. Finishing third in the main is a good achievement. I know he wants to win. He has a long future ahead of him. He's already picked up a title or two, so can see bright things for him in the future. The dealer's just waiting patiently as well, as are all the viewers. And Ahmed will have a chip lead, not an overwhelming one, but he will have a chip lead. Because Mario and him were pretty close. There it is, 11 million to 7 million. Thanks, Icho, for putting that up. And there you can see the prizes of all those that have cashed already. And 53 bigs, 34 bigs. So pretty deep, so they can have a bit of play heads up. It's not going to just be a shoving fest. We recap, Imran Bajani was in 9th for 104,000. Daniel Abib, Chad, 8th, 120,000. Anand Kumar, 7th, 145,000. Benji Berman, his first big live tournament, 6th place, 175,000. Bradley Moore, online qualifier for an 88 Rand sat, 223,400. Danny Dayani, regular, long-time cash player, first final table at the main event, and he's 4th for 300,000. And then Marco Nokia, 3rd, 475,000. The top two places, 750 and 1.2 million. So everybody has heard the schedule for next year. As I said, there will be extra stop at Times Square, and we will go to Port Elizabeth before KwaZulu-Natal, before Sibaya. We've got a boardwalk, and then to Sibaya later in the year, and then on to GrandWest again. And the Port Elizabeth and the Sibaya legs will be shortened ones of 5-day series rather than 10 days, and then it's again scheduled for a 12-day series in Cape Town. So there is Marco getting his pay slip at the back there with one of the TDs, Siku. In the background on the right is the super stack, and I could see Doc Lottering was still at that table. And in the background there is the Bounty Turbo event ongoing as well still. So blinds are 100,000, 200,000 with a big blind ante of 200,000, 500,000 in the middle with each hand. And that's why you can see the swings will be pretty big from hand to hand. So this can go either way. So Mario coming to take his seat. His girlfriend is there with him, his sidekick Remy. He's double checking his chips. Just make sure exactly what his stack is. There's the V-pips on the final table. Ahmed Karim with the highest at 42%, Mario at 36% and fitting the day the two at the end. And Marco came third, 35%, then Danny 23%. And the others, obviously, it's fallen down because they haven't played for a few hours, so those stats are worked out on activity, so they're not the actual ones that they had when they were on the table. Pre-flop raise, Mario 33%, Ahmed 32%. So quite a high percentage raise there. And again, Marco and Danny below that. The others, as I said, won't be accurate because they left the table some time ago. So these are all the nice stats that GFX software offers that Icho and Wei bring up for us, so that we can enhance your viewing experience and help to analyze better. So we're still waiting for play to get underway. The trophy is waiting, the bracelet. Gary talking to Dave Rolfs at TD. Mario came to his seat but has left the table again. So we're going to just go on a short break until they're ready to play, and when you return, we will continue with it. So welcome back to GrandWest, and that is the super stack. That was a 500,000 guarantee, went to 750. They got down to 4 players: Jaco de Nason, Doc Lottering, Jerome Vincent from France, and Clayton Tallywanth. 4 ways, they were equally stacked. They made an ICM deal to split the money, and then they played for the trophy, and the last 2 left for the trophy now are Jaco de Nason and Doc Lottering. So we'll keep an eye on this while we're waiting for the final table, and just keep the picture on this for a while so that you can see the action here. The 10 king 6 flop. Doc puts in a bet and takes it down. They're pretty evenly stacked. Jaco has more blues, but Doc has more of the orange, which are the bigger denominations. So when Ryan Brower, interested observer there with Fayad Albertus. And we're moving back to the feature table now that players are busy taking their seats. Gary sprinting in here from outside.
Oh, that took a while. The upshot of it all, and thank everybody for waiting, the upshot of it all is we have a deal and we are going to play one hand for the trophy.
Just one hand.
Just playing one hand. It's just a flip.
Yeah, we're just doing a flip for the trophy.
I didn't know that.
Just maybe wait. He wanted to make sure the setup is on or something.
No, we're good. Tell him we're good.
No, I'll wait for you. Just let me know when you're ready.
This is the most difficult part for you.
Just flip it.
I guarantee you.
Let's put the cards in the box, please.
Okay. I'm good to deal. You good? Mario?
Yeah.
Are you good to deal?
Whoever I'm good. Just trophy and
That's good? All right. Small blind, big blind.
Wait, what?
Must put them in the box.
Yeah, the front, good.
Oh, in the box is there.
Pocket sixes.
Why did I get dealt the sixes?
Oh, shit.
On the button. So hand should just be reversed.
Just reshuffle it.
This is crazy. What is this?
No.
No, the button's
there.
Oh, this is fucked. What is this? I would have won without sixes or queen jack. Now I'm fucked. Oh, Mario.
All right. Into the button, right? Into the boxes.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Aye. Queen!
What is that Ahmed got? All right, bring the cards in the middle, go to the flop box, please.
All right,
You see the first, the sixes and the...
Pocket
Oh my
queens.
word, he called a queen as well.
Slowly.
Still sweating.
Oh, and the king.
Sicko.
I mean, Joseph's happy you got a new winner now. There you go.
Shot, thanks.
These boys come and support us, boy. They came.
Okay, so we will go through the presentation here and the interviews, and we'll make sure you see it through to conclusion. While they're setting up for that, I think once again we do the mobile camera guys. Just a shout out to them, to Simpiwe, and of course to Paul. And to Mike, who's trying to shake my hand and give me lots of love. He's obviously travelling. To Mello and Sean for all their work on the sound engineering, etc. We appreciate you, the lights, etc. So well done to the Shattered Glass guys.
Cut the pillar in half.
To the fixed cameras and trainee GFX, Cliff Ford and Ivan. And to the GFX operators and trainee camera operators, no, they already know. Mr. Wei, Minglo, and Hugo. Last but not least, Mark Woodser on commentary. So that's it. That's all you're going to get from us. We're going to sit back and watch the pictures, the presentations, and the microphones outside. We are going to be packing this place up. We'll be on the road in the morning, and we will see you in Times Square in February.
Yeah, beginning of Feb, guys.
Thank you so much.
So February. in Times Square. So just sit back and enjoy, folks. Thank you for your patronage. If you just remember to like the video, please subscribe and hit the bell so you know when we're awake again in February. All the best. Signing off now in the back office, and we'll leave you with the presentation party at the front.
Are you good? Like, you gotta tell me what to do here, because you're the photo person. You're the photo person. Another blue here. Oh yeah.
Something will be up, that's for sure. I'll keep checking. Yeah. Check my muscle top.
Okay, 2 orange.
Main event has come to a close here at GrandWest. The final 2 players have made a deal, and they flipped for a very exciting hand at the end for the trophy and the pillow. Ahmed, we'll start with you. Technically, you came second. You missed out on the gold pillow again.
Yeah, this is the second time in a row, but I'll take it. I mean, yeah, it was a good tournament. Tough week. I mean, had a few bubbles. Yeah, very happy to get the result that I got at the end. I mean, I had 23,000 chips with 1 hour left on day 1, so like, this is insane, obviously.
It's not your first, not your first big comeback. Tell us about final table. It's been a long day. You started off with, I mean, Marco had a massive chip lead at the beginning of the day. Where did it go from there?
Yeah, I mean, he actually ran pretty bad in a lot of spots. Every time he had a good hand, myself, someone else had like better hands than him. Yeah, it was a tough final table. Things went my way. Couple of good hands, couple of bluffs, and yeah, here we are.
And we had quite a few internationals in the field this year in most of the tournaments. Do you think that makes a big difference in the turnout and how things go for the series?
Yeah, for sure. It definitely makes things interesting. They bring a different gameplay over here, which obviously a lot of the players are not used to. But it's good. It's good for poker. It's good for, you know, like the people, like amateurs, like playing here, you know, recreational players. It's fun for them to play with these guys, you know. So, yeah, it's good.
Well, congrats on another amazing result. I'm going to go over to Mario, all the way from France. Congratulations on your main event win.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. It was a really tough heads up against Hamed, but I got really lucky on the hand. Yeah. You had queens. I got lucky, yeah. It's true. It's true, it's true. And Mark touched my shoulder and he said, "What do you need? A king?" And a king came on the turn. I was really lucky, and yeah, what a tournament. Thank you.
I mean, I know it's not your first time in South Africa. What's your experience been like in Cape Town?
Amazing, truly amazing. We came like 4 months ago in Times Square. It was already a good experience, but this one was even better. I went out twice in Cape Town. It was just amazing, and I'm coming back next year definitely. Maybe with some more international players, I hope.
Well, I hope you get to stick around for a couple of days of holiday and go enjoy the beaches.
Thank you so much, yeah.
Congratulations. That is it from us here at GrandWest. We will be at Times Square from the 28th of Feb until the 10th of March. There's a full year plan for 2024. So stick around, get that schedule on all of our socials, and we will see you soon.